Oi! Oi! Hello, hello, everybody. How's it going tonight? Tonight? It is 5 p.m. where I am. Radioactive, hello, hello, ankle biter. What do I think about femboys? Loathsome dung eater. Hello, Frito, what's up? Hello, Banana. How's it hanging? Welcome back. Welcome back. Tonight, oh goodness, we're gonna be playing a little bit of Suzerain. If you've never played Suzerain before, there's gonna be a lot of reading, but I know people quite enjoy my reading, so. Not the oi oi oi. That's right, Ankle Biter. We're rat posting tonight. We're Hakos Bale's rat posting. Hi, so late. Yeah, I was a bit late today. I was busy watching Alira play some League of Legends. Not gonna lie, still hate that game. Like your avatar? Thank you, Ankle Biter. Thank you, thank you. Today I have done nothing. It's my weekend, so I'm quite enjoying my day offs where I sit around and stare at a screen all day. It's always a good time. But I've also been cooking up some foods. What did I eat last night? I don't even remember. I had let me look at my garbage bag. Oh. I had like a muffin, I think. It's delicious. You have school tomorrow, Frida? Oh my goodness. On a Wednesday? That's so upsetting. Oh, I used to live in Hawaii for a couple years when I was younger. And, in elementary, every Wednesday was a half day for some reason. I came home from work, sleep, and then I came here. Oh yeah, Banana, how's the job going? Oh my god. Do you have work tomorrow? Is it just like a consistent 4 a.m. schedule? You might have to stop watching the stream, bud, to get some sleep in. That's crazy to me. But yeah. And then this morning I ate like leftover barbecue and some pancakes and some eggs. And then tonight tonight I'm making some chicken parmesan. Oh, I'm so excited for it. I'm so excited for it because I bought a small brick of parmesan, so I'm ready for it. Hello Asha, what's up? Do you think you can play Fortnite one day? I could carry you to your first win. I would like to play Fortnite, don't get me wrong. I just don't want to play the Battle Royale of Fortnite. We could do Fortnite, I'm not sure. Maybe. I'll think about it. I think I played Fortnite a long time ago. Hello, Derek, what's up? Hi, Femboy. Hello, Derek. The ducks are adorable? Yes, they are. Yes, they are. I still don't know. I do like putting animals in the background of my regular screen. I need to download more animals or go outside and record some footage of animals so I'm not triggering copyright protection. You're not gonna stop, Banana? Oh my god, bud. Well, I know how you're gonna get some sleep in. Came home from work and then took a nap. That could work. That could work. We could play the Battle Royale, but like create a version, it's called Blitz, and you get customized weapons, but you're going to get to choose, you get special medallions, which give you superpowers. That could be cool, Asha. I always enjoy a custom weapon server, especially, I don't know, my knowledge about custom weapon servers begins and ends at like TF2, where the custom weapon servers go crazy with it. Hello, you. I'll put an animal in your back. Oh, gross. Whoa. You have a dog named Frida. Oh, you named yourself after your dog. That's a good one. That's a good one. Guess what? What, Graham? What? Yeah, for real. I'm on the edge of my seat. Please say chicken butt. Please say chicken butt. I'm begging you, bud. You ate an ant? Why'd you go and do that? Well, was it like chocolate covered? I know they do that. Do they do that in Brazil? Is that like a thing? You're eating toast? That's way better than an ant. I'm not gonna lie to you. Way better. Alright, well, let's see if Suzerain gets on the screen. Let me see if I can get this at a full screen. There's no settings menu in Suzerain. Well, it's on the screen, so. So if you don't know anything about Suzerain, the game is about you leading at the current moment, one of two countries, either Rizia, much like the Zoomer dialect of shortening the term charisma, and Swordland, which there are no swords in Swordland. They fell in your mug? Graham, you have an ant problem. Could not waste your coffee? As a Brazilian, who could? You're eating your plushie, Frida? What kind of plushie is it? Missed opportunity. For real, Banana, for real. Alright, I'm gonna hop into the game here. We play as Anton Rain, the 4th president of Swordland. Swordland is a fairly new country. I believe some years ago they separated from the nearby monarchist, what is effectively Russia, I believe. I believe we play as a Baltic, what is effectively a Baltic state, a failing Baltic state, and we have to bring it back from the brink. And I think when I first played this game, I tried going socialist, got cooed by the military, and then they shot me in the brain. I think this time around, I'm gonna try going for a light touch, maybe something more liberal centrist, if you will. I would at least like to get to the end of the game and see how that works out. But I still would like to have some, maybe a little socialist underpinning. Maybe the socialists take the island and maybe we let them do it. Maybe we let them park boats in our ports and such like that. I'm sure the extra capital could give our people, could go a long way in improving our economy. A plushie s'more? That sounds adorable, Frida. Question is, will I create a country? If so, would you be considered as a gooner? That's right. This is Goonland. We are the Gooners. But we'll see how it goes. There is also the country of Rizia, which takes place, I think, a couple years before when you play Swordland, and you play as a monarchist, which has total control over the country, which is like crazy. And you also get to conquer like 2 different states. And there's like a board game for it. But we're just gonna be playing good old Swordland for now. Hitler Simulator, effectively, yeah. Come in your walls with the s'more plushie. Very cute. Gotcha. So there's gonna be a lot of reading. I hope you're ready for a little bit of reading. Don't worry, there's not gonna be any screaming this time. I gotta make sure I got enough water on me. There's no tea tonight. There's no tea for the stream, but I'm probably going to want a cup of tea for tonight. Maybe a little chamomile, maybe a little throat coat. We'll see how it goes. But I hope the sound quality is good for now. My meters seem to think so. We'll see how it goes. You hate reading, Ankle Biter? Well, I love it, so that's all I'll be doing this stream. It's also Blizzard's. It's made for noobs. Can you get a medallion which gives you shrimp hours and you get weapons every time you get a kill in the lobby? It's basically filled with bots. Oh no, Asha, they've got the TF2 bot problem in Fortnite. That's so sad. Shrimp hours does sound very funny though. I had fries, but when I took a nap, they went cold. I hate that banana. Cold fries, not for me. I know people like to dip French fries in ice cream. I think that's a little cringe and a little quirky. I think it's a little eccentric, a little too much for fast food. But I'm just gonna, no, Ankle Biter, yeah, sorry buddy. Sorry buddy. We're gonna be reading. But let's just get into it. So there's your backstory. The game does a lot better job of outlining a backstory than I ever could. But the game's been out for a while, and they did release the Rizia DLC. I'm hoping they come out with another DLC for the game that lets you play as maybe a bigger state, because both Swordland and Rizia are quite small. Reading is good for your brain, good for mine, but you guys aren't going to be doing it. Fries with mayo, that's a good one, yeah, very European. But also very, very oily. French fries are dipped in hot grease, and then they carry that grease with them, which is what makes them taste good. That and the salt, and then dipping them in more oil it's good, but it's a lot. You're not a fan of fries, Graham? You're not a potato guy? Okay, well, okay. Alright, well, okay. So you don't have a brain, for real. It's just bone and liquid up there. That's true, Ankle. That's true. Just a big, empty, mug filled with liquid. When you survive on an island for a week for $5 million, but you can only eat cold fries, would I take the offer? Yeah. A week on cold fries? That's easy. On a deserted island? It's just you and the French fries? That could be fun. That would probably be a nightmare, though. Well, I don't know. A week? You might start losing brain matter. $5 million, though, is so tasty. That's way tastier than the cold fries. How do I like my French fries? I personally like the McDonald's French fries. I don't like them too small, like picnics, but I don't like the steak fries. That's too potatoey. I like a good McDonald's French fry. Sandwich, welcome back, bud. We were talking about French fries. That's kind of in your realm. You are a meal after all. Hey yo, bone and liquid. Gross, dude. Gross. You hate fries, banana? Where am I right now? Who is this viewership? School has been so weird, Sandwich. What's going on at school? They kill anybody? They bust anybody up for drugging? I knew a kid who had like weed on him one day at school for some fucked up reason, and he got slammed on the asphalt for possession. I was like, damn, cops are harsh. Are any of you kids taking your drugs to school? Oh yeah, I forgot. Kids like my younger viewers don't count as like actual views now, right? That's what they're doing. Like that's what YouTube is doing, right? Like anybody younger than 13 doesn't count as a viewer or some shit like that. Roasted potatoes, Graham? That's not too bad. Maybe if they're seasoned correctly, you know, a little bit of thyme. Oh, maybe some salt. Who knows? My boyfriend got busted for drugs at school, just weed, but it was still stupid of him. Getting busted for weed at school is so lame. Would that be the proper word for it? It's funny, I'll give him that much. Specifically next to onion, there you go, man. This guy's over here making fucking haberdash or whatever it's called. None of my friends have gotten caught. I didn't know. Until I got to high school, I didn't know so many kids smoked weed. I'm like, what the hell? Shouldn't you guys be fucking eating ice cream for dinner or something like that? Someone seat on my school bus. Someone pulled out a gun. Damn, Frida, that's tough. Who's carrying a gun to school? Yes, he is very lame. I mean, be sure to tell him that. You have to tell your boyfriend he's lame in every corner. You have to really... The thing with boys is that you have to sort of like... You have to punch down their ego as hard as possible or they go crazy with it. Thank you. IDK. Alright, I'm gonna play the game now. Sorry. You tell him everyday ankle biter? That's good to hear. It's good to hear. Anton Rain, the 4th president of Swordland, and our leader and our character, who we will be playing as. We dropping names, by the way? Oh no. You're in 5th, Frida? Damn. How are you guys that young? Anton Rain has been elected the 4th president of Swordland amidst a deep recession. Demands for reform and external pressures, his victory followed a campaign focused on turning a new page and recovery from economic hardship, striking a chord with a divided electorate. Now, as his administration takes shape, uncertainty lingers in the halls of power. Rain faces a nation burdened by institutional fatigue, cautious optimism, and the quiet urgency of change. We lord over the Republic of Swordland. We are a presidential republic with a population of 36 million. Our economy is currently in recession. Our regional influence marks us as a major power. And we start off in 1954. Effectively, we can take this in 2 directions. We can either play Woodrow Wilson, or we could play Roosevelt. We'll see how it goes. War is on the horizon, I'll give you that much. Why do I got 2 YouTube streams for phone and TV? You got it, you. One is for mobile and one is for PC or mobile. I guess they're both for mobile. One is for shorts and one is for, not shorts. Regular. The chats are split, so. Let's be Joe Biden. You want to be Joe Biden, Sandwich? That's a good one. We should just forget every promise we made when we were on the campaign trail. Thank you for the heart and crown, by the way, Sandwich. Very cute. You're starting high school this year. You're terrified. I'm gonna get stepped on in the hallways because you're 4'9". Well, I wouldn't worry too much about it. Just the hardest part for me was figuring out which class to go to because there's so many classrooms. I'm not reading that. Let's go gambling. Let's be Joe Biden. Oh right, we have to set our background. All right, so I think we're gonna try and push. We're gonna lean socialist, I think, this run, but we're not gonna go too hard into the revolution. Because last time I got shot in the brain. Well, you know what? Maybe we'll go crazy. Maybe we'll just be a despotic fascist. Let's bring back, you know what? Let's bring back a theocracy. Let's try that. You opened your eyes, 1908, in the Kingdom of Swordland. You opened your eyes to this world you came from. Let's be middle class. A middle-income family in the city of Holsword. Fries are best with chopped onions, mayo, and curry ketchup. Oh, delicious. Your parents named you Anton. As the only child of a diligent civil servant, you lived quite an ordinary childhood. Life wasn't bad. You were lucky enough to attend a well-known public school, but frequent fights broke out at the Rain family home, which made you feel uneasy. The years passed. What about onion rings? Oh, delicious, brother, delicious. But onion rings can get bad pretty... It's hard to find a good onion ring. Like, if you're, like, going to a restaurant or even at home, like, even bagged onion rings can be... Making onion rings is tough, but it's hard to find good ones. Fries the best with chopped onions, mayo, and curry ketchup. Oh, I read that. Why did I read that? It's supposed to be cleaning right now? Teto, the Teto word of the day is sunshine. Thank you, Teto. Very cool. Thank you, Parateto. Very cool. 1923, September 9th. During a history class at school, the bell started to ring unexpectedly. You heard a loud commotion outside. As everyone tried to figure out what was going on, the principal announced the historic revolution. The kingdom was no more. The Republic of Swordland was born. I did not fully understand. I was happy I had the day off. You were somewhat worried. I was happy I had the day off. Better believe it. Very worth it? Yeah. 1923, September 9th. Months after the Republic was proclaimed, life around you changed. You watched friends and family face uncertainty, economic hardship, scattered unrest, and resistance from those tied to the old order. In their struggle, you envied those who escaped at all and wished an easier path for easier resources. Oh, this is the difficulty selection. Saw both pain and perseverance and sought balance between the two. Felt the weight they carried and chose to shoulder even more. We prayed to God. 1926, September 9th. After graduating, you passed the university exam with high marks. You had the opportunity to choose between several studies. You chose... well, it's gotta be law. Law at Holsword State University, economics at Leshaven, history at Dare. Well, let's take law. Our hometown at Holsword. I'm gonna take that as a yes. Looks like theater will have a lot of reading today. Chats included? Yeah, looks like this could be a bit of reading today. Everyone's mean? Yeah, sandwich. Yep. 1926, September 9th. During the first year, you attended a lecture with David Wishy. He was a well-known diplomat from the Foreign Ministry and the son of the president. After observing the hall in silence, he explained how the Supreme Court is obstructing justice in Swordland. He stated that laws should be applied fairly, and that even the members of the Supreme Court are subject to the same laws. My only concern was passing. Soldiers entered the... 1927, May 22nd. Soldiers entered the campus in the evening ahead of the first election. Many were in shock as the uniformed men created a security cordon and started arresting the teachers. A group of students started gathering in protest, along with your very best friend, Peter Vector. You decided to... let's avoid some confrontation. You heard a loud announcement that echoed through the campus. General Luderin declared martial law in order to restore the administration. Please stand back and disperse your rooms. You quickly made your way towards the dormitory, avoiding the scene. I did exactly as they said. I'm not sunshine, I'm not the noon. I'm not the moon. At night, well, who else could I be? Ween, I could hardly see. Your phone's almost dead, ankle biter? This is so sad. As you entered the room, you heard screams coming from outside. I'd like to go out and see, for sure. But the soldiers locked the doors. It was a gloomy year. 1927, October 10th. The arrested teachers were replaced by those that promoted conformism to the state. Holsword turned a blind eye to these things that were happening. You didn't want to stay idle and decided to join Human Rights, the Student Council, a political debate group. Oh, we should definitely join a political debate group. People are getting shot outside. What should we do? Oh, a political debate group. Nah, it's probably gonna be Human Rights. The group heavily protested against the deteriorating human rights situation in Swordland. You contributed in thorough discussion on how to protect and expand freedoms. In one of the meetings, Peter Vector introduced you to a classmate of his, Monica. You were immediately attracted to her beauty, bro. Her intelligence, her diligence. Oh, well, let's see. Yo, this was racist. There were no black people in 26. For sure, dude, for sure. What the heck? Let's see. It's gotta be... Let's go with her diligence. We want a trad wife. She mentioned to you that she was volunteer for the Swordish League of Women, an organization campaigning for women's rights. We do not support her. We want a religious patriarchal society. I wasn't particularly interested in women's rights, but asked her to dinner nonetheless. What the hell? Gross, dude. Look beautiful, thank you, Banana. The politically charged environment led me to... I don't really want to join the nationalists or the socialists. We're going to stay away from the political orgs for now. The radio relayed that the communist general Rickard surrounded Luderin and his troops, demanding their surrender. They refused and heavy fighting broke out across the country. You just couldn't believe it. The army was fighting amongst themselves. Swordland plunged into chaos. The clashes escalated into a full-blown civil war. The horrors made you isolate yourself for a while. Monica helped you cope, and love grew between the two of you. However, it was a difficult time for love. The chaos had to end. 1929, the Republic of Swordland. The charismatic Colonel Tarquin Saul orchestrated a sudden attack on the capital where the Luderinists and the Ricardist forces were battling each other. He defeated both, ending the war. A new constitution was written, and the military government began efforts to restore stability. Many people saw the colonel as a savior. He formed the United Swordland Party and ran as a presidential candidate in the first ever single-party election. Of course I voted for United Swordland. The USP won the election by a large majority. The military government announced a 4-year restoration period to transform to an entirely civilian government. After graduation, you kept seeing Monica. You were both interested in marrying and starting a family. However, a letter arrived from the military calling you to fulfill your compulsory service. It was time to serve your national duty. Your national duty. We are forsaken. Is Monica a blonde or a brunette? I believe Monica is a blonde. Yeah, ankle biter. What do I think about asylums? Oh, it depends on what context. 1930 February, the Bergia region. The devastating civil war from neighboring Wayland quickly turned into a proxy war between regional and world powers. The distinguished Major Yosef Valencia ordered you to lead your squad on border patrol missions. It was a very cold winter night when you began marching out of Gumran Outpost. You could see your breath. After several hours of marching through the snowy hills, distant noises were heard. Visibility was too low to confirm the source, so the squad crawled forward in formation and found a spot to observe. A group of refugees had made it beyond the border fence, and you escorted them back. The refugees were in despair when they realized that you were taking them back to the border. Screams of protest ensued, and they were restrained. You delivered them to the border guards. After several months of military service, your duties ended, and you went back to civilian life. You and Monica decided to share your lives together. After receiving the blessings of her parents, a ceremony was held in Whole Sword. During the same year, you were offered a high-paying job within the governing United Swordland Party. It was important to start your career on a good foot, so you accepted it. Working for the ruling party was the easiest path to power. The financial compensation was too great to pass up. It was the best opportunity to change the country for the better, for sure. You became the legal assistant to one of the more experienced members of the assembly. You worked long and hard, going through hundreds of pages of legal documents late into the night. I was climbing the ladder, let me tell you. Political power. Let me be Biden. I'm hungry, so I'm eating my bus card. Oh, gross. That thing's gotta be filthy, right? You like how your eyes feel? They're okay. Tarquin Saul gave amnesty to the remaining factions of the Civil War and chose de-escalation and appeasement. The institutions and symbols of the former kingdom were slowly replaced. His government launched several new initiatives, such as a citizens-funded bill program to revitalize the economy, a social labor initiative to help rebuild and improve society, and a large dam project to solve the energy crisis. The first multi-party elections in the history of Swordland were held. President Tarquin Saul was elected once more. 1934, April 2nd. Whole Sword. The ongoing legal battle between the Justice Ministry and the Supreme Court put you under a lot of stress, but your significant contribution to the legal case triggered an invitation to meet President Tarquin Saul himself, who offered you a key position. You were to become the youngest member of the Assembly. Of course, I accepted right away. Is it just you, Frida? It shouldn't be. I think if you look at the screen, you can see... Well, maybe in your chat, maybe. Maybe in the horizontal, it's probably a little busier. Feels weird. 1938 June, the rising career. As the youngest MP, it was difficult to connect with the influential inner circle. You needed allies, so you bought You brought on Peter Vector as your right-hand man. The birth of your son Frank provided a brief moment of joy and relief. You sacrificed family time to improve your position. Sacrifice work to spend time with your family, of course. 1941 October, a rising career. During your absence, Peter Vector found trustworthy contacts and strengthened your position at the party. At the same time, President Saul increased his authority over the years. His growing ego started to cause strife within the USP. The cracks began to show. 45 October, time of change. President Saul barely secured a majority in the election against the opposition leader. Over the next year, the Swordish people grew increasingly discontent with corruption and the worsening quality of life. Economic growth was slowing down. Meanwhile, calls for a united Swordland Party Congress became louder as a leadership struggle started to brew. You watched from the sidelines. 46 July, a time of change. The contender for party leadership was Ewald Alfonso, a reformist and talented business magnate with a growing follower base within the party. Meanwhile, in desperate effort to secure votes before the Congress, President Saul was meeting party members one by one. He approached you, too. The president offered you the position of Minister of Justice and Law in the next government if you backed him in the upcoming vote. Of course, I accepted. 46 August, time of change. The Congress was nothing short of impressive. The banners of the United Swordland Party were decorating every possible spot. Thousands of influential political figures, lobbyists, and benefactors gathered for this turning point. The voting for the party leadership began. I voted for Saul. Unfortunately, Saul lost a leadership vote to Edward Alfonso by a small margin. During the Congress, Saul announced he would retire from politics at the end of his term and appointed Alfonso as vice president. The systems he had established were to stay much longer. His achievements wouldn't be forgotten. You didn't care much about who was in charge. Do I feel silly today? I feel a little focused, I think. Not too silly. 46 October 15th, the uncertain years. Oh, let me get a drink. A month later, your daughter was born. Monica named her Deanna. She motivated you during tumultuous period in the party. As the VP and the leader of the USP, Edward Alfonso began dismantling the old organizations and structures established by the USP, such as the State Educator Corps and the Swordish State Corporation bills. The general election were approaching, the United Swordland Party was under new leadership, and I did my best not to help him. 49, October 15th. During the general elections, the main opposition leader was embroiled in a sex scandal with his secretary. He was replaced by the more popular figure Franz Richter, but the damage had been done. Who is Richter again? The new popular figure from the People's Freedom and Justice Party who currently serves as its leader. Oh, Richter, right. The new economic policies and the extensive privatization program proposed by Edward Alfonso secured election victory for the United Swordland Party. Over the following years, you did my best to make Swordland a better place. Tried all the necessary steps to climb the ladder. Dedicate yourself to the party and its success. We are definitely trying to climb the ladder. 51 Summer, a new Swordland. The presidency of Alfonso saw many bold reforms in government and law and advancements in liberal democratic values. However, due to infighting and disorganization, continental economic tensions, and fast-track privatization, it was followed by a severe economic recession. The other parties announced their bids for the 53 election, but the unfair election system hampered opposition efforts to campaign. You thought that your party could not survive another crisis, were worried about the economic recession, worried with your representation would be tarnished. I'd be worried that my reputation would be tarnished along with Alfonso. With Peter's help, your presence in the USP grew. The two of you worked long nights together. He flipped opponents to your side, you became the face of a new wing of the party. Step by step, with adequate planning, your wing took over the leadership as President Alfonso lost control of the country. The moment to make the move had come. You advised Alfonso to step down. 53 March, Rise of Rain. He listened to your advice. Alfonso conceded the leadership struggle, and the party eventually voted you in because of your indisputable influence. Following this, you announced that you would be running for president in the general election with Peter as your running mate. It was your turn. When I don't know what to say? I mean, the game's interesting as far as I'm concerned. 53 October, the election campaign. After visiting every city and town during the campaign, you made a speech on state television. You promised to enact democratic reforms. I'm going to preserve national values. I'm not really looking for any democratic reforms. Great nation of Swordland. Due to our incompetent leadership, enemies both internal and external are influencing our glorious nation. Today, more than ever, we need to unite under one flag and protect our great values. Grey Sea Swordland. Swordish for Great Swordland. The broadcast ended. 53 November 5th, the election campaign. On election day, millions went out to cast their votes. It was time to face the truth. Chapter 1. President Reign. Here we go. Oh, we're customizing our character. Choose a distinct look. Our political party, the United Swordland Party. Hair? Oh, we should go bald. Yes. Give me the Friar Tuck look. For sure. Yes. Facial hair. No facial hair. Attire. Yes, we can get like a clergy robe. There we go. Background. Yes. Give me... That works. Accessories. Yeah, give us the glasses. We're a modern religious friar, if you will. Oh, here we go. Here we go. On to Swordland. Bald Gates, you got it, Graham. It's Bald Gates time. Our election campaign promises. Now, this is a good one. This is what sets us up for the term. As Anton Reign, you have made consequential promises to the people of Swordland to gain their votes in the 53 election campaign. Consider these commitments carefully. Economic direction. After the recent market reforms and the recession, the country finds itself stuck between two different economic systems with indecision and turbulence, causing the population to demand a direction. I'm going to go for a planned economy. Our diplomatic leaning. The global rivalries between capitalist Arcasia in the west, the monarchy of Rumburg to the north, and the communist United Contania in the east are intensifying. Swordland has the potential to align with the others or lean towards neutrality. We are going to try and remain neutral. You had to cut your hair, Banana? Oh, no. Just trimming off some stuff. Our immigration policy. In the last 5 years, Bloodish, Wezek, and Agnolian immigrants flocked to Swordland due to relaxed immigration laws enacted by former President Ewald Alfonso. As a result, these tensions are causing requests for a political solution. I'm going to be a little tougher on the immigration laws. And our term focus is going to be on... There's a lot to focus on. So, there's defense. The Swordish armed forces were the nation's most funded branch until Alfonso's government reduced the defense budget significantly. With the increase of saber-rattling threats looming to the north by Rumburg and the growing presence of the superpowers in the region, the critical deterrence of the SAF matters more than ever. We definitely do want, like, a modest defense budget. Law enforcement, the recent culmination of political tensions between the different youth groups and socioeconomic pressures between the multiple classes of society is increasing the issues of the law and enforcement systems. Police need help keeping up with increased crime rates. Simultaneously, judges and courts deal with an enormous growing backlog of legal cases. Probably not. Maybe, though. We'll probably focus on health. Swordland's health system and healthcare quality have stagnated due to administrative inefficiencies, increased service demand, and an increased divide in service quality between urban and rural hospitals. The average life expectancy has dropped significantly with issues such as maternity death and disease outbreaks. We're probably going to go like a religious health, or maybe like a religious education. Probably both of those. Doesn't make you any less pettable. It's not as long as it used to be. It is. Well, we are going into the colder months. We'll see. Oh my god, I started with 7 capital. Oh, it's so tasty. 2 personal capital, though. Me, when I'm middle class, I'm so poor. No. Education. The once praised public education system of the nation has suffered significant setbacks in the last decade. The lack of new schools, high student-to-teacher ratios, low teacher salaries, and even a lack of classroom equipment in certain parts of the country cause massive divergences in the public education system. So I think I do want to focus on healthcare with probably a side benefit to education, and I'm probably going to go less on like the defense budget, the legal budget, and probably some other stuff. We'll see. Well, I mean, we'll see when we take a look at the budget. We'll probably try and keep the budget probably a stock standard because I do want to do some infrastructure investments, and I do kind of want to dump some money into the church. But yeah, let's focus on our healthcare. I know our neighbors are a little aggressive, but I think this first term, let's keep it simple. Your wife? Your wife? We'll see, Dashua, we'll see. 2 weeks had passed since we won the election. And now I was about to be sworn in as the 4th president of Swordland. Thousands were watching the inauguration ceremony and cheering my name, Anton Reign. The die was cast. And there my story began. In the distance, the Maroon Palace stood on top of the famous Hill of Pride. I had no way of knowing what future awaited me there. I looked at my family. My son and daughter, Frank and Diana, were next to Monica, my wife. Her eyes were glimmering with pride. Then I turned towards the key people who made it all possible. Of course, each individual was promised an important position in my government. I saw my previous rival and former president, Edward Alfonso, who gave me a slight nod. Tarquin Saul was also invited, but as expected, he didn't leave his island retreat. As my thoughts slowly faded, the reality of the situation dawned on me. Orso Hawker, the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, was waiting for me. Orso Hawker. Oh my god, look at this background. Oh, look at this codex though, dude. Let me get another drink of water. I'll be right back. That's so much. Alright, this should be good though. I'm definitely gonna read all these codexes. When they pop up, I'm definitely gonna read some of them. Oh, right. The Maroon Palace. Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe we put that away for now. Orso Hawker, the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, was waiting for me. Orso Hawker. The time for the oath has come. I am ready. I am ready. Please repeat after me. I do solemnly swear. I do solemnly swear. I do solemnly swear that I will respectfully execute the office of the President of Swordland, and to the best of my ability, preserve, protect, and defend the people and the Constitution of the Republic of Swordland. You may now deliver your inauguration speech, Mr. President. It's an honor. It's an honor, Sir Rose. How do we start? Brothers and sisters, oh yeah, brothers and sisters. The crowd looked very eager. The current situation, change and hope, the idea of unity. Change and hope is a good one. The idea of unity, change and hope. We're gonna leave this, Theodore. Will there be a gooning company? If we can establish the gooning company, we will. But we are doing a nationalization. We are focusing on nationalization this term, Graham. So we're probably not going to establish a gooning company. But if we can get a gooning company, maybe working on some of our infrastructure, we'll see. I know currently Swordland is rife with like criminal organizations, so maybe we'll get one of them to build some of our railroad tracks. Change and hope. You, the people, have chosen. Together, we will bring prosperity and reform to our nation. It is time for hope. It's time for change. Our capabilities. If we stand together, we will prevail. Our capabilities. Our workers are no less productive than decades ago. Our capable minds are no less inventive. Our products and services no less requested than they were last week, last month, or last year. Promise you, we will stop the recession and eliminate poverty. The future will await us. Swordland is above all in the world. First, we must rewrite our broken constitution. But the future awaits us. Swordland is above all in the world. I promise you we will stop this recession and eliminate poverty. I don't want to make any promises. The future awaits us. Swordland is above all in the world. Our capacity as a nation has never been greater. Hundreds of thousands cheered. They were shouting my name in unison. I felt the responsibility, the power, and the burden all at the same time. I see. Raise a fist, wave, enjoy the moment. Wave, we gotta wave. I waved at the crowd, which made the people cheer louder. I took a long look at the people of Swordland to burn this moment into my memory. One of the presidential guards came by to notify me that it was time to leave. I made my way back to the leading car in the motorcade. The presidential state car was a jet black Cadilla with flags of Swordland above the front headlights. Next to it, a man was holding the door. Sergei Walkner. Hello, Mr. President. I still felt euphoric from the aftermath of my speech. Hearing my new title, it made me smile even more. If you'll allow me to introduce myself, I am Sergei, your new driver. Nice to meet you, Serge. Sergei? Sergei? We'll call him Sergei. Nice to meet you, Sergei. It's an honor. He respectfully bowed his head before opening the door and gesturing inside. I entered the car. We will be heading towards the palace. The motorcade began to move. On the way, Sergei proceeded to explain his duties as a driver. As minutes passed by, I found myself lost in thought again, barely paying attention to what he was saying. He suddenly gestured out the window. Let me get a drink. Isn't it a beauty, the Maroon Palace? He was right. Sunlight glinted off the palace's many maroon-colored domes. It was so bright that I had to look away. Every time I look at it, I'm reminded of my duty to this nation. Let's see, it's in good hands now, so do I, Sergei. It's the beating heart of a nation. We owe a great debt to all the men who led the country here. It's just a building, Sergei. It's in good hands now, Sergei. We owe a great debt to the men who led the country from here. Their service will not be forgotten. The car drove past the majestic gates, continued uphill to the entrance, and stopped in front of the doors. Sergei got out of the car and opened the door for me. Have a great day, Mr. President. A Morgana Westcor. He referred to the famous Swordish phrase from the times of Revolution. A Morgana Westcor Vectern Sista, which meant morning will come, victory is close. Vectern Sista. I made my way upstairs through the extravagant corridors of the palace. Marble and engraved wooden finishes decorated the interior. My footsteps echoed in the colossal halls. The guards bowed their heads in respect as I opened the massive doors to my new office. Here we are! We are now in charge of a nation, lads. And there's a lot to do. There's a lot to do. Good God in heaven. 7 news articles, and then I gotta get used to all of my neighbors, and I gotta check out every city, and I gotta look at every city in the country to familiarize myself with it. There's like the religions, and then there's the ethnic. Oh God, you get every kind of city. Leshaven. I'm gonna have to investigate. I don't want to do the main of Wholesword just yet. There's Dare. Dare has an airport, which is Dare's like the only. Is Dare the only city in our country with an airport? Yeah, I don't even think Wholesword has an airport. We should probably. Oh, it does. Wholesword does have an airport. Okay. Bergia. Agnaland is gonna be a pain in the butt. Stalbort. Agenland. And there's Agnolia. They lost Agenland to us. And I think they're definitely gonna want it back. We'll see. Let's take a look at the map first. There's Vogsland, Agnolia. Let's see. Lesbia, Wayland, and the Arcasian, the ATO has interest in us. The Guild of Royal Allies definitely wants to kill us. Rumburg definitely Rumburg. We were a part of Rumburg, and then I think the history of Swordland is that they did a revolution and then kicked Rumburg out, and now we're a country. I think that's the short form of it. But you know, let's start talking to maybe Agnolia, the Republic of Agnolia. Let's read the report. They're congratulating us. Prime Minister Van Horten congratulated us on the election and praised our party's stance on just and transparent elections. He signaled his wishes to continue the trade partnership between our countries as equal partners, as opposed to earlier trade deals which he believed gave Swordland unfair advantage. I think I like that. I know they side with Arcasia. I think Agnolia sides with Arcasia. I kind of would like to sit on the fence this time around. If we go like, I would like to side with Derdia. Derdia is what we want. I think these are, yeah, the nearest republic. Where can nearest republic? Let me see. Member of the INA. The International Nearest Alliance is an intergovernmental religious alliance. That's what we want. We want to be with them. But what is our major religion? Country overview. Policies, situations. We're gonna have to, yeah. Military, law, economy, welfare, order. Welfare. Nearism. Unlimited terms. Election threshold at 10% goes crazy. The special zone at Bergia. Let me, what? Hang on. Let me zoom back in on my country and then take a look at my nearest. Dastinurity is our major religion. Rushism, I think, it's gonna get a little airy, I should say. Suzerain. Yeah, Dastinurity. It's Galkandism. That's those are the bloodish. That's right. Okay. We're going to be prosecuting some people, so I hope you're in your chair, cause it's gonna get a little edgy. Alright, Vogsland is our neighbor. These guys are a communist democracy or some shit like that. I something, I don't know. Chancellor Hegel sent us his congratulations on your great victory and wished for close cooperation between our countries in the future. Hegel signaled concessions from Vlogsland in case of promising trade deal. He also congratulated the Sordish democracy for the successful elections and warned us about the threat Arcasia's growing influence possesses for Eastern Morcopa. We'll see. Lesbia is our southern neighbor, and they have like an economic edge over us, because they also, I think, immediately joined the ATO. Prime Minister Alvarez congratulated you on the results and spoke about his hopes to have a beneficial partnership deal in the future. He sent his best wishes to the Sordish people and warned us about the threats of the encroaching Melanivist influence of the United Cantana from the east, emphasizing the importance of unity in our continent, Morcopa. How about you, Mercopades nuts? And then Wayland, of course, is our angsty, edgy neighbor. President Smolak sent his congratulations on the election victory and wished for a cooperative future between Wayland and Swordland, signaling a desire to normalize the diplomatic situation between the two countries. And the ATO? The ATO advocates for global human rights amid tensions. Oh, this is in the news. We probably won't be reading the news. Human rights. Man, brother, not here. We should take a look at the bill every once in a while, or the news. Campaign bill, fair representation in the Assembly. Long-stalled campaign bill has once again taken center stage in the Grand National Assembly. The bill, first proposed during the Alfonso presidency, had been put on hold due to the '53 election, but has now been resurrected under President Anton Reign. The proposed amendments ensure a more proportional allocation of public funds, more accurately reflecting a party's influence within the legislative body. Reign spoke on change and hope. The Swordland Times is talking about us. The new president has been sworn into office. Let me see. One of these newspapers is, I think, Radical Newspapers, the socialist one. Yeah. How many times will people fall for the same trap? And Solonomics. Yeah, the Economist, and we have not unlocked Geopolitico, which I think is like the newspaper that we can establish, which is very funny. Agonland is... Yeah, we're gonna start. Low production in Agonland. The report calls attention to the alarmingly low levels of productivity growth in the region of Agonland, where there are also high rates of food insecurity, malnutrition, and rural poverty in the inner parts of the region. Have a good nap, Banana. A lack of investment into Arvory. The mayor of Arvory, Eric Neal, reports a lack of adequate infrastructure around Arvory, which seriously undermines the attractiveness of Arvory's investment climate. Foreign investors, particularly now from Agnolia, are becoming hesitant to invest in the city. Meanwhile, according to data published by the National Business Council, around 19% of the company's total expenditures in Agonland is absorbed by logistics costs, while in peer regions the figure is below 10%. Leshaven is an economic powerhouse, and I think we want to build a railroad to them. The port of Leshaven loses importance. The latest marine traffic reports show the port of Leshaven is no longer the busiest of the Morcopa continent, falling behind to the third position. While this is a negative indicator for our administration, Leshaven still has the potential to shine again as a major trading center. The port of Leshaven is the largest port of Swordland and holds enormous importance for the economy, particularly as the main distribution center linking the capital and inner parts of Swordland to the rest of the world. The major port of the city will hopefully support a possible economic upturn in the entire country if investment projects succeed. I'm not sure how I want to take the economy. I do want to lean religious, but the economy is going to be interesting. I'm going to have to take it like, look at like religious population and stuff like that. Wholesword, our capital. The capital city of Wholesword is having logistical issues. And you can look at like mayorships and stuff. I don't want to make any decisions just yet. We're going to read the logistical issues report. In the recent update from Wholesword, the mayor expressed growing concerns about the escalating traffic congestion linked to the city's burgeoning population and rapid urban expansion. A logistics report pinpointed the significant increase in traffic volume and subsequent slowing of transportation routes as the capital's most pressing issues. The mayor stressed that the lack of comprehensively designed large-scale land-based logistics hub serving as a converging point for all transporters is exacerbating the issues faced by domestic transporters. Given Wholesword's status as a sprawling metropolitan, the current situation where transports have established separate centers across 10 different districts is scattered and inefficient. Well, they're right. Alright, the General Staff gathers at Wholesword. The General Staff convened right after the election to congratulate our victory. All branches of the Swordfish Armed Forces were represented in the meeting that took place at Camp Strongarm with massive security measures. The chief of the armed forces, Vulcan Kruger, made a public press statement highlighting the increasing chances of military confrontation in eastern Mercopa, requested support to strengthen the military. Alright. Briefing on the current political situation and the current economic situation. Let's take a briefing on the current economic situation in the White Room of the Maroon Palace. My economic ministers are here. Oh, here we go. Let's balance out this economy, lads. Simon Hall, Gus Manger, and Lilius Graff were about to arrive at the White Room for our scheduled economy meeting. This was the room in the Maroon Palace where all important meetings were held. We should probably take a look at our cabinet first. Our vice president is Peter Vector. Lucien Gallade is our chief of staff. Josef Lencia is the defense minister. Simon Hall, the economic minister. Gus Manger, the agricultural and rural development minister. David Wishi is our foreign affairs and trade minister. Sierra Walda is our education minister. Pascal Bainawal, our health minister. Lelius Graff, our interior minister. And Nia Morgan as our justice minister. We have quite a mix of political ideology currently going on in our government, but usually at the end of the first term, somebody leaves. Somebody in our cabinet does not like the way we go. We'll see how it takes off. Not sure. What's up, Graham? 2 assistants arrived carrying a heavy projector. They stood by the door, waiting for the ministers to enter. From the hallway, I heard Lilius Graff's voice. She was using the patient, almost motherly tone she often took in heated arguments. Gus, do you really think that such an economically advanced area is more in need of investment than Agonland? Lilius, my interior minister, strode in. She was clad in shades of brown and beige, the only spot of color a bright yellow Dasneris cross on her necklace. Gus followed close behind. Do you mind me slowing down on questions? Not a problem, Graham. Take your time. It's all good. I'm mostly reading the game, so it's... Don't be an idiot, Lilius. What about the unemployment crisis the greater Holsword and Gelsland regions are going through? These areas are our economic heartland. Gelsland. Is our... Where is Gelsland? Oh, I see. Gelsword and such. Gus curled his hand into a fist. The Minister of Agriculture and Rural Development's temper hadn't changed since his days in the Alfonso administration, but neither had his reputation for getting things done. His far-reaching network of connections was unlike any other. Just cleaning? Oh, I could do some cleaning right now. That would be awful. Simon Hall quickly stepped between the 2 ministers without looking at either of them. He cleared his throat. Good morning, Mr. President. Good morning, everyone. How are you? I'm very well and motivated, Mr. Rain. It seems our ministers are feeling the same. Great to hear. Let's begin. Let's get down to business. Of course, Mr. President. Simon pulled a silk handkerchief out of his pocket and briefly wiped his glasses. My staff and I have comprehensively analyzed every aspect of... He was interrupted by a groan from one of the assistants by the door, both of whom were now visibly struggling to hold up the heavy projector. Hello, Nariko. Welcome back. What's poppin'? Not too much. Just trying to balance this economy out. Oh, you can put that there. He pointed below the painting of President Saul. The assistants placed the projector next to the table and installed a white screen on the wall. Leave now. I mean, thank you, and please leave now. Today, it is globalism. Tomorrow, who knows? Today, globalism. Tomorrow, a theocracy. The assistants left the cabinet room. I was reminded that Simon had never quite had a way with people, but his faculty with numbers had made him the most sought-after economic specialist in Swordland. Simon started looking for his slides. He always carried documentation around with him. I'll wait. Lilius leaned to the table and spoke. Simon, what happened to the new police station construction in Estord? While going through his briefcase, he paused for a moment to answer. It got stalled due to a government property boundary issue. I have been meaning to look into it. I can take a look at that one. Estord needs all the security it can get. Estord is... in the Nargis region. Oh, I see. During my conversation. Didn't I plan to do Alien Isolation today? Oh, did I? Oh shit, did I fuck it up? No, Alien Isolation is on Thursday. Today is Tuesday. Today is Tuesday. Sure, more time for me to spend on analyses. His eyes glittered when he finally found the slides he was looking for. There have been some developments about the Suzerain losing further value today. We have been trying to stabilize it with the central bank. The recession of 51 put enormous pressure on the economy, resulting in the collapse of the value of our currency. The entire situation was a significant cause of concern for our administration. What would you like to know about the current economic situation? Well, it could be the status of the recession overall. The economy has been in a recession of about -6% in the past year. The average GDP has dropped from SR 15,000 per capita to SR 10,000 from 1951 to now. Wow, that's a pretty deep drop. This administration's success depends on our ability to stop the recession. The sooner we can reach GDP growth, the better. What is our GDP and debt situation? Our current GDP is 310 billion Suzerain, and the national debt is 427 billion. It's still hard to fathom that we lost nearly 150 billion in wealth. The past 3 years were tough. How about our unemployment and inflation? Nice. Wait, didn't you? Yeah. Unemployment has skyrocketed and is now at a staggering 16%, and the inflation is at a relative high of 10%. Dang. Unemployment's at what? A staggering 16% unemployment's tough. Over 1 in 10 people are almost 2 in 10 people are unemployed. Unemployment is increasing, crime and drug use. We need to get people off the streets. The inflation isn't helping our average citizen either. I have all the information needed. Let's move on to our economic strategy. Simon scattered the paper stacks in front of him in an orderly manner and took a final look at his notes before clearing his throat. As you can see, the situation is alarming, but not everything is negative. The extensive privatization program of Alfonso and key foreign direct investments left us a large budget surplus, which we can use to stabilize the crisis. The primary subject we need to settle on is what general path we will take in our term. Solonomics-based nationalization happened in the 30s, and Alfonso privatization began during the end of the 40s. What will our administration focus on? Let me read that again. Hang on. Key foreign direct investments left us a large budget surplus. Okay. One of our main promises was to promote a planned economy to stop the recession. To be frank, I still don't think this was a good idea. We shouldn't go back to Solonomics. It's the reason for the recession. Self-sufficiency will help us at tough times. How unemployed do you rate your YouTube? Oh god, a lot of you guys are unemployed, but probably still in school. Unemployment in my channel, it's probably maybe higher than 20%, I would say. Simone ignored the statement. Economic systems without regulation are bound to fail. What are the consequences of the free market? The more the economy we control, the better we can manage the recession. What are the downsides of a planned economy? The more the economy we control, the better we can manage the recession. That is a fair argument to be made, but if we reduce the freedom of people in the marketplace in general, it would hinder our innovation and dynamism in the supply and demand equation. Say what you will about Alfonso, without his attempts, our current coffers would be empty and the recession would be a depression. One way to be remembered positively is to cause a recession and leave a few bills behind. That's true. The structural problems of Solonomics were going to lead to a recession according to the predictions at the time anyway. Either way, even if we pick one of the doctrines, we retain the option to make economic choices on a case-by-case basis. That is, however, not recommended in my point of view. The last thing we need is a chaotic economic plan. Finally, something we can both agree on, Lilius. There is another important factor which has direct impact on our economy: the superpowers. We have done well not aligning ourselves with any one of them. Economically speaking, an isolationist policy overall could only work if we were to reap the benefits of both spheres and their rivalry. This is a very dangerous to attempt, but still possible. We must be very cautious. There are schemes being devised about Swordland. We cannot give in to their wants now or in the future, otherwise our country will turn into a pawn. I still haven't decided if they wish to come with a deal. Time to show. I still haven't decided if they wish to come with a deal. A deal that they would surely come out with more profit while our people suffered. We don't know that. We should wait and see. With the deals, we could get by aligning ourselves with a strong country like Arcasia. Recession would surely end in no time. Lily's had a sip of water from her glass. When the time comes, I hope you will make the right decision for our own good. We should attract more foreign direct investment, Mr. President. We saved the country from a full depression in 52 and 53 by signing lucrative trade deals with nations such as Resia, Lesbia, and Kinal. Those were oil deals, right? Simon cleared his throat again. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. Minister Wishi will be in charge of informing you on those types of foreign policy decisions. We must first decide on our internal economic plan. Simon put forward a legal document outlining the possibilities with both economic doctrines listed. The cabinet members looked at me. We have to thank Saul for his planned economy and the boom. It clearly shows the success of the system. Let's finish what Alfonso started with the capitalistic free market reforms. His path was going to enrich Swordland. Would a planned economy bring us stronger allies? What's on our long-term economic schedule? Picking a construction company, trade relations, tax reform, and welfare privatization or nationalization initiatives would be some of them. We must choose wisely and remember that the free market economy in all forms is the future of the world. I wouldn't be so sure. Would a planned economy bring us stronger allies? Diplomatically, it would make United Contania look at our country in a more positive light. They are proponents of the planned economy. Whatever that's worth, the influence Arcasia has on the world economy is extensive. Our economic strategy should be based on internal reasoning, though. That's true. We should thank Saul for his planned economy for the boom. Clearly shows the success of the system. Precisely, the reason why we should stick to the old system. State planning and regulation both showed great success in the 30s. Only for a limited time, until even Saul himself discovered the limits of the system. The slowdown began during his rule, remember? Do I feel like I like this game? It's pretty good. I enjoy it quite a bit. Let's move on to the conclusion. What are your final thoughts, Mr. President? Critical institutions must remain in state control. We must be fully responsible in delivering services. We should look at opportunities like privatization to create financial resources. The market economy doesn't require as much guidance and could help us attract foreign capital. It is hard to fully agree or disagree with any of these options. You already know what we're going to do. Critical institutions must remain in state control. We must be fully responsible in delivering services. Even for ideological. A market economy doesn't mean privatization of every single institution, but either way, you make the choice. So, what will our general economic plan promote? A planned economy, as we promised to the damn voters. Why would we fucking break that? Just lie about all of our promises would be hilarious, though. Not sure if we made the right decision here. Gus looked worried. Now that there is clarity on what direction we are heading, I will work on a good plan accordingly. This concludes our meeting. At our next gathering, we will talk about the upcoming infrastructure investment plan. Now that the economic direction was decided upon, the ministers dispersed for lunch at the Maroon Palace. There's a lot more to learn about. Damn, we've only done one thing. Economic stability has increased. In the graph below, you can track the economics. Look at this chart! Look at this chart! Y-axis, stability. High, low. X-axis, change over time. Low, current. Awful, 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 awful. Tourism, a beacon of hope for Swordland. Well, I'm not so sure about tourism. It's a slightly good cash injection, but... fueling Swordlands tomorrow. And that's an advertisement from the Alfonso... whatever it is. Armadine Industry is pioneering electronics. Ooh, we could lean into some electronics. Freezing temperature record in Bergia. Ooh, -29 in the city of Suzerain. Dang. Oh my god, that's in Bergia. Sheesh. And the radical. Alfonso ditches Lothburg, a sign of discord. Edward Alfonso severs ties with the Lothburg group. Nationalist violence. A man in his 20s has been beaten by baseball bats in a paramilitary-style attack in Arbory. And so he was. Alright, let's take a look at global affairs first. I think somebody just joined the continent. Security Pact, the CSP. The CSP and Federation of Ankara signed historical NAP. A significant step forward in international diplomacy, the CSP, an intergovernmental military and economic alliance of 9 countries led by United Contania, has signed a 5-year non-aggression pact with the Federation of Anrakan Isles. This landmark agreement underlines the CSP's commitment to broadening its influence beyond its home continent of Contania, while maintaining peaceful relations across the globe. The pact demonstrates the CSP's ongoing efforts to peacefully extend its influence across the Anrakan archipelago, marking an important turn in the complex geopolitical landscape. As the CSP strengthens its global position to counteract the capitalist influence of the ATO, this agreement signals a commitment to strategic, peaceful expansion that represents the sovereignty of nations that lie in the ocean between the UC and Arcasia. Do I happen to have white spots in my hair? What do you mean by whites? Are you talking about dandruff? I used to have a lot of dandruff when I was younger. I'm not sure if I still have dandruff. I'd have to look. The Republic of Kinal. Join the Contania. The Kingdom of Rizia congratulates us. King Ramus Taurus of Rizia has formally extended warm congratulations to President Anton Rain following his electoral success. In an official address, he praised Swordland's so-called democratic ethos and expressed a keen interest in fortifying bilateral ties under the Rain administration. The king anticipates a future of close cooperation and mutual respect between the two nations regardless of governmental differences. We are promoting a planned economy. Let's take a look at our nation. We've got some stuff to take a look at. Alright. Let's see, in Boren, there's been wine demand. There has been a significant surge in demand for local wines. This sudden increase has led to a busy season for vineyards and wineries across the region. The cause of this rise in demand comes from the international interest, and it is certainly driving economic activity in the city. Wineries are ramping up production to meet increased demand. A continued trend could further stimulate the region's economy. Indeed. Morna. The number of people filing for unemployment in Morna continues to rise as the recession continues. The change in economic conditions is historic and stunning in its speed, said the mayor of Morna. In the aftermath of the crisis of 51, the unemployment rate in Morna rose to 9% in the following year. The last 6 months have almost erased all gains in unemployment over the last 2 decades. You think you're done cleaning, Ankle? Nothing. We're just setting up our administration's policy for this for the term, and I'm taking a look at the reports on the economy. The infrastructure report in Linkerg. The recent collapse of the tourism industry in Linkerg has led to a reduction in trade traffic and road maintenance. The road network is currently in service, but is in need of substantial improvement. Ports, country roads, and bridges similarly suffering from lack of investment. Firms doing business in Linkerg report a significant shortage of warehousing facilities, particularly refrigerated facilities, with implications both for the transportation system and the ability to serve the population's basic food and health needs. Leshaven has sea rig maintenance. The Gassalm sea rig off the coast of Leshaven has paused all oil extraction operations for essential maintenance. The rig has been a significant contributor to Leshaven's oil output, and its temporary shutdown could impact the city's production levels. The maintenance timeline remains uncertain. The local government is monitoring the situation and making arrangements to ensure minimal disruption in the city's oil supply. Until then, normal operations remain suspended. How about Gelsord? Gelsord tends to be a hotbed. Last run for me, Gelsord was a hotbed. The recession led to a reduction in rail assets, with more than a fifth of the railway network, itself antiquated, being mothballed in the recent years. While the main lines of the rail network are currently in service, increasing demand in the goods from Gelsord to the capital is pushing the network to its limits. The rail signaling system in the region dates from the middle of last century and is also in need of improvement. And Sarna. Agricultural growth. Oh, in the foreign region. For the first time in 3 years, the agricultural output of Sarna has increased. Many experts link the increased output to both a drop in temperatures and new farming practices that have been adopted in recent years. Additionally, farmers are now accessing more generous credit allowances from the government that were left over from the Alfonso administration. The Ministry of Agriculture reports that the region's agricultural industry has the potential to become a powerhouse in the future, if investment persists. You kill me already? Sorry, Ankle. Thank you, Zendo, for the funny dinosaur. A briefing on the current political situation. Now we're cooking. Fuck the economy. Give me this. Peter Vectorn arrived a couple of minutes early and sat across from me. He was struggling to hold back his smile. We did it, Anton. We won. Finally. All those years with our noses to the grindstone paid off. Peter's eyes sparkled. The strain of the past months had put a damper on his usual rakish charm. But today, he was looking and acting more like his old self. He loosened his tie and undid the top 2 buttons of his shirt. Enjoying the new secretary I picked out for you? Thought you'd appreciate her gorgeous set of talents. It's a shame the rest of your staff aren't as easy on the eyes. Gross. He gestured to the slight paunch that protruded over his waistband. But hey, back in university, did you ever imagine we would be sitting here in the Maroon Palace? We have to celebrate this great victory. Unemployment apocalypse? We'll see. We'll see. I'd like to get people in the factories. I'd like to be pushing my peasants into the factories. Let's celebrate, Anton, then. I got my hands on something special for us, an Elroy Maroon 30-year-old. We'll celebrate at the inaugural ball. Just hang in there until the evening. Yeah, let's celebrate, man. An Elroy Maroon 30. I opened the expensive bottle of whiskey and poured it into 2 glasses I prepared. The exquisite smell filled the room immediately. The 24. That was my freshman year. Also the year after the revolution. Very difficult times, to be honest, but this smells like heaven. The future awaits, Peter. A toast. I raised my glass and toasted with Peter before smelling the whiskey and taking a sip. The sweet vanilla tone combined with an oaky taste developed into a lingering smokiness. Peter really seemed to be enjoying himself. Fucking drunk. I hate Peter so much. What a taste! This is how we should start all meetings, Anton. We shouldn't get much done. Remember the last administration? We wouldn't get much done. Remember the last administration? Yeah, but we're different. All they did was enjoy the privilege. We can't make the same mistakes again. I hope it won't be the case for my cat. We learned from it all. Yes, we did. The door swung open, and Lucien Galade, my chief strategist, walked in. He was a compact man with sharp bird-like features. After briefly surveying the room from wall to wall, he sat down, poured a glass of water, and opened his briefcase in a series of quick, graceful movements. Gentlemen, the tall case clock in the room struck 3 o'clock. Damn, you are exactly on time. Hello, Peter. Lucien then turned towards me. He very slightly bowed his head. Very welcome, Mr. Hat. Thank you. Sounds awkward. Yeah. Glad to see you, Lucien. It is a privilege to be here, sir. Lucien spoke in a soft, clipped tones that immediately drew your attention towards what he had to say. Peter and I waited for him to proceed. Let's start by evaluating our current situation. The majority of the Sortish people demand change. They are more concerned about the economy than the Constitution, but they blame the system for their problems. People are losing their trust in our democracy. Why do you think the radicals like Bernard Circus are becoming more popular? Bernard Circus is, I believe, a communist. Everyone's expecting us to bring the change last government, and not. Franz Richter, leader of the Reformists, believes that true change can only be accomplished by transferring some of our powers to the Assembly. I will move into the details of their demands shortly. I agree with the Reformists. Our responsibility is to democratize our broken system. We need to listen to the people if we want to serve this country. If we lose power, we won't be able to execute the changes we need to make for a good country. It may create issues for us, yes. However, with the Reformists gaining more popularity, we may not be in a position to stand against them. Mr. Richter managed to persuade many members of the Assembly to give their support for drafting a new constitution. Reformist politicians are quickly increasing in number. While the reformist wing inside our party is still a minority, they could have a tripartisan majority in the Assembly, especially if they unite under Franz Richter. The USP reformists aren't wrong to agree that we need change, but we should be in charge. Mr. Richter could be a potential ally in our goal to maintain a majority in the Assembly. Our party must fall in line with our position. We can't have a strong divide. True, if our party fractures, it's the opposition that will benefit. The reformist demands are clear. They want to limit the president's veto powers, ensure that the Supreme Court is independent, and take away the court's right to vote on constitutional amendments. We need a proper balance of power in the country. We must listen to their demands, otherwise we are no different from the previous administration. I won't allow them to influence me. We will shape our own future. I agree, sir. The old guard will do its best to preserve the Constitution. Chief Justice Hawker and his allied judges have a great influence over the Supreme Court, which will be tough to break. The court also has the final say over our constitutional legislation without their approval. We cannot even change it. Comprehensive bill to balance the power structure more fairly. We must break the power of the Supreme Court one way or the other. I'd rather not go against them. The risks are too high. I didn't run on constitutional reform, did I? I hope not. They're gonna kick my ass. We need to work with the Supreme Court one way or the other. True, but we can't let the old guard manipulate us and then backstab us like they did with Alfonso. We cannot allow obstructionists to exist. We can figure it out. Our party still holds 130 out of 250 seats in the Assembly. We've got the power. However, to reform the Constitution, we must receive 2/3 majority in the Grand National Assembly, which is 166 votes, and a simple majority in the Supreme Court that equates to 6 votes. After we have settled in on how to proceed, we will need to talk with our party figures. Our first goal must be to get the 150 signatures needed to start the process. Following the green light from the USP, we will reach out to the other party leaders to see if they would back our draft. The last step is to convince the justices of the court. The entire process will take a long time, but we must start working with the Reform Committee to evaluate all possibilities for a new constitution as soon as possible. We will write a more democratic constitution with the reformists. The new constitution should give the president wide-ranging powers to lead Swordland into the future. We should work with the old guard to protect our existing extensive powers. How? You know the public wants to enact extensive reforms. How do we know if the old guard would support you? Lucian raised an eyebrow. If we go against the demands of the people, the reformers will be furious. It could backfire. That's fine. We can handle it just like the previous governments did. It could be a dangerous path to follow. Peter shook his head. Why would you want to work with the old guard? I need to maintain my power. Only a strong administration can make Swordland great. That is true, but if we don't evolve, we might become part of the problem. You're talking about going against the reformists and public opinion all at once. Mr. Vice President has a point. You might be right. I don't think you should take the risk, Mr. President. What do you guys suggest we do? According to the initial draft we made with the reformers, there are 2 changes to the Constitution that are not open for discussion. Lucian opened his dossier. First, the Supreme Court will no longer vote on constitutional amendments. Second, the president's absolute veto will be taken away. This can be replaced with a limited veto system by fixing the current loopholes. Okay, wait, so let's work with the reformists. Yes, sir. Lucian nodded. We will form a reform committee together with all the parties and start reaching out to all the stakeholders in the Assembly and the Court for a new constitution. What are we advocating for? President's absolute veto will be taken away. We're going to do a limited veto system. No longer vote on constitutional amendments. By later in the year, we should have an idea of the reform contents and what the other parties want. Lucian took notes. Another important point, we must be aware of the Lothberg group. The oligarchs convened under the organization to influence economic policies. Konrad Karenti led it for a long time before falling ill. The new leader is Walter Tusk. According to the reports, some members of the National Business Council are in their pockets. Tusk and the group will surely try to bribe us in exchange for special economic protections. Did I make my model slightly bigger? I may have. It wasn't intentional. Let me see. I was like messing around with it earlier. There. Oh, now I'm tiny. There we go. Now you can see like the bottom of the chat. I won't be bought. It won't happen. I will enter a dialogue with him eventually. We need to be diplomatic. Wise approach. It's good to understand and see if we can reach a middle ground. As far as I know, Conrad's son Marcel has strong ties to this group. His influence could definitely be an asset for us, but I'm sure he'll want something in return. Group's influence is an important force, one that we should use our administration. That group is dependent on our economic policies. They can't move a finger without us. Conrad's son Marcel has strong ties to that group. Tusk is heading the group. We should make sure he's on our side. He'd be a useful ally as well. Tusk has an incredible network and owns a good amount of Bergia steel. We need to tread carefully on all sides with all power players to survive our turn. I need to underline the seriousness of the situation. The military and general staff are a powerful element too in the state, and as the history tells us, a dangerous one too. We do have some room to make structural changes by reducing their budget, for example, but it is quite limited. With the Rumberg threat on the horizon, we can't reduce our defense and anger our general staff. I would like advice from the military before making a decision. It is sound to listen to them, but they have very biased and narrow opinion. Nationalism clouds their minds. General Kruger is a specter of the past. Defense Minister Josef Lancea is more loyal to us compared to Kruger. A fact that obviously can change with our actions. Either way, I see a potential rift between the two since they have clearly different minds. If we act strongly against the military, both of those guys will unite against us. I agree with Lucian. We need to tread carefully here. Lucian looked at his watch. Well then, gentlemen, precisely 30 minutes. This concludes our political briefing for today. Our next meeting will be about our media strategy. Talk to you soon. I will keep in touch. See you both at the next meeting. Lucian and Peter bid their farewells and left. A mysterious amount of smoke was rising far away on the horizon. Oh, God. How would I rate my throat today? I could probably use a little bit of relaxing. I have been talking a lot. I finished a lot of videos though, so I've been able to relax and like edit those quietly. Like in my silence, you know, so it's been good to take a break. Committee for Reforms. Fire strike Whole Sword State University Archive. That's what the fire is. The State University Archive went up in smoke. Let's take a... Alfonso abandons Lothburg's exclusive conclave. Swordish National League starts its season. Excellent. Time for a little bit of football. Support in the Assembly grows for a campaign finance bill. Unearth the Izam incident. Rizia firmly refutes Pale's retort in Aria's gas field dispute. Right. When you start in the Rizia campaign, you immediately have a gas field dispute with Pales. It's such a pain in the ass. Rumberg coming south. So I've been told. Let's take a look at our policies. We are going to talk to our reform committee to have a little bit of constitutional reform. We'll see how that goes. I don't think I've ever passed a constitution reform before. I usually get outvoted, usually by like a slim margin, but it does happen. Ooh, a gas field discovery in Narbel. These discoveries could enhance the city's energy supply and play a significant role in the broader energy landscape of Swordland. Preliminary analysis of the yield and quality of these fields is currently underway. The corporation will soon release a comprehensive report outlining extraction feasibility. The economic implication of these findings, particularly regarding potential growth and job creation in the region, are noteworthy. Oh, Dayer. Increasing homelessness in Dayer. The region of Bergia is among the worst-hit regions in Swordland, where homelessness has skyrocketed since the economic recession. The number of homeless in the city of Dayer is more likely to have increased by 25% in the last year. The rise was particularly stark among Bloodish people, where homelessness increased by 72% in just 6 years. It is reported that homelessness among ethnic minorities has reached the highest level in more than a decade. The Bloodish minority of the region now account for up to 47% of all homeless people there. A little bit of racism goes a long way. Lyrian. The Nature Preservation Foundation in Lyrian has organized a march promoting ecological practices and nature preservation. The event witnessed significant participation, demonstrating the local community's commitment to environmental issues. This peaceful demonstration has successfully raised awareness about Lyrian's unique biodiversity and environmental challenges. Local authorities have noted the event and the message conveyed by the foundation. We're gonna be super sexist this run, by the way. I feel like I have to warn you guys. It's gonna be gross, but that's what happens when you're a religious nutjob. GNA prepares Tourism Act. The Grand National Assembly in Wholesword is readying the Swordland Tourism and Cultural Preservation Act. This act aims to enhance the cultural and tourism appeal of several cities, including Boren, Ribéry, Leshaven, Anrica, and Benfey, in a collective push to make Swordland a global tourist destination. We'll see about that. A police report on the HSU fire. A fire broke out in the Academic Administration Building of the Wholesword State University. The initial report from the Chief of Police in Wholesword indicates a near to complete destruction of employee records from the late 19th century, until now along the original copies of internationally recognized academic research destroyed. The extent of the damage is worse than expected. That's pretty bad. Public opinion report in Wholesword. People's views on the need for democratic reform in the government structure has changed over the last decade. Reformist propaganda from the leader of the People's Freedom and Justice Party, Franz Richter, have resulted in the massive increase in demands for democratic reforms. It's estimated that currently 55% of the population support the reformists' ideas. Oh, based. I'm based. Yeah, warning. Warning, we are based. Wholesword is second in GDP of my cities. Is Leshaven at 1? Leshaven is at 1. We'll see. We'll see. I'd like to find out where my religious center is. Eventually we find out where it is, and I don't remember, but... Alright, we're talking about our media strategy. I'm gonna be right back. I gotta take a pee. I've been drinking so much water. I'll see you in just a second. Okie doke. Oh, let's take a look at our media plan. We're gonna keep it simple, keep it safe, I think. Lucian and Peter arrived at my office to talk about oh, shoot. Hang on, my bad. Let me get the screen up. Oh, he's never streamed before in his life. Alright, here we go. Lucian and Peter arrived at my office to talk about recent developments and our media strategy. They both took their seats across from me. Lucian put on his reading glasses and quickly went over some documents. Peter turned to Lucian and nodded. Greetings, gentlemen. I have just received further information from the interior about the sudden fire that broke out at the Whole Sword State University archives nearby. Tell me more. The initial report from the Whole Sword Police Chief indicate a potential arson case. In accordance with protocol, the Swordfish Intelligence Directorate has been called. Is the SID really necessary for this? Why would anyone hit the archives of a university in the first place? I see no logical motive. It seems like the chief suspects foreign sabotage. They informed us that a large section of the archive has been destroyed. It includes tens of thousands of globally recognized research documents in original by the great thinkers of our people. It's a shame so much knowledge was lost. Luckily, most originals have copies in the other universities and some international libraries. The first edition of my favorite book, The Geopolitics of Swordland by Herman Equa, have been destroyed as well. Maybe it was just a freak accident. We do have the copies of the most important works, so no single fire can eradicate our knowledge. I see no point in destroying employee records either. I think it was Lucian, personally. I think Lucian destroyed it. Somebody is sus among us. More importantly, Lucian mentioned the Marcel Caranti contacted him. The Carantis have always been known as one of the richest and most influential families in Swordland. Marcel Caranti was no exception. He was the oldest son of Conrad Caranti, the industrialist and media mogul who founded Haas, the richest man in the entirety of Swordland. Lucian turned to me. He was offered to meet with you, Mr. President. What does he want? After the passing of his father, may he rest in peace, Marcel aims to become the next CEO of the Haas conglomerate. He mentioned a productive collaboration. They are a powerful and influential media conglomerate, to start with. They own the Swordland Today paper, the Swordish Broadcasting Corporation, which means it would be wise to have them by our side. Sorry for interrupting. Sounds like there is potential there. There's definitely potential, a potential that could go both ways. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. First, we need to determine our general approach to media. I'm no media expert, but Lucian made some very interesting arguments at the preparation meeting yesterday. There are two ways to approach the media. One of them is by influencing it, which has clear advantages. The other one is keeping it independent. The media is a tool to be used. As far as I'm concerned, I agree. Media plays a huge role in adapting public opinion towards our views and policies, while helping us avoid damage from scandals or mistakes. While I do acknowledge that this will sound a bit harsh, I certainly believe that our perspective, knowledge, and experience allows us to have superior judgment compared to the average Swordfish citizen. I see what you're getting at. I share your opinion, Lucian. I concur. Even if we don't use it, we should be able to have control over it. You both are aware of my certain expertise with public opinion swaying. I will make sure the media is on our side. 2 knocks were heard at the door. Who is it? It's Livia, Mr. President. Livia Suno, my new secretary, entered the office. Her dark curls bounced as she crossed the room to my desk. She spoke with a slight lift in her voice. Excuse me, Mr. President. Mr. Galade's secretary has been calling me and wanted me to relay a message. Marcel Caranti, the new CEO for Haas Conglomerate, is on the line for Mr. Galade. Well, the ball is on our court now. Would you like to talk to him, sir, or would you like me to? I guess I'll talk to him. Connect the line to my office. Right away, sir. Connecting the call to line 1. Livia left the room and the phone started to ring. I picked it up. The President speaking. It's an honor, Mr. President. I know your time is valuable, so I will not waste any of it. I was just elected CEO of Haas. My strategy in running of this conglomerate will be different than my father's approach. This is why I'm offering a partnership deal regarding our media branch. I would like to formally invite you to my resort near Conriat for a meeting to discuss the details. What does this entail?
Our future as partners, Mr. President. Surely we can't talk about the details on the phone. I just wish to have a face-to-face conversation with you. I will send you the details through my secretary if you are interested. I would be interested in meeting Mr. Garanti. You will not be disappointed, I promise. Well then, I'll let you return to your packed schedule. See you later, Mr. President. Oh, ooh, a little corruption. Goodbye. I hung up the phone. I'll set things up right away. Expect a worthwhile meeting next month. It's settled then. Looking forward to next month. I wonder if he has a pool. Lucien looked at his watch. It appears we're done for today. We will continue where we left off later. Thank you for your time. Good work, Marcel. Keep it up. Lucien and Peter nodded before gathering their documents and leaving my office. We were already getting the attention of key figures and potentially dangerous ones. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, it's gonna be we're gonna be sunken for a little while here. Oh boy, I'm so scared. I just wanna go meet with the with Friar Tuck first. The Swordland Times, Conrath Caranti passed away, and a suspicious fire has ravaged the HSU. Gasm Hire freezes amid economic strains. Glamorous inaugural ball. Swordland's regional trade. Let's see our diplomacy and our situation with the fluctuating energy prices. That's no good. Fluctuating energy prices is kind of tough. I'm just trying to save my country, lads. Oh, the Republic of Kirut. The Republic of Kirut congratulated President Anton Rain on his recent election victory in Swordland. Chancellor Inos Adriumir of Kirut extolled Swordland's democratic process and the peaceful transition of power, emphasizing shared values. Kirut's expressed positive outlook to continued diplomatic collaboration and mutual growth with Swordland. Constantium. It's like Greek Iceland. It's like they put Greece and Iceland together to make Kirut. It's awful. The worst country in the world. Just a nightmare. Tourism potential in Ribery. Ribery, with its rich historical sites, unique culture, and natural beauty, has untapped tourism potential. However, the city lacks the necessary infrastructure and promotional activities to become a fully fledged tourist destination. Local officials are actively seeking further support to develop Ribery's tourism sector. Any strategic plan for Ribery's development will require a focus on infrastructure and the promotion of its attractions. Boosting tourism could significantly enhance the city's economy and create numerous job opportunities. What if we sank it into the ocean instead? How about that? What if we just blew up the city? Okie doke. And Valgan, of course, I think has a dam. Yeah, Valgan Dam. A critical energy resource for Swordland has been experiencing a reduction in its energy output due to its age. The dam's aging infrastructure is proving less efficient, affecting its ability to maintain previous levels of energy generation. This decrease could impact the region's energy supply if not addressed properly. Plans for refurbishment or modernization of the dam could be proposed in the future, if necessary. The problem with the Velgan Dam is that the river runs through Lesbia, and that's kind of a nightmare. Because that's probably where all the water flow is coming. Yeah. Well, we have a little bit of water flow from Frisian, but it looks like the main bulk of the river is coming from our neighbor, which sucks ass. It looks like most of our rivers are coming from our neighbors. What a pain. Investment, mega infrastructure investment program. That's gonna be an interesting one. And the campaign finance bill. Let's read some of the party committee reports first. The Reform Committee reports that any potential change to the Constitution in the direction of the reformists will likely result in a strong opposition from the National Front Party. The NFP is a nationalist ultra-conservative political party. The members of the Assembly in support of such a direction seem to be in great numbers and possibly make up the majority in the Grand National Assembly, while most members of the United Swordland Party seem reluctant about supporting such changes. Yeah. The SID joins the HSU fire investigation. Further investigation by the police department reveal a potential arson case with no identified suspects yet. The police chief of Hallsword has voiced concern about suspected sabotage by foreign nation, inviting the Swordish Intelligence Directorate in the investigation to expand the investigation. What? Yeah. The area is cordoned off from the public to discover further evidence. Alright, let's take a look at the campaign finance bill. This is the tough nut to crack. Oh, the Electoral Campaign Finance Bill. Section 1 of this bill stipulates a significant change in the methodology of public funds allocation to political parties. The new measure replaces the previous system based on the number of votes won in the general election, with a system reliant on the proportion of seats secured by a political party in the assembly. Section 2 sets the annual financial allocation to political parties at 50,000 ren per each member of the assembly. This shift ensures the financial support from public funds aligns more closely with a party's representative influence within this legislative body. Section 3, a consequential effect of these amendments will effectively lead to a substantial increase in the election budget for the USP, and a minor augmentation for other parties of the Assembly. This restructuring of funding fosters a more proportional representation of party presence within the Assembly. Section 4 highlights an important consequence of this relocation. Parties that do not meet the 10% election threshold will see their public funding effectively curtailed. This measure ensures that the public resources are concentrated towards the parties with significant representation in the Assembly. We will sign this off. Thank you. We want to empower the USP for now. Unfair election funding, and so it is. Electoral funding reform, and unfair election funding. Yeah, the funding for the USP and Party in Power has doubled. Where is my... Can I see my cabinetry? Here's the factions. Yes, here's my legislative body. 5 old guards, 3 centrists, 3 reformists is crazy. Here's my legislature. The USP has 130 seats. You'll love to see. The NFP has 40 seats, which goes crazy. Casaro Kebener is it's just Hitler. Clavin, Circus, Holstron for the NFP, and Suil as the deputy of the PFJP. Okay. Yeah, there's my legislative body. Walter Tusk is the head of the oligarchs. Franz Richter is the head of the reformists, and Hawker is the head of the old guard. The electoral funding reform. Nobody has had. The USP hijacks the elections. You better believe we did. You better believe we did. Leshaven. Oh, an investment into a megastructure project. I would like to invest into rail, but we'll see. I would like to invest into a megastructure project. The Ministry of Economy has put forward 2 bold plans for the mega infrastructure projects that would help with the economic recession in the long term. Investing in projects of this scale would take up a portion of our budget, but prove worthwhile, and I'd like to, yes. That's going to take up a little bit of the budget, but I assure you it's a good project. Discussion of the potential infrastructure projects at the Blue Mansion in Leshaven. Ooh. A view towards the Markarian Sea from Leshaven was nothing short of exquisite. The seaside state residence fittingly named the Blue Mansion was large, fine, and accommodating. But enjoying the luxurious mansion wasn't the main reason of our visit. We gathered the economic team here to discuss the new infrastructure investment project. Half an hour had already passed since the start of the meeting. Unfortunately, I did not even have a chance to start my usual afternoon coffee. Looking at the view from the windows, I let my mind drift for a couple of seconds. Simon's voice brought me back to the ongoing discussion. Mr. President, we need to focus on boosting the economy as quickly as possible. One of the fastest ways to achieve this is through infrastructure projects. What can we focus on? Agreed. On the one hand, businessmen are complaining about the slow logistical rail networks between Holsord and Leshaven. Lily started talking as soon as Simon took a breath. On the other hand, citizens criticizing the lack of proper highway connection between Leshaven and Arvery. The narrow roads by the seaside are not dangerous, but also difficult to traverse. Welcome back, Ankle Biter. We need to heed the calls of the businessmen in these days of recession. We need to pick the most profitable option for economic growth. Citizens and their demands matter the most. What is the most profitable option for economic growth? Which is obviously connecting our 2 most economically powerful cities. It is not business people who are suffering now, but ordinary folk. What really matters is that your first economic act accomplishes something tangible. We must prove our capabilities. The people must know that this administration can get things done. We must improve the economy and the nation to bring it out of a recession. To that point, I defined 2 important projects for your attention, the H3 Highway Project and the L1 High-Speed Rail Project. Mr. Hall repositioned himself on his chair. The ministry can only support 1 project at a time with our current capacity and budget. Let's move on to the details of each. So which one do I want to hear about? Tell me about the highway. The H3 project aims to improve the abysmal state of the road network in the Agonland region bordering Agnolia. The area is home to several million Agno-Sordish and Sordish citizens who currently feel neglected. There are no proper highway connections to and from Agonland, and the mayor of Arvery, Eric Neal, has been asking for a bigger budget to develop the regional infrastructure. He told us that even trucks are having a hard time traveling through the main road. The increased traffic is causing trouble for people commuting in and out of the region. This could hurt local businesses. It is, bless their souls. I'm happy we're thinking alike on the matter. Let's take a more detailed look at the upgrade proposal. Let's take a look at the map, pointing towards Leshaven. The H3 highway route starts here in Leshaven, and from there it leads to Lankberg, and from there it goes all the way to Arvery. As a result, the road network towards the Agnolian capital, Stoutport, will also improve substantially. She paused and leaned forward in her chair. As mayor, I saw the central government continuously neglect our country's Agno-Sordish-dominated regions. Is this administration going to continue that same negligence? Our Agno-Sordish citizens should be respected as swords like all of us. We should no longer neglect the key region of our trade network. How would I rate my day so far? Pretty good. I'm enjoying the stream. I love Suzerain the game so much. And afterwards, I'm going to be making some chicken parm. So today, my day, you know, a couple of days off, they're pretty good so far. Been having a good time. Still very exhausted from work, though. Sure, but most goods flow to Leshaven and Holsword, which means we should give more importance to logistics there. It has to be pointed out that the highway would be less beneficial in the short term. I have to disagree. It will increase the speed of transportation throughout the region. Our citizens will be quite pleased if we successfully accomplish this. Besides, if we enter trade talks with Agnolia, they will see the investment as a positive sign. Very interesting, but I still want to hear about the railway project. Your predecessor, Alfonso, failed to deliver on this campaign promise, but now we have the opportunity to start the construction of a groundbreaking railway. As you know, our current trains cannot meet the standards of today. As many other countries adopt new electric engine technology to power up our trains, they're falling behind. News about the new electric trains in the United Contania has piqued our business interest. They too want to transport resources and material from Holsword to Leshaven with great speed and efficiency. Oh, fuck. Yeah, see, siding with the highway. Oh man, we're probably. Oh yeah. Please explain further. Our plan is to upgrade the old L1 line from Holsword to Leshaven. It will transform it into a high-speed railway. Gus points at the Holsword while Sayman is looking attentively. The planned construction starts here at the capital. From there, it will go to Anrica, and then connect to Gelsord, after which it will reach Leshaven, our economic powerhouse. He leans forward. The L1 will significantly boost the economies of the newly linked cities, and even the rural areas in between. Leshaven is our primary port, so the goods unloaded there will be transported to Holsword much faster. We should link the rural areas in the middle with our major cities in Swordland. Investing in regions that are already developed makes little sense. You're sewing, Ankle? What are you sewing, Ankle? Oh, hello, Quasar. What's up? I just don't know, because, like, this infrastructure project really does set you up for, like, the city-country, like, byline. I've never built the rail line before, because, like, the Agonland investment is just too good for, you know, just, like, trying to keep the population there settled down. But, you know what? We'll probably end up building the link. We'll see. Yeah, we should link these rural areas in the middle with major cities in Swordland. We are talking about the wealthiest regions and forgetting about Agonland, which needs investment far more. The mayor of Anrica, Carton Lest, also requested this project to be prioritized. The second largest city in Greater Holsword, the birthplace of Swordish nationalism. The fires of revolution burned here. Oh, do they have a nationalist, No, they have a USP mayor. Gelsord. Hang on, I'm trying to look for my religious capital. Well, whatever. I'm gonna do the rail line because I haven't done before. Businessmen in the region will be very content, which in turn will increase investments and employment. Therefore, I will recommend the L1 high-speed project line. I've settled on a decision. Excellent. What will your final choice be? Let's hit the high rail. Our most productive cities. I've decided on the L1 high-speed rail project to improve the connection between our most productive cities. The right choice, Mr. President. The negotiations will begin in the middle of this year. You will be able to award the contract to a corporation of your choice. The ministry estimates that construction will be completed in 2 years if every step forward is executed successfully. Thank you for your contributions and your thoughts. Have a good day. See you soon, Mr. Rain. Have a nice day, Mr. President. Evening settled on the beautiful coastline of Lachey. All right, cool. We're getting a rail line between our capital and our busiest city. We're going to neglect ag and land. Maybe even get rid of it. Get rid of some of our worst states. Tank tops because they don't have enough body for your body, ankle biter? That's very funny. I see. The L1 high-speed rail is under construction. Game soundtrack doesn't sound bad. I would like to increase the volume. Just a smidge. There we go. Alright, now we're investing into Arcasian company stocks. A personal investment. Invest in Arcasian company stocks. A personal investment opportunity has been relayed, Mr. Manager. An experienced stockbroker in Ventry City, Arcasia is selling valuable shares of Armadine Industries, an up-and-coming electronics manufacturing company. We could invest, or let the opportunity pass. I will not be investing. For my personal capital, it's all going to the church. Whole sword. Reception at the inaugural ball. It's time to dance, lads. It's time to dance. I'll be right back. I'm gonna get a refill. I just finished buttoning up my suit jacket when the doorbell rang. The presidential guard had arrived to pick us up for the inaugural ball. The ball was a 3-decade-old tradition, breathlessly anticipated by politicians, bureaucrats, and the press. All eyes were about to be on me. Maybe we turn it down just a little. There. Something like that. I called on Monica to get the children ready. Looking in the mirror, I straightened my tie and took a deep breath. After tonight, there would be no turning back. Suddenly, Diana hugged me from behind, startling me a little. Monica had fixed her hair into an elaborate braid woven through the ribbons. Papa, Mama told me it's time to go. Stroke her hair. Someday I'll have to pry those boys away from me. Papa, don't be gross, she giggled. It's almost time to leave. The big ball was starting in less than an hour. Monica, Frank, enough fussing around. Let's get a move on. Monica came down the stairs. She was wearing a simple yet elegant beige sheath dress and short heels. Her hair had been neatly pinned into a chigon, showing off her pearl earrings I'd given her for our 15th anniversary. All those years had stayed by my side. Now we were about to begin the most challenging chapter in our lives yet. How do you do, Mr. President? Oh, we have to kiss her. She extended a gloved hand and I raised it to my lips. How do I look? Yeah, just be a narcissist. Like the 4th president of Swordland. Frank trudged down the stairs. This thing itches. Frank tugged at his collar in his new tuxedo. He seemed ill at ease. You good to go, Frank? Yeah, the sooner we go, the sooner it'll be over, right? Papa, are these people going to be around us from now on? She pointed at the presidential guards at the door of the house. Unfortunately, yes. They can't leave our side until my turn ends. You'll get used to it. These people are our friends, Diana. Swordland's most important family needs extra protection. It's alright, baby. They're here to make sure nothing bad happens to your papa or his family. Monica held Diana's hand. Together, flanked by the guards, he walked out the door. Halfway to the car, Frank stopped abruptly and turned towards me. Dad, do I really have to go? Couldn't I stay home instead? It's a party thrown for me. Don't you want to support your father? You'll love it, son. I'm sure there'll be plenty of pretty girls to dance with. I'm nervous, Frank, but I feel a lot more confident with my son by my side. You'll love it, son. I'm sure there'll be plenty of pretty girls to dance with. If there's even time in between all the boring speeches, but I guess I have no choice. Got that over with, Frank? Let's go. The car is waiting for us. The presidential guard showed us the way as red and blue lights flashed around us. Sergei, my driver, ushered us into the armored limousine. Hello, Hydro Nene. Nah, you just joined? Well, welcome. The motorcade started moving towards the palace. I gazed out the window, deep in thought. Anton, what are you thinking about? wondering if I made the right choice. I was thinking about we come a long way together, haven't we? Aw, romantic. Yes, we have, and there's still so much we'll accomplish side by side. Just remember, no matter what happens, the children and I will always be here for you. I'm gonna help Papa fix everything. Frank rolled his eyes. I know you will, honey. Let's just enjoy the night. After what seemed like just a few minutes, the convoy slowed to a halt. Sergei rolled down the limousine's soundproof partition. We are here, sir. Hope you enjoyed the drive. I did, thank you. Sergei, thank you very much. Bread? I could go for some bread right now. Always a pleasure to hear that. Sergei opened the door for me. The normally imposing palace was festooned with garish banners that nearly made it look cheerful. A line of shiny luxury sedans stretched around it. Politicians, bureaucrats, and celebrities, the creme de la creme of the Swordland elite, streamed inside the building. We should shoot them all. Blow them all up, quickly. Good luck out there, Mr. President. I'll see you on the trip home. I stepped out and immediately found myself surrounded by loud voices and camera flashes. Hordes of eager journalists thrust their portable microphones my way. My guards fended most of them off, but one woman managed to dodge them and corner me. I recognized the Swordish Broadcast Company logo on her press lanyard. Mr. President, do you plan on working together with the opposition parties on the expected constitutional reforms? If the opposition is willing to support us. Mr. Richter clarified that as long as you support the demands for democratization, they will work with you on all issues with a cooperative spirit. What do you think about this statement? I can't comment since I haven't seen a statement yet. One more question. One of your first acts as president was to sign a campaign finance law allocating public election funds by seats in the assembly as opposed to the number of votes. Is this a deliberate attempt to defund the Communist Party and the bloodier Workers' Party, neither of which have reached the election threshold? It was agreed by the majority of the GNA I couldn't use my veto on the first day. Perhaps it was. I left it. If left unchecked, those two parties will only make trouble for me. It's to ensure the USB has the funds we need to stay in power long enough to truly bring democracy to this country. That's enough, ma'am, said one of the guards while nudging the reporter away from me. A path through the crowd was now open, and we quickly made our way through the entrance of the palace. At the same time, a dozen fireworks went off. The entrance was decorated with beautiful ribbons in Swordland's colors of white, yellow, and maroon. A lush maroon carpet had been rolled down the stairs. We entered the lobby and joined the throngs of people making their way toward the ballroom. Behind me, I heard a familiar voice. There they are, the most beautiful family in Swordland. Uncle Peter. Hello, Uncle Peter. It's great to see you. You two are growing faster than I'm getting wiser. You're a sight for sore eyes. Mr. Vice President? Mr. President? Happy to see a familiar face. Peter, Evelyn. Oh shoot, I thought the game crashed. Peter's wife, Evelyn, approached us and shook our hands with a firmness that belied her delicate features. Congratulations, Anton. I have to say, the results were clear to me from the beginning. Appreciate it, Evelyn. It means a lot. Yeah, appreciate it, Evelyn. It means a lot. The pleasure is mine. I think it's time to celebrate this victory. Yeah, we'll see. I hope you will show the same enthusiasm on the job. Yeah, I wonder. I wonder. Would I purposefully make taxes? Oh, dude, if I were in charge of a government, I'd be making I'd be making taxes left and right. You know, taxes on shit you didn't even know you could be taxed on. Of course I will. You know me. I work as hard as I play. I'd be taxing the air. The air you breathe should be taxed. How clean it is, how dirty it is. Both sides should be taxed. He gave a short smile that looked halfway genuine. He seemed uncomfortable. Monica, how are you? You barely said a word. Taxes for taxation? Handling of taxes should be taxed? I'm more than relieved to have a roller coaster ride over with, but of course, now the real work begins. Ah yes, managing the help, planning parties, daily trips to the salon to look your best for foreign dignitaries. Don't be so old-fashioned, Evelyn. I plan to use my power as First Lady to advance the position of women throughout Swordland. Equal rights for our sex are long overdue. What you say, Anton? As long as you don't burn the roast, am I right, Peter? We have to be sexist. Up to a point, yes, they mustn't neglect their responsibilities to their husband and families. Oh, God. I'm gotta make it really awkward. Monica opened her mouth and closed it again. An awkward silence descended. Diana suddenly jumped in between us and tugged my sleeve. Papa, can we go? I want to see the ballroom. Yeah, it's time. Of course, darling. She is not happy with what I just said. Oh god, that's so bad. I'm cringing. Dude, my spine. We left the lobby and made our way towards the ballroom. Inside, we were yet again surrounded by a noisy crowd, but this time it was the politicians who sought to appease the new authority in Swordland. I spent the next few hours shaking hands, joining various conversations, some serious, some superficial, and making speeches. We finally settled down. Hair in my mouth. We finally settled down at our dinner table with the Vectorns as the band started playing some slow jazz tunes. Ooh, that was tiring. We're gonna have to get used to it, bud. You're so tired, Kai? No need to cringe? Ugh. Just kidding, it's trad and based. Well... Suddenly a loud banging noise echoed from the outside of the ballroom, then another, and another. The musicians stopped playing, everyone in the room was looking around in confusion. Peter and I turned toward each other, realization dawning on both our faces. Fireworks? No. Gunshots. As soon as Monica heard the word, she lunged from her seat. Shield Monica and the kids. I threw myself on Monica, Diana, and Frank to shield them. Papa, what's happening? After 36 hours of living. You came back from soccer practice? Damn. I knew it, we never should have come, he's right. Chaos broke out as some guests flung themselves under their tables and others ran toward the door. Screaming, Diana burst into tears while Frank tried to comfort her, hiding her fear in his own eyes. 3 more gunshots rang out loudly. Carl Greaser. Mr. President, are you alright? Carl Greaser, head of the Swordish police force, was running towards us with 3 more police officers in decorated uniforms. They all had their guns drawn. As soon as he made it to us and saw that we were unharmed, he let out a big sigh of relief. Thank God. Check the perimeter. He turned around quickly to his men. Check the perimeter now. Paul Jansen, follow my lead. We will bring them to the safe room. He turned toward Monica, Evelyn, and the children and spoke in a softer voice. Do not worry. The situation is now under control. Please follow me. We promptly followed Carl through the winding halls and corridors of the palace. His men still had their guns drawn, which did nothing to ease the tension. On the way, Peter made an attempt to break the silence. Oh, let's hope he makes a good joke. What a fucking night. Nice. It's not over yet. Carl turned to us with a serious face as we were about to round a corner. Quiet, please. Sorry, I talk when I get nervous. Peter, shut up. Carl flipped the switch on the wall and the panel opened, revealing a hidden staircase leading to a large reinforced door. Inside, a set of emergency lights flickered on. The safe room was comfortable and spacious with expensive-looking leather sofas. Small security monitors on the wall displayed grainy footage of each room in the palace. There was a boardroom and a pantry, containing enough provisions to last us months. Monica and Evelyn sat the children down and started wiping their tears. Carl stepped away from us and made a few radio calls. When he was done, he returned to me and Peter. Whoa. I'm too tired from 36 hours. My sleep deprivation makes me stay up. Jesus, Kai, that's awful, dude. Take a nap. Take a nap on me. Take an extra 10 seconds. So what's the status? Carl's radio suddenly crackled to life. Every second felt like an eternity as he pressed his ear to the receiver. When it felt silent, he turned to us. Good news, we're not in any danger at the moment. The situation has been dealt with and the perimeter has been secured by the guards and police. He glanced towards Monica, Evelyn, and the kids. If I may, sir. He gestured towards a more private corner in the room and started speaking more quietly. This is what we know so far. We have confirmed that 2 people were gunned down in front of the palace. The attacker is one of them, and we have reason to believe he was working alone. He fired 3 shots at an MP, 1 to the head, 2 to the body, instantly killing him. Presidential guards of the palace immediately shot and killed the attacker. He has not been identified yet and will require an identification. The MP that was killed was Bernard Circus. This is huge, Anton. This will cause a lot of problems. A lot of problems. Peter pulled out 2 cigarettes and handed me one. He then turned to Evelyn. I could hear him trying to reassure her that everything was going to be alright. Monica was still trying to tend to Diana, and Frank paced the room, mumbling that he should have stayed home. Smoke alone. I lit the cigarette and took a deep drag. As I continued smoking, a peculiar calm washed over me. I was going to see this through, at all costs. I crushed the cigarette in the ashtray. Wow, he's so cool. He's so cool, dude. God, what a loser. Alright, let's take a look. Alright, the leader of the Independents is now dead. Monson Leek is now the spokesman of the Independents. The head of the workers of Ludia. Our socialist in the halls of power. Alright, let's take a look. Let's read the report on security increase. I'm the male version of Miss Pauling. I didn't know your hips were that big, Kai. Security measures at the Capitol have been heightened after the murder of Bernard Circus. The mayor of Holsburg reports that everything is under control. Security around the Maroon Palace has increased with the combined efforts of the Holsburg Police Department and the Presidential Guard. Additionally, the entrance procedures to the palace are being revised with advice from security professionals. The police chief, Carl Grieser, reported that an investigation has been launched in the murder of Bernard Circus. An emergency meeting at the Situation Room in the Maroon Palace. Still just waiting for this highway to get done. Oh, 3 news articles. Oh, MP shot, nation in shock. Rain says bill was necessary for democracy, and Rain is open to talk. A nap, what's that? Woke up from a nap, banana? Wow, everybody moving back and forth from the naps today, aren't we? 98%. Damn. The mood in the Situation Room was gloomy. My cabinet members were gathered to discuss the shooting outside the palace. Lelius presented the initial report. Bernard Circus was shot dead at 9:03 p.m. in front of the palace gates. He was an elected independent member of the assembly and, as you know, a famous communist. She spat the last word out with some distaste. The guards at the scene were 50 meters away and immediately took action by responding and killing the assailant, who was identified as a member of the nationalist organization, the Young Swords. The president and his family were unharmed, praise God. An MP shot near the palace. This is absolutely unacceptable. What were the motivations of the soldier? But why Bernard? So I wasn't the target. Fortunately, no. You were simply in the wrong place at the wrong time. Our security forces have no reason to believe anybody has motivations to act against the president of Swordland, for now. Our investigators are suspecting a political assassination since the Young Swords have been threatening the communists for some time. This may well create a dangerous atmosphere where the left versus right political violence of the 20s could spark once again. A return to those days could be devastating. The coups are the reason why our country stagnated for a decade. Nia Morgna, the Minister of Justice, sighed. The Red Youth has condemned the killing, but didn't stop there. They promised revenge. This will, in turn, spark further aggression from the Young Swords. The whole cycle started because Bernard Circus expressed his views. We can't simply look away. Nia had always one of the only members of the Justice Ministry truly deserving of the name. She had survived countless attacks on her character while fighting corruption within the ministry, and rising to power had only compounded her sense of moral duty. Freedom of expression is part of our Constitution. We can't have anyone, let alone an MP, shot for voicing different opinions. The nationalist Young Swords have overstepped, and they must face consequences for such an extreme action. This is not a simple overstep, but an attack on our country. Murder for political opinions is a thing of the past. Our administration is building something new. Fuck you. Agreed. We will reach out to the NFP and ask them to calm the situation with the Young Swords. The two groups have ties, and Mr. Keebner sees reason, after all, which can't be said about the Young Swords at times. Minister of Defense Josef Lancea grunted in disapproval. He towered over the rest of us in full military uniform, his many war medals conspicuously on display. Lame. All due respect, ma'am, but we shouldn't be quick to jump to conclusions before a full investigation has been conducted. We should refrain from making the issue a political one from the start. It will only add fuel to the fire. You are right. We need to defuse this situation. There is something to that, yeah. Our government is capable to maintain security. Our job will be to reduce tensions. Several police cars rushed past the Maroon Palace and everyone went silent. Lamal, thank you, Lucian. Thank you, Lucian. Very cool. Regardless, a full investigation into all involved parties is underway. We will find the subversives and punish them soon enough, Mr. President. I'll do my best to help coordinate the administrative tasks. Justice will be served and the rule of law will return to the country stronger than ever. Only if we stay vigilant as a country. We must think about the upcoming budget. Too soon to jump to conclusion, reckless acts will have dire consequence. I agree internal stability must be maintained. Our security funding might need to be increased. We should not lose sight of our real political goals like constitutional reform. Let's take it slow. Agreed, we need to be patient until we have the full picture. Lucian took some notes after checking the latest newspapers and reports. It seems that the tensions between the communists and nationalists will escalate further. It will be very difficult to pass any meaningful change if there is chaos in our country. We can't pass constitutional reform in such an atmosphere. We can't fix the recession if there isn't stability. We need to make it through this and deliver our promises. Hell yes, President Rain. This will be it for today, then we will convene again soon. Thank you all, and keep us updated. The meeting concluded and the ministers left the room with concerned looks. It was hard to anticipate what would happen next. Oh, and what could possibly happen next? I wonder. Let's see. Oh, chapter 2. A few days later. Oh, interesting. Oh, look at all this documentation I have to... Being president sucks. Swordish politician shot dead. Unity despite differences. The only way out of a recession is bailing out businesses. Murder was a method of the past. Farewell, Bernard Circus. Bogsland labor unions drive further decentralized economic growth and power the workers. Arcasian PMC descends on Marbone and amid resource extraction controversy. Let's take a look. I do want to read the report on Narbel for now. It's a police understaff report in Narbel. Interesting. Currently, 2 understaffed to deal with the ongoing political violence. Due to the small size of the police force in the city, they've been working non-stop and the number of officers were sent to the hospital as a result of severe fatigue. Ministers of the Interior Lois Graff has been working with the head of police, Carl Grieser, to assist the issue. Police overburden. We've been receiving reports of a lack of equipment and staff from the police forces in Astor. With the escalating violence in the city, the officers have been working 12-hour shifts to suppress the protests to no avail. The police commissioner of Astor has requested reinforcements and extra supplies of tear gas from nearby cities. Gross. Hooters worker is lost in the sauce, for real. Hello, tall sleepy weeb. Sorry. Surprise princess, thank you. Hooters worker is lost in the sauce, very funny. Alright, let's see. Salt dam at maximum capacity. Oh shoot. The salt dam has reached its maximum capacity. The dam, a crucial element of the city's infrastructure, has been handling an enormous amount of water inflow recently. With the reservoir at full capacity, the dam's operational efficiency is under scrutiny. Maintenance checks are being conducted to ensure the dam's safety. Well, hopefully it's good. Illegal K-74s seized. A cache found with Rumberg-made weapons include 47 brand new K-74s, 2,800 bullets, 12 handguns, 27 grenades, and bombs-making equipment were found in the basement of an abandoned house in Suzerain. No suspects have been detained. The investigation is ongoing to determine the origins of the equipment. Suzerain, Young Sword's youth wing leader dead after a terror attack. Local Young Swords youth wing leader in Suzerain, Iak Torien, has claimed responsibility for the organized attack in the Blush Market that resulted in the death of 7. His base of operations have been raided, and he was found dead inside with 2 bullet wounds to the back of the head. The scene was organized to make it look like a suicide. We were not able to get information about the location of the other ringleaders connected to the terrorist attack. Oh, illegal. Oh my god. The Bergian security forces raided the local Communist Party office after alleged attacks organized by one of their members and found illegal firearms in the office. The building has been closed and 22 members of the Communist Party of Swordland have been detained. No, we want to empower the communists, I think. I'm still on the fence, I guess. We'll see how it plays out. I definitely want to lean towards the CSP instead of Arcasia. For, like, defense against Rumberg. Because, like, Rumberg is the biggest threat overall. We definitely need military assistance at some point, and I think I would rather just go with the CSP. Horton critiques trade. The leader of Magnolia has diplomatically critiqued the imbalance of trade between our countries. Concerns were raised over how much more Swordland profits from the net trade in comparison to Magnolia. Prime Minister Martin Van Horten requests a fair re-evaluation of existing treaties and future negotiations. We'll see how that trade goes. Foreign affairs. The foreign affairs with Magnolia it sucks, dude. Stallport is... Hey, they hate us, dude. They hate us a lot. Wayland. Smolak warns traders. The latest diplomatic message from the leader of Wayland warned us regarding a pathway from the mountains of Bergia that allowed traders of the state escaping to Swordland. President Smolak has demanded that the border security be increased. He also sent his best wishes about handling the protests in Swordland. We'll see how it goes. We're probably gonna side with Wayland on the special operation. But it's a really gross operation because you're just shooting at unarmed immigrants. Whoa, there goes all the messages. The moderation is deleting everything. Sorry guys, I don't know why everything was getting weird there for a second. How EP are we right now? Still EP? I'm not too EP, but I'm sure a lot of people are EP right now. Thoughts on this run? Really mixed feelings. You know, I would like to lean into like the religious despotism And then we are going to try and side with the communists as well. It's like an interesting mix. Trying to keep the nation afloat and trying to bring it out of a Oh, well, we are out of recession. So we'll see how it goes. Communist Party leaders suspected of a bomb attack. At 11:48, an unattended bag in front of the NFP office at Volgan was destroyed by the police on suspicions of a bomb threat, which were then verified. Upon further investigation, the Communist Party leader of Volgan, Milt Hainer, has been arrested in connection to the incident. We'll see if we even make it to a second term, you know? Hello, Kai. I think the messages are back, man. I don't know what happened. Looks like a game you saw before, Tall Sleepy. Looks like Hearts of Iron. You fixed your sleep schedule today, Graham? Glad to hear it. You're playing Fallout 4, Banana? I could go for some modded Fallout 4. Jen. Weapons seized in the Cultural Center. Local police forces report that a wardrobe full of heavy military equipment has been seized in the Young Swords Cultural Center in Jen. Regulars of the place denied having any knowledge about the weapons. The owners of the building have been detained along with 13 others. The police captured 22 rifles and 2 machine guns. The equipment belonged to the Swordish Armed Forces, dated 1929, but kept in very good condition. I still would like to make the Young Swords an illegal organization. Not sure if that'll do anything, but it's funny, so. Thinking speak now, my sleep schedule has not been decided yet. Kai, is it like all over the place? BFF activity in the capital. The chief of police, Carl Grazier, reports that 2 Bloodish women with affiliations to the Bloodish Freedom Front have been caught in Holsar before they could execute a terror attack on a crowded rally. Both women were listed as wanted criminals and enemies of the state. The arrested women have admitted their intentions to attack the National Front's party rally at Sol Square when Kasaro Kiebner gave his speech but rejected any connections to the BFF. Both claimed that they were acting alone. Police reports that the situation is under control and further investigations are underway. My grandma keeps making me clean and do stuff for her. Aww. Well, let's have dinner at the family home before we do anything else. After a long day at the palace, I was finally home. I thanked Sergei and walked through the front gates, nodding at the 2 guards as I went by. Even as I turned the doorknob, I could hear Diana rushing down the stairs to greet me. I opened the door, and there she was, standing in front of me with expectant eyes. Papa, you're home. Lift and hug her, of course. I lifted Diana up and hugged her while trying to put the keys in the tray next to the entrance. She was growing fast. Lifting her up was no longer as easy as it once was. How was school? 36 hours now? Probably 9? Jesus, probably 39. Starting slow to sleep schedule? That's what I would also recommend. Boring? I like my old school better. I put her down and her expression turned serious. Papa, are the bad men gone? And yes, he's gone now. Okay, Papa. Diana dashed down the hallway. Mama, Papa's here. Monica appeared next to the kitchen door. She was wearing an apron and holding a spatula in her hand. Diana, what did I tell you? No running in the house. Yes, Mama. Monica approached me and kissed me on the cheek. A tantalizing smell wafted from the kitchen behind her. I'm hungry. What's dinner? How was your day, dear? Terrific. I finally got to do some grocery shopping just like old times, and I'm making your favorite. You mean, that's right. Svopli, whatever it is. Svopli was a classic whole-sword delicacy. Vegetables and creamy sheep cheese sandwiched between thin layers of dough. Oh, that does sound good, though. I have to keep working on world blocks for my paycheck lowers. I know, Kai. Oh, God, dude. You're a little too young to be worried about that stuff, but I see where the grind set's coming from, you know? I definitely get you. Yeah, Roblox starts lowering the amount of money you get if you don't, like, work hard enough. It's really weird. It was absolutely my favorite dish, especially paired with cabbage, a potential unfiltered wine from Bergia. A potent unfiltered wine. Kiss her on the cheek. My beautiful wife. I kissed Monica on the cheek. I just wanted to cheer everyone up a bit. Her smile faded and she lowered her voice so that Diana couldn't hear, especially after what happened at the ball. I'm worried, Anton, for you, for the children, and for the country. Diana suddenly appeared next to us. Mama. Yes, sweetheart. I'm hungry. We'll eat in just a minute. Will you help me set the table? Anton, can you tell Frank to come down for dinner? He's been sulking in his room all day. Gringo Krungalungus. I need the $50. I know, Kai. God, you got $50, man? Congratulations. You're doing a lot better than I am. Monica started taking out the plates while I headed upstairs to fetch my son. Loud rock and roll music echoed down the hallway from his room. I caught a faint hint of cigarette smoke. Knock on the door. I knocked on the door. There was no response. Open the door. The door was locked. Knock on the door again. There was still no response. Bang on the door. The stereo in Frank's room clicked off. All right. He unlocked and opened the door. What do you want? Food's ready. Dinner's ready. Great, I'm starving. Frank headed downstairs to the dining room and I followed after. The table was prepared and Monica was ladling food onto the plates. Come on, have a seat. It won't be as tasty if it's cold. You're still at $5, not 50 yet? Not yet? Oh, gotcha, Kai, gotcha. As we started eating, the room went quiet. Monica's cooking was as delicious as ever, but I had the feeling that wasn't the reason nobody spoke. Monica was the first to break the silence. Say, did you know that they're refurbishing the grocery store? I don't know if you remember the owner, he's been there every day for the past 30 years. Can you imagine doing the same job for so long? What if you were president for 20 years, for example? I don't think this country wants to suffer another Saul. 20 years of this, I'd be dead. We could live like kings. Would that really be so bad? Monica measured me with her eyes for a moment. Anyway, the grocer really is a nice person. He threw in some extra vegetables with my... Frank suddenly slammed his hands on the table, rattling the plates. Monica, Diana, and I stared at him. So, this is how it's gonna be. We're just gonna sit here like nothing happened? Dad, you could have been killed. Mom could have been killed. Any one of us could have died. Diana's lower lip started trembling. Monica put her hand on Frank's shoulder. Never let anything happen to you. And yet, we still are here, alive. So true. For now, but how long until this happens again? Frank got up from his seat. Fine, let's talk about it. Sit down. Frank took his seat again, scowling. What a fucking bitch baby, dude. Oh, I know it was a close call, but everything's under control. How? How is it under control? You really don't need to know. The security assured me they took all the necessary. It was one rogue shooter. We weren't even the target. But what if we were? Frank, listen to your father. If your father says we don't need to worry, then we don't need to worry. You gotta trust him. Monica turned to me. We all have to trust each other. Oh, things calmed down a bit at the table. We finished our food in silence. Frank got up first and retreated back to his room. Monica lifted Diana up and plopped her in front of the living room TV before returning to the table. She sat down across from me. Anton, he's still young. I know, but there's not much longer we can shield him from the ugliness of this world. Gotcha, Banana. Have fun. Gotcha, Kai. Have a good one. He's scared, Anton, and frankly, he isn't the only one. I promise, all you need to worry about is putting more delicious... Monica, baby, all you need to worry about is putting more delicious dinner on our table. I worry too, Monica. Things might escalate. She got up, stood behind me, and massaged my shoulders for a moment before leaving me alone in the dining room. I sat alone at the table and drained my glass of cabbage. Had I been lying to Frank and Diana? Was the threat to my family truly over? Time would tell. Ooh, 5 new news articles. Protests across Swordland. Against who? Against me? Violent riots. Protests in Grooney. A wrong economy. Political chaos. And unrest in Swordland. Indeed. There does appear to be quite a bit of unrest in Swordland right now. The economy's been stable, though. So how about you guys chill out? Republic of Morella. The Republic of Morella cheese. Got a lot of energy left? Well, we got 2 hours left in the stream. All good. I'm burning out the rest of the little bit of energy I got left, so that way when I make dinner, I scarf it down. Morella expresses condolences for the circus. In the wake of Bernard's circus' untimely passing, Prime Minister Alma Sultana of Morella conveyed heartfelt condolences to the people of Swordland. The leader recognized Circus as an influential poet and advocate for millennialist ideas, lamenting his loss as a blow to the literacy and the political world. She called for the memorialization of Circus' contribution to social discourse and reaffirmed Morella's commitment to the ideals he espoused. CSP faction spotlights workers' rights in report. Drawing international attention to the issue of labor condition, a faction within the CSP has released a report on workers' rights within its member nations. As the CSP, consisting primarily of planned economies, navigates the growing capitalist influence of Arcasia and the ATO, this report highlights the need for labor protections. The document provides a detailed analysis of workers' rights and labor conditions within CSP member nations spanning several continents. It states that these nations exceeded global standards with an average minimum wage of 45% higher and industrial sector unionization rates at 95%. Wow, dude! However, it also addresses issues such as the gender wage gap averaging 12% within CSP nations. The report advocates for stricter enforcement of labor laws. Well, it looks like there has been widespread protests in the capital. I'm just trying to build out my light rail or my heavy rail. Chill, girl, chill. All right, let's take a security briefing of the threats against Swordland. Now, this is going to be an interesting one. I believe our military is going to get a lot from us, but we'll see. I arrived in front of the doors leading to the Situation Room. Today's security briefing was arranged in two parts, starting with internal matters and moving on to external matters after a short break. The Minister of Interior, Lilius Graf, and the Minister of Justice and Law, Neo Morgna, would show us, for the first part, the law enforcement briefing. For the second part, the Minister of Defense, Eos of Lincea, would join with a few high-ranking officials, including the Chief of the Armed Forces, Vulcan Kruger. I opened the door. Lucian, Nia, Lilius rose from their seats. Sir? Let's begin. Everyone in the room sat down except for Lucian. He put on his glasses and went through the documents in front of him. Shortly after, he raised his head to address the attendees. You're finally done, Ankle Biter? Nice, how was it? Be coming back alive, just been fixing up my houses or bases? Oh, in Fallout 4? I see. Yeah, it's got a whole base management system. Mr. President, ladies, we will kick off today's meeting with the internal security briefing. I am assuming everyone has already been over the agenda. We all have busy schedules, so without further ado, I will jump into our first topic. As we feared, the political atmosphere has worsened. The reports around the country indicate that tensions are rising as we feared. What is the status on the Bernard Circus investigation? I have received news this morning that the investigation of the murder of Bernard Circus was concluded. Great news. I'm eager to hear about the details. Please enlighten us. The more we know, the better. After further investigation and testimonies, we have confirmed the motive and also the events leading up to the shooting. A few days prior, members of the Red Youth initiated a violent attack on the Young Swords' local leader in Gen. We believe the Young Swords then called for revenge, leading to the death of Mr. Circus. Since he often spoke against the Young Swords and nationalist sentiment in the assembly, he was a big target, not to mention his radical communist views. Terrible, I had to clean and carry heavy boxes around? That sounds awful, Ankle Biter. You can finally start sewing? Glad to hear it. He had to come radical. Swordland just lost a great rider. For what? The political violence needs to stop. Yes, we've kept it at bay for so long, but it seems that there are now new triggers. Lelius handed over the reported and pointing at highlighted section in the documents. The investigation revealed a very troubling fact. The funding sources of the Red Youth have a clear link to the United Contania. What does this mean? That the communist superpower is meddling in our affairs. Several Red Youth members with ties to United Contania have been detained, and the information extracted from them points to a preparation for a communist uprising in Swordland. It isn't unusual for the superpowers to influence other nations, but I think this case is a little far-fetched. The left lacks popular support in Swordland. Nia eagerly lifts her hand. I motioned for her to speak. I went over the report in detail. It would be wrong to jump to conclusions about the clear foreign interference, yet United Contania has humanitarian and cultural ties with many countries, including Swordland. I also don't want to jump to conclusions immediately. We shouldn't create a crisis with them. Nearly 3 decades ago, they funded General Rickard and tried to establish communist dictatorship in our country. If it was not for Colonel Saul, we would have seen the real crisis. She took a sip from a glass of water and continued. Our police chief, Carl Grieser, has linked the funding channel to the United Contania Consulate in Benfey. As we know, the enemies of Swordland are many, but we also have threats inside the country. We need to remain vigilant, as people and the nation. If we give up essential freedoms to purchase temporary security, we deserve neither freedoms nor security. This is debatable. Funny how Lysian says that. But yes, we know with more security and surveillance caused to this country under President Saul. Let's not forget President Saul, God bless him, bought stability after a long period of bloodshed and chaos, but moving on. Our highest internal threat comes from the estimated 20,000-strong Bloodish Freedom Front, led by the imprisoned Delwyn Arg. They are a banned political organization, now a militant force that is trying to incite racial violence. They make a lot of noise but have little substance. A barking dog doesn't bite. Are they supported by our bloodish citizens? Are they cooperating with any bloodish political organizations? Many suspect links exist between the Bloodish Freedom Front and the Workers' Party of Bloodia, but we don't have concrete proof yet. Enjoying myself? Oh yeah, it's pretty fun. Lilia pointed to page 3 in her report. Our intelligence intercepted 2 crates filled with weapons close to the Rumburg border. They are filled with military-grade KA-74s. Of course they are. We expect that more have been smuggled in. A group of Bloods were caught with these guns at a checkpoint not far away. The governor of Bergia, Felix Braun, is already taking the necessary measures to counter the threat. Rumburg has been acting aggressively in the region for a long time. I'm not surprised that they would attempt to weaponize the Bloodish people against us. This is worrying, very worrying. We can't let anyone meddle with our internal stability. Our security services are doing their best to prevent further attempts. This is grave news, but we must be careful not to stoke the fires of anti-Bloodish sentiment. Unfortunately, Governor Braun is directly causing the tensions to increase with his increasingly anti-Bloodish stance. I must remind you, Governor Braun is directly responsible for the arrest of Delwyn Arg, the previous leader of the BFF. It's true that his methods can be extreme at times, but it was his policies that kept the region peaceful over the last decade. He's misusing his powers given to him by Turkeen Sol. The insane authority of a governor is surely the root cause. It would be very difficult to revoke the special status of Bergia under the current circumstance, Ms. Morgana. The presidents no longer have the authority Turkeen Sol enjoyed. For now, yes, but with enough justification for it, it would be possible. Anyway, we will be discussing this at a later time. No, yeah, I'd like to hear more. No, discussing it at a later time, that's fine. Bergia has always been a region of chaos and trouble. We have to be careful. As you know, Bergia was given a special status by Turkeen Sol after the full-scale uprising by the BFF against the Sordish government in 35. Those couple years were disastrous for Bergia. Delwyn, Arg, and BFF declared war on us, openly attacked our people, and occupied entire cities. It was a massive uprising, but I'd like to point out that the longest time they were in control of a city was 2 weeks. I wouldn't call that an occupation. Despite the arrest of Delwyn Arg in 44 and the BFF ceasing its activities, the special status of the region was never revoked. Today, the special zone of Bergia gives the governor insane amounts of authority. He was in trouble with the law before for not following the central government's authority. Unfortunately, Bergia has also its own police forces directly commanded by Governor Braun. They are not part of my ministry and only cooperate when they are forced to do so. This is a problem. Even though our forces have the authority to serve in Bergia, the special zone leaves the security of Bergia mostly in the hands of the governor. That leaves my hands tied. We should find a way to revoke the special status of Bergia one way or another. I'd like to not disturb the status quo while we're facing all these threats. We must reverse this situation. Absurd that the Ministry of Interior doesn't have full control over Bergia's security. Governor Braun's special powers deserve credit for that. Yeah. I agree. I have some ideas about it already, but we can talk about it at a later time. Nia gestured at Lilius. What's the second most important threat? It's the gang violence that is threatening the Nargis and Aganland regions. 2 prominent organized crime families are at war, and the potential for bloodshed is real. I really don't think gangs can pose a threat to us. I really don't care about gangs. These ill-behaved thugs make our administration look weak. They're also disrupting the peace in those cities, meaning other issues like immigration. I trust you can handle it, girl. They're really insignificant and not worth our attention. Yeah, I really don't care. I would be careful with underestimating them, sir. They might cause legitimate unrest if this goes on. These gangs exist because corruption is so common in our country. They buy our police officers and slip by checkpoints. Lelius Graf sighed deeply. I shall be honest with you. With our current capabilities, we may not be able to prevent the further arming of separatists while maintaining order in Bergia, Nargis, and Aganland. If the law enforcement budget isn't increased, I can't be fully responsible for what happens. Our police units are spread thin as is. You will do your job whatever happens. Do not come to me with excuses. Sorry. Do I still like pastries? Ooh, very much so. I'm just nailing Lelius in the face with this. My job is to keep you fully informed, and this is the reality. My experience and expertise in keeping our country safe from violent thugs can only go so far. I wish you would stop using the word thugs, Lilius. The real problem is corruption, which is fueling the gang violence and is very likely the reason why these weapons were smuggled in. A higher budget could help us end that. These threats seem more direct than a few bribes. The ministry must tackle the issue with persistence, Ms. Morgana. We are, but it needs all the attention it can get from our administration. Lelius and Nia were openly scowling at each other. Lelius turned back to her notes. Well, this concludes the topics for the internal portion. Thank you for the updates. Miss Graff, Miss Morgna, thank you for the overview. Have a good day. Until next time. The two ministers left the room. We took a short break before continuing to the second part, which is... here we go. Upon invitation, Josef Lensea, along with 3 high-ranking officials from the Ministry of Defense, walked into the room. One of the men was none other than General Kruger, the chief of the armed forces. Kruger has Contania's sentiment, doesn't he? Let me see, hang on. I don't remember. Josef made his way towards the table while the others stood by the door. Mr. President? Josef, welcome. Let's begin. I brought General Kruger with me due to the escalation on our border. General Kruger stepped forward and saluted. He had a strong jaw with sharp cheekbones. His tall stature, uniform, and medals, combined with his deep and intense stare, made him look threatening. He was in his 70s, yet he had a bulky body which was a result of his commando training. Not only was he the second most decorated officer in Swordland, he was also the longest serving. Bald. Shake his hand, salute him. General Kruger. Mr. President, it's an honor. Josef tapped his foot impatiently. He seemed uneasy with the presence of another high-ranking officer in the room. Gentlemen, thanks for coming to this significant gathering. Let's begin. Josef and Vulcan took their seats at the table while the rest of the officers stood by the door. Josef is in charge of he's my defense minister. But Vulcan Kruger is the chief of the armed forces. Okay. That's tough to balance out. Mr. President, the situations at the western and northern borders towards Rumburg is very tense. We are observing deployments of divisions closer to our borders. Rumburg has been acting increasingly expansionist in the past decades and also interfering in Agnolia, and now they have turned their sights on us. What is our current strategy? Patrolling close to the borders with our border force and keeping Army Reserve divisions near. It seems like they want to increase pressure both externally and internally. Mr. President, if I may. Please, General. The picture is becoming clear. The latest information from the interior about the weapon caches, and now there is an active military buildup close to our border. The entire situation was analyzed by General Staff, and our prediction is a future territorial incursion by Rumburg. I have complete trust in the General Staff. We will not let you down, Mr. President. The General Staff is composed of the smartest military individuals. I require an increase in the military budget to enlist more soldiers. Only then we can stand strong against our enemies. The enlarged armed forces will hold them at bay. Vulcan is right. We do need an increase to the military budget, although we don't see eye to eye on exactly how to spend the budget that we might agree on. Bald? Question mark? Yeah. Can you believe it? Our defense minister is bald. Gross. I have my concerns about Rumburg too. We need strong allies to withstand such a superior power. They are our nemesis. That is an understatement. Times are changing and war is coming, Mr. President. Whether we like it or not, we must be prepared. During the election, you said nothing about focusing on our military. I ask you to reconsider and to increase the military budget. The future and safety of Swordland is in your hands. As you said, times change, Josef. We'll see. A smile brought a glimmer of hope in Josef's face. Our forces would crumble under a decrease, and Rumburg would be much more compelled to exploit our weakness. Our country hasn't fallen to any invading forces for 200 years. You cannot let it happen, Mr. President. We should find regional allies like Volksland and Lesbia to deter Rumburg. There are several options on the table. These options should be considered. They could be considered, but why pander to others when we can solve these issues ourselves? We have no true friends outside these borders. Everyone fell silent when a soldier entered the room and let Josef Lensea know that a call had come through with the ministry. Excuse me, Mr. President. Josef left the room to answer. How do I feel about me asking weird questions? I feel good, Graham. I feel happy. I'm glad you answered the weird questions. If God wanted you to live, then he wouldn't have created me. Me. A few minutes later, he entered the room again. His expression had changed. Mr. President, there's been Rumburgian military activity close to the Narvel border. I just spoke with the local commander. Vulcan, we should go to the ministry and get further updates from our branches. Understood. Raising military readiness is the first call of action. If there is truly an extraordinary attempt, we will relay it to you immediately and then wait for further orders, Mr. President. Your services are appreciated, gentlemen. Thank you, Mr. President. You shall be updated if the situation escalates. Hail, Swordland. Hail. They saluted and left the room. I didn't even get to select how I wanted to invest in the military. Fuck. Rumberg was already testing us, and the reports from the interior indicate interference inside our borders. Communist, nationalist, bloodish rebels, Rumberg expansionism. What was next? Swordland had always been a key piece in the chessboard of the global rivalry between Arcasia and the United Contania. But in the recent years, there was no such aggression from Rumberg. Not at these levels, at least. All it takes is one tiny spark to start the flames of war. The phone rang. Rumberg had decided to close their consulate in Leshaven. And so they did. Let's see. Oh, looks like Arcasia has something to say. Arcasia develops the first ICBM. The ATO proudly announces the successful development of the Missile 4, its first intercontinental ballistic missile. With a range capable of reaching targets thousands of kilometers away and advanced precision targeting, this milestone underscores the Alliance's enhanced strategic deterrence capabilities. Combined with the recently matured intermediate-range missile system, this achievement demonstrates ATO's readiness to address emerging security challenges and ensure the protection of its member states. Damn. Oh, my economy's unstable again. This is no good. Rumors of an infrastructure project. Oh yeah, the Underhall construction definitely wants to win the bid. Gang violence claims a young girl's life. The real truth behind economic crises. 1927, never again. And Rumberg closes its consulate. How does my spine feel? My back, my back. About as good as you know, about as good as like an American cashier can feel, so never so well. State security privileges, we have a nationwide revolt. And as far as our diplomacy goes, we have diplomatic pressure from Rumberg. Ooh, the Sword has something to say. As a CPS mayor. United Contania Consulate helped protests. Around midnight, the Red Youth protests clashed with the Young Swords at the Vasord city center, resulting in many injuries. The counter-protests were cornered in front of the United Contania Consulate after they were pushed back by police. The diplomatic mission opened its doors and the Red Youth members escaped inside. The police are still waiting outside the building for the return of the Red Youth members. Very funny. My comrades in arms. Let's see. Abergia Special Zone, the Salt Dam. That's so scary, dude. That's so scary. Rise of Galkandism. That's no good in rural areas. Galkandism, a minor religious branch of the Rushist Nurity, has gained significant following in the city of Suzerain and the rural areas of Bergia, mainly due to limited access to education and employment opportunities. The sect offers a sense of community, purpose, salvation through strict adherence to its doctrines. Bloodish Freedom Front, BFF, and foreign proselytizers are suspected to be behind the sudden increase in Galkandism. Many bloodish political leaders are recruiting members through grassroots campaigns, making Galkandism one of the most popular religious groups in the region. However, officials fear that the sect's strict rules and practices may lead to social unrest, warranting further investigation and the development of strategies in collaboration with local community leaders to address the situation. Ooh, we have to react to unrest. No good. Have I ever told you the definition of insanity? Just checking in? Oh, hello, Banana. Might be personal, but do you ever feel itchy on my stomach? Oh yeah, all the time. All the time, but that's because I have the AIDS. How's my economics? Oh, look at that drop. We were doing so well. We were doing so well. End of the day at the Maroon Palace. Well, let's react to the unrest, a decision to adhere the instability of our nation. The political situation around the country has escalated. Chief Strategist Lucien Gallade has prepared several action plans that we can execute. What will we do to address the intensifying political climate? Call for restraint on national television, visit affected towns in person, label all protesters as traitors, expand the police by deploying all recruits in training, reject the plans. Let's expand the police. That's not going to cost, yeah, we definitely want to enlarge the police force. President Rain deploys more cops. Rain adds fuel to the fire. Emergency police expansion and inexperienced police recruits. Alright, let's take it. Let's end the day at the Maroon Palace. Oh, and in the large police force. Why are games like Grow a Garden on Roblox are getting nominated for Innovation Awards? Are they really, Kai? I'm gonna head out. Gotcha, Kai. Have a good night, man. I can't believe that. That's honestly awful. End of the day at the Maroon Palace. It was late in the evening. The Maroon Palace was finally getting somewhat quiet when I returned to my office at the top. I eagerly approached my chair and sprawled out onto it. It had been an exhausting day, just like every day since I took office. Lean back and relax. I stretched out my arms, leaned back in my chair, and took a deep breath. Hallsword's skyline was daunting, but beautiful. I glanced downwards at the window and saw Sergei and guards waiting for me by the main gate. I heard a couple of knocks at my door. My secretary, Livia Suno, entered. Mr. President, Mr. Tusk is here to see you. You had a meeting with Lothberg spokesman. I'm so sorry for not giving you proper notice. Don't worry about it. I'm here, I'm talking to Mr. Tusk. Thank you for your understanding. After a moment, Mr. Tusk swaggered into the room. I'd met Swordland's most prominent businessman once or twice, but never alone. He had large jowls, blindingly shiny shoes, and the air of someone who was used to getting his way. Anything to drink, Mr. Tusk? Water? Whiskey? Matt, you have to verify your ID because YouTube believes you're a minor. That's what I think is happening. I think that's what that, like, pinup was. Like, you guys said my YouTube security was, like, not letting your messages through. I think what was happening was, like, you guys were being checked to see if you were children or not. Cognac, preferably from before you were born, sweetheart. I'll check the supply room. Livia backed out of the office, shooting me an apologetic look as she did so. Walter hung up his hat, which I could see was lined with mink. He fixed me with a long, hard stare, then broke into a toothy grin. Good evening, Mr. President. I'm here to congratulate you. We both sat down. My business partners and I wish you a successful term as the leader of our nation. Thank you, Mr. Tusk. I had no chance to say this at the ball with all the panic, but we are very much looking forward to working with you. Likewise. I'd like to build a profitable relationship between us. That being said, there are some concerns of mine and the people I represent, which I would like to take this opportunity to clear up. I'm listening. The ruined state of the economy in Swordland has influenced everyone. The recession hit all of us hard. Walter pulled out a box of cigars from his jacket. I had these bought from Lesbia, the best cigars in the whole continent. Would you like to try one? You go ahead. I don't want to smoke. Walter grabbed himself a cigar and lit it. He looked out towards the city scenery as he puffed away. The assassination and the troubles between the left and right are worrying, but the recession is the root cause of these issues. For us, it is worrying to see that you have decided to promote a planned economy. I don't mind that we disagree on the economy. Neither do I, but you know how much capital Lothberg represents. Even though you're pursuing this path, you're going to need further market investments to boost the economy. He leaned forward in the chair. The high-speed rail investment was a great decision. The business logistics will improve and boost the economy once finished. Greater Holster and Galesword regions needed better links. The intention of the administration is to boost the economy. The right intention, for sure. We can be close allies. The group can help you get Swordland out of the recession, which will be the key... Right. Which will be the key problem to solve in your term and could determine your re-election. Only affects the US probably. Good luck, I guess. For real, Graham, for real. Not my problem, I'm old. Let's start with a gesture of goodwill. Soon the investment project contract will be awarded to one of 3 main contenders. He pulled a check out of his box and slid it towards me on the table. A personal bank details were listed on it with a deposit of 500,000 Swordish Ren ready to be transferred. This was 6 months of a president's salary. If the contract were somehow awarded to Underhall Construction, they would not only work harder and deliver, but also do it on time. What do you think, Mr. Rain? Wouldn't that be good? He put his index finger on the check. There was a noise by the door. Livia Suno was standing there holding a tray of bottle and 2 glasses. I'm so sorry, Mr. Tusk, but all I could find was 42.7 yay. I hope that's acceptable. She quickly put the tray on the desk and walked out. Tusk eyed her as he left. Remind me to visit your office more often. Now, where were we? Do we have a deal? Not yet. We both know you can do better than that amount. No, I will make my own decision. Did you just try to bribe the president of Swordland? I refuse. I will make my own decision. I'm not looking to take a bribe. Walter sighed and pulled the check away, putting it in his pocket. Thank you for your visit nonetheless. It was good to share opinions. We will meet again in the future for sure. Oh, I almost forgot. Please say hello to Mr. Coronti for me. He smiled. Have a good evening, Mr. President. Walter stood up, grabbed his jacket, and made his way towards the door. He closed the door behind him. I gathered my things and prepared to finally head home. As I walked out, I noticed Livia still there, covering up her typewriter for the evening. If I may be so bold, Mr. President, did you accept his offer? Of course I didn't. How could you even ask me that? The other girls have told me about all kinds of dealings that went on during the Alfonso administration. I wasn't sure if you were the kind of president. I'm certainly not. She and I took a moment to look over the lights of the city before heading to the elevators. Ooh, almost got bribed there. Looks like we got a little more decision-making to deal with. Alright, who is in need? Pales! Pales, Pales, Pales. Warning on Rizia. In a formal address, Grand Duke Axel Reinhardt of Pales issued a cautionary statement regarding recent Rizian activities. The Grand Duke expressed increasing concern over the intensifying border disputes and clashes over territorial waters and gas fields, asserting Pales' sovereignty. He called for respect for international laws and peaceful dialogue to prevent further escalation. He urged the Alliance of Nations to mediate the situations, emphasizing the potential risk these tensions could pose in regional activity. Damn. Foreign Gazom engineers' salaries under scrutiny. Gibner suggests expanding executive powers. Luce calls for corporate responsibility in Narbel. Reform demands gain popularity. Workers' Party, solidarity mash. Bloodish citizens are targeted. Let's take a oh my god, Narbel is falling apart. Lack of health care, low literacy, police forces overburdened, organized crime, widespread protests. What's the situation? The Ministry of Defense reports that the situation along the border is getting tense. Rumberg's Southern Army was sighted training close to our borders and did not respond after we issued a radio message. The Chief of the Armed Forces, Kruger, reports to have increased patrolling duties along the northern border to signal readiness. It's heating up, and the economy is still unstable. We have 6 capital assets and 2 personal assets still ready to go. Alright. Well, let's head to Conriad first. We can meet with Caranti. Our motorcade headed to the meeting location by Marcel Caranti. I had only my most influential, confidential, and trustworthy team members with me. After a few hours of driving along River Esquel, we took a turn before entering Conriad. The darkness started setting in as we drove up a hill. Look outside. I could see giant stadium lights on the hilltop far away in the distance. It looked like a massive complex. We are nearing our destination. I don't think I've made the string long enough to finish this tank top. Dang, ankle biter, that's tough. We arrived at the big iron gates of the country club opened. It was huge and outright extravagant. The main building, inspired by Lesbian architecture, was illuminated from all sides. It was rather chilly. I was approached by Peter Vectorn and Lucien Galade. I hope the journey was comfortable. The location is very remote. It is. It's a very exclusive country club for people who value their privacy. How about we enter the building? We entered the main building. After opening the marble-engraved wood door, we were greeted by 2 tall women. The receptionist led us to the meeting room upstairs. Marcel was standing by the window looking outside the beautiful complex. He turned around to have a quick look at us both. He was a strikingly handsome man with well-groomed hair. He walked towards me with his hands reached out for a handshake. Let's shake his hand. He had a firm grip. Task successfully failed type situation? Yeah. It's such a pleasure to meet you in person, Mr. Caranti. I appreciate your efforts to reach out and establish a mutually beneficial friendship. Thanks for hosting us. I admire your father very much. May he rest in peace. Welcome. Your kind words have touched me, Mr. Vice President. He was indeed a great man. Very saddened. He would have been very happy to hear this from you, Mr. President. It's time to look forward. Let's talk about our bright future. Yeah, there's a lot to discuss. Believe it or not, I have been a secret admirer of your political success. I find your quick rise to power was shockingly well executed. The admiration goes both ways. Marcel gently pointed at the seats. We sat down around a gigantic table before speaking. He knocked on wood. The past months have been tumultuous, to say the least. I'm glad you and your family were unharmed at the shooting. The whole incident must have been a shock for the kids. They aren't used to what we lived through back in the late 20s. I still remember when my father took us out of the country when it became too dangerous in Cobriat. Now you gotta restart Ankle Biter? Oh no, that's no good. Let me get a refill. I'll be right back. Actually, sorry, I need to go pee. I stood up and all the piss in my body went straight to my gut. I'll be right back. Okie doke, I'm back. Oh, let's keep going. Let's keep it rolling. We're trying to get bribed. The rich people keep trying to bribe us. Maybe we should have taken both bribes. That would have been crazy. Oh. Okay, Banana. Yeah, they were startled, but the important thing is they're safe and sound. Of course, that is all that matters. No family should suffer from the tragedy ever again. We've had enough of that. Well, I am known to be a straightforward person, so let me get to this point without wasting your valuable time. It was during the Alfonso campaign when I was struck by what you managed to do within the party. Marcel's eyes traveled toward one of the paintings on his wall. Gave Lucien a puzzled look. Lucien looked back at me and shrugged. Then he raised his eyebrows, something which he usually did when curious. Marcel pointed his finger at me. You said we will transform this nation, Mr. Rain. My conglomerate has a way of doing things and I don't want them to change. So I want to cooperate with you. Yeah, please explain. You might have the people's support now, Mr. President, but what happens when you make mistakes? Everybody makes mistakes. What is that supposed to mean? Let's hear his point, Vice President. Being a president in this country means having many enemies. Enemies that would resort to anything to bring you down. Let's say these enemies caused a scandal or leaked sensitive information from the administration. These would be destructive once they were released. If they were released. I see what you're getting at. You knew that long time before you came here. Well, let's hear your offer. Let's hear his offer. Banana. Banana, do you get nervous when you're alone or not, man? How much can someone bribe me into doing something? Well, we'll see, Graham. We'll see. Let's hear his offer. I want two things, Mr. President. Number one is the guarantee from you that the Rain administration won't meddle in HOS affairs, no matter what happens. Number two is a simple gentleman's favor for the future. Let me prove my services to you first, and I'm sure you won't disapprove when the time comes. That's an interesting proposal. Not just an interesting, but necessary. You surely know that this is a win-win situation. The media will be on your side, strengthening your position. It will also protect my business operations throughout the changes this country will see. What do you think about this, Lucien? Lucien leaned over my ear and whispered, I think it's a good deal. He is right. We will need the media support. With the newspapers and channels on our side, we can dodge a lot of bullets. The one thing that bothers me, though, is his favor request. We don't know what the hell asked for, and it could be something that endangers our administration. Marcel interrupts us. So, do we have a deal? Let me see. Sorry, Mr. Caronti, I have to reject. I don't know. Such a pity, Mr. President. Here I thought we were going to be good friends. It's a shame, really. Goodbye, Mr. Caronti. Let's leave. We left the complex and entered the car. I was hoping that would end better. Agreed. I'm sorry, I should have seen it coming. I did want to make the deal, but the problem is that our economic doctrine and our economic policy and our promises are leading us towards a program of nationalization, you know? So it's hard for me to side with the oligarchy if I'm trying to incorporate them into the government. Enrica is having widespread protests as well. Let's read the report of the local police working with the nationalists. Gross. One of our agents acting as a young swords member had an encounter with 2 members of the local police force in Enrica. Alson Bowler and Vic Nazer. According to the report, the policeman tried to bribe the agent to burn down a store that belongs to a known Communist Party member, instigate further violence. We've detained the policeman to charge of corruption. Ooh, finalization on the L1 railway contract. Ooh, economic relief plan. Oh, I don't know. I feel bad if you're all alone. There's lurkers. There's always lurkers, Banana. I don't feel alone whatsoever, but if anything, I'm more concerned about your sleep, Banana. Yeah, Banana, I'm also concerned about your sleep, buddy. Like, waking up at 4 a.m., that's no joke, man. You can always watch the VOD. Pop in and say hello, you know? Kessero Kibner demands emergency to be called. The leader of the NFP is the fascists, has demanded an emergency to be called to address the increasing political violence in the country. He stated that without a declaration of emergency, Swordland would be destabilized and the integrity of the country would be damaged even further. Let's make a decision on our economic relief plan. Ooh, I love these decisions, by the way. This is like the best part of the game. I don't know what you're talking about. With the assistance of the National Business Council and the Central Bank, Simon Hall put forward a country-wide relief plan to mitigate the economic hardships that are being felt. We can either provide stimulus checks for people in need or bail out businesses under serious financial strain, or decide not to approve the plan. Oh, it's gonna be 2 to the budget? Ah, no, we're not gonna bail out anybody. Sorry, lads. You're up a creek. That's monetary in action right there. That's monetary in action. Finalization on the L1 railway contract. Here we go. We arrived in Enrica by train. After being greeted by crowds of cheering citizens and the local government officials, we headed to City Hall. We were here for a significant meeting about the L1 project. Several construction companies sent their representatives to City Hall. Even though Laius Graf couldn't make the meeting, I had Simon Hall and Gus Manger by my side. I came by train yesterday and it was a little uncomfortable. Besides starting our economic recovery, this project will make the journey here much more pleasant, Mr. President. This is a given, but we'll also see improvements in everything from logistics to growth. You made the right choice for sure. I hope so, Gus. I trust your economic plans, Simon. I am glad to hear that. We should be able to slow down the recession if we finish this project successfully. I'm sure we will. According to your document, many citizens will be employed because of the business expansion. What will it take to stop this recession? This is just the beginning. We will need to follow the project up with several other economic investments, which is dependent on our government budget, right? Yes. Simon reached through the documents he was holding and found the new one he was looking for. I have the overview of the companies here. Simon handed the files over. Oh, we get to select a company! Who will be building this railroad? Gotcha, ankle biter. Have a good night, man. It's not the same. I need to be here in real time. I do feel that as well, Banana. Sometimes I can't catch a stream from, like, my favorite streamer until they're streaming at the same time as me, and I'm like, no! It's barely 10 p.m. for you, Banana. I looked at the files. 3 corporations were listed. The Swordish State, the Underhall Construction, and Taurus Holding. Let's see. I reviewed the listed corporations. I also wrote down some notes and ideas. Which corporation should we talk about? Tell me about the Swordfish State. The respected Swordfish State Corporation, also known as the SSC, was founded in 1891. It's the main state corporation tasked with running the day-to-day construction services of our country. The SSC is the primary reason why our current infrastructure is outdated. We need more adaptive construction companies. However, this would fulfill your initial election promise of using a state-dominant planned economy to improve the bleak recession situation. They have experience, knowledge, manpower for a project this size. I'm not so sure about their efficiency. There is also the fact that construction times are long, which is mostly due to their outdated methods. Their experience they bring to the table is beneficial. I have no great admiration for the SSC, but their track record clearly shows completed contracts within thousands of employees who have experience. According to the preliminary calculations of the SSC, they would need more resources to finish the project of this size. I like the SSC, but I want to hear about the others. How about Underhall? The real estate and construction giant was founded in 1925 and expanded during the economic boom in the 30s. Picking the corporation would go against our planned economic policy. The CEO of Underhall is Chris Shar, the mayor of Conriac. He sold half of his shares a few years ago, but seemed very eager about the L1 bid. I had the chance to work with Underhall Construction and Hallsword. They took several contracts for the central station renovation and excelled at it. I'd like to hear your thoughts on. I think that they have been doing relatively well in the private sector, where they were dominating the construction industry with successful projects. Nonetheless, so that they subjugated their workers to conditions below our working standards during the Hallsword Central Station contract, which is troubling. Working conditions do have to be respected. This does not inspire confidence. Let me just point out that some of the workers were Agnolian and Wejek. Technically, Swordfish labor laws didn't apply to them. Wow, brother, what a thing to say! What a thing to say! Will I skip reading today? I will not, Graham. We will be reading a chapter tonight. Having worked on the renovation project, I can say that the conditions were not bad. Extra effort was needed to finish it on time, which they did. That's all. Underhall has specifically mentioned their solid track record and highlighted that they do anticipate to go over budget, but they will finish on time. I'm not so sure about Underhall. Oh, that's that's an expensive contract as well. How about Taurus Holding? Taurus Holding was founded in '46 and is owned by the entrepreneur Gerald Face. It is a new holding company whose subsidiaries use cutting-edge technology from Arcasia to reduce construction costs and prices. They are known to provide for their workers who are part of the labor union of Swordland. They are a very interesting corporation, especially because of their innovative construction methods, but I don't think they're suitable for large projects. Why should we pick Taurus? Taurus has completed fewer projects than the other companies, however they are slightly faster and cheaper. It won several awards internationally for being one of the fastest growing and advanced companies. The innovation aspect is refreshing, especially if they can deliver. It seems they lack the necessary experience. Exactly, and why take such a risk now? We need to play it safer with companies like Underhall. They always deliver for the government on time. The project manager from Taurus Holdings mentioned that they would be able to finish the project with the allocated funding. They are the only company who found the budget sufficient, making them a cheaper alternative. I don't really feel confident about Taurus. It was time to make a decision about which company to award the L1 high-speed railway contract to, and it's gonna be the government company. The SSC. I've settled on the SSC. Good. We are staying consistent with our economic strategy. That was our strategy. Why would we deviate from that? Simon signed a certain section of the dossier and fixed his glasses. Very well, Mr. President. The contract will be awarded to the Swordfish State Corporation. No hard feelings, Mr. President. At the end of the day, the success of the project is what matters. The company will be notified today, and construction work will begin immediately after. This is great news. My expectations are that the grand opening ceremony will be late next year. It will be a pleasure to celebrate together. For now, I'll return to my duties and visit some foreign partners in Risia. See you soon, Mr. President. Thank you. This concludes the meeting. The meeting ended, and we spent the remainder of the day attending events in Anrika. It was very refreshing to attend cultural dance events and hear the traditional Swordfish music of the region. Ooh, the train has started. We are building this railway. You'll love to see it. Construction begins for a high-speed railway. Risky railway project. You think so? That may have been a mistake then. I had no idea it was so risky. I had no idea it was so risky. So swisky. Alright, what's left on the dockets? A funeral for Bernard Circus. Homelessness in Dare, you'll love to see it. A decision to attend the funeral. Of course we are. A comrade fallen in the heat of battle. The death of Bernard Circus has shocked the country, and his funeral will be held in Dare among a large crowd of sympathizers. Circus was not only a communist poet, but also an elected MP that had a voice. A state funeral has been organized to honor him. The question is whether the president of the administration will attend the funeral. We shall. It's already August? Oh god, it's going by so fast. I'm so scared. I'm so scared about how fast the year has been going by. St. Dast's nearest cemetery in Dare. Dark clouds were looming over Dare. They looked daunting as our convoy started approaching the century-old cemetery. It looked like it was going to rain, certainly fitting weather for a funeral. As expected, Bernard Circus passing maintained its media traction, and all of Swordland was paying attention to the ceremony, especially to what I would say in the speech today. Sir, we have arrived. Raindrops were running down the car window when Serge opened my door and held an umbrella over my head. As soon as I got out, flashes from the cameras blinded me. It's okay, Serge. I'll hold my own umbrella. As you wish, sir. Sergey, sorry. He handed me the umbrella and started waiting next to the car with his own. Peter and Carl exited from their own cars in the convoy. They made their way over to me. Anton, Mr. President, I just wanted to inform you that the perimeter is clear and secured completely. There is no one getting in or out without our knowledge. Good work. Thank you, Carl. Carl bowed his head with respect. Good. If anything happens to Anton, you will have to answer to the First Lady. And trust me, Carl, you don't want that. Peter let out a laugh which drew some attention from bereaved attendees. Nice. Cracking a joke at a funeral. I gestured at Peter to lower his voice a bit. You're right. Sorry. It started to rain. Several unintelligible voices were heard from Carl's radio. He stepped out to reply and returned shortly. We have a small problem, sir. A few, 5 to be exact, Red Youth members are here to attend the funeral. They apparently said they wish to pay their respects to their fallen comrade. Should we let them in? Let them in. As you command. Let's head over. They're about to start. We walked towards the crowd, circled around the grave. Everyone in attendance was wearing black and mourning. The rain started pouring heavily. Bernard's widow and daughter were in the front row, staring at the coffin with a mixture of disbelief, confusion, and above all, a cold, unforgiving sadness. Both their eyes were very red and swollen from weeping. Before taking my place to observe the ceremony, I gave my condolences to Bernard's wife and his daughter, who looked at me. She reminded me of Diana. When the religious ceremony was done, I was invited by the priest to deliver my speech. I took the podium. I felt like I had a lump in my throat. I couldn't get the daughter's eyes out of my head. Today, we are in the mourning of Bernard Circus, a father, a husband, a loyal servant of this country. That one image of the guy taking a selfie in front of a grave, Graham? Yeah. Oh, God. Yep. Toward the back of the crowd, I spotted the members of the Red Youth wearing red shirts and black bands of mourning on their arms. They seemed ruly and were respectfully bowing their heads. There was complete silence except for the sound of raindrops. He was a true comrade. He fought for what he believed in, his ideal vision of Swordland in every step of his life. We must learn from him. I promise you this, the blood of Bernard will not remain on the sacred ground of Swordland. Let us all mourn the passing of Bernard Circus and remember him well. Thank you. Bye! Some attendees started clapping, some crying. The coffin was lowered into the grave by the gravekeepers. After a couple of minutes, Bernard Circus was with the soil. No more. Step down from the grave. I stepped down from the podium. It was time to leave. The widow thanked me with a soft and defeated voice before we dispersed. On my way back to the car, I still couldn't get the eyes of Bernard's daughter, nor the faltering voice of his wife, out of my head. With Diana, Monica, and Frank looked the same way, yet something happened to me. Peter put his hand on my shoulder. That was a good speech. I sensed only respect in his voice. Nod. I nodded. Come on, it's time to go. We've got work to do. He was right. We had work to do. So much more to do. I realized that the rain had stopped, and I looked up. The black clouds had slowly dispersed, and sunbeams enlightened our surroundings. As someone once said, Even the darkest night will end, and the sun will rise. Hope was still on the horizon. Rest in peace, comrade. Raindrops keep falling on my head. What the heck? President stands together with the red youth. President attends the funeral. Thousands attend the funeral of Circus. Ooh, the railway is slowly getting done. We're gonna have high-speed rail in Swordland, baby. At the cost of a road network in Agnaland. Leshaven has a widespread protest, a PFJP mayor, industrial center, and the gateway. Economy is still a little unstable. Briefing on the current diplomatic situation. Oh. Long campaign, it seems. It's never ending. That's the presidency for you. The Blue Mansion in Leshaven hosted us for the important diplomacy gathering. The door opened, and David Wishi, once a lecturer to me, now the Minister of Foreign Affairs, gently made his way toward my desk. May I sit down, Mr. President? Of course, it's a pleasure to see you, Mr. Wishi. Likewise, we have so much ahead of us to accomplish. He slowly sat down, taking care not to aggravate the arthritis in his knees. He'd always had an air of gravitas about him, and in old age had only served to deepen that. After he settled himself, he regarded me with delight, his blue eyes sparkling. Look at you, Anton, the 4th president of Swordland. What a privilege for me. I still remember the first day you took my class at Wholesword State University. Somehow the inexplicable ebb and flow of life has led us here, to positions where we can change the course of history. We got a little lucky. This is our opportunity to shape the future, and we will do precisely that. I'm looking forward to our new foreign policy. I am excited to present you the latest bill I'm working on. The TCPA has turned out to be an initiative that may significantly boost our tourism and culture industry. This untapped value would help us promote our position internationally. I am convinced it can also help improve our economic condition after discussions with Ministers Hall and Manger. The GNA factions are supportive too. I really shouldn't have worked overtime hours to get it done, but I really care for the position and the value of our cult. He started coughing again, this time a little longer. Unstably stable economy, so it would seem. Would you like some tea or water? How's your health, David? Would you like some tea or water? Oh yes, please. Tea and water sounds nice. Thank you. Thank you very much. He smiled. Livia brought 2 cups of tea along with a glass of water and placed them at the table. It seems you still remember how much I like tea. Nowadays, it really does wonders for my throat. How's your health, David? Oh, I haven't had any big complications except the usual. After that heart attack earlier this year, the health complications aren't a hindrance to my work, but of course. Thanks for asking. How is the Rain family? We're slowly starting to get used to the routine. Monica is really taken to the first lady role. Frank really never liked the spotlight, so that hasn't changed. Slowly starting to get used to the routine. As time passes, I realize it more. Family is the most important thing in life. We must take care of them. The door opened. Joseph and Lucien joined us for the briefing as the tall case clock hit the hour mark. Peter, however, was missing. I wonder if he was late from all the drinking he did at the party in Leshaven. We'll talk more later, President Rain. Welcome, everyone. How was your travel to Leshaven? A little bumpy due to some turbulence. I arrived via a military cargo plane that landed at Leshaven International. Why? Why? Why not just take the new and improved train system we've got? It's me in 82 years? Oh, God, dude. If I wake up in 82 years coughing, gray-haired like a liberal, I'm going to jump off a roof. I took the train. It was a little slow, but I could still recommend it for a beautiful landscape. I also had the possibility to work on a couple of things during the ride. From what I've heard, it would be much faster in the near future when the L1 high-speed railway is finished. Exactly. If all goes well, it will be one of our major achievements. Well then, since Mr. Vectorn doesn't seem to be coming today, I think we are ready to start. I'll start by providing a brief overview of our current status with our neighbors. What would you like to start with? I'd like to hear about... I'd like to know about Vogsland. Our boys in red. A fair crash out? Yeah. Our cousins of old across the Marcaean Sea wish to have good relations with us. As we all know, Vogsland is a socialist republic aligned with United Contania. They are an important regional player. It is also the most significant sea power in almost all of Mercopa. It is the only country that can rival the superpowers with their navy. We had hostile relationship with them after several wars in the 19th century, which we wouldn't want to experience again. Recently, the relationship has warmed up thanks to Imre Kegel. As a result, diplomatic talks can conduct in the future. Breaking the ice with Volksland could be good if we are to rise diplomatically. I agree. They could be potential allies in my opinion. The situation in the region necessitates that we find allies. They haven't been in good standing with us for the past 200 years. Recently, they have also joined the Communist Cantanyan Security Pact, subjugating themselves to United Cantanyan. You once had blue eyes as a baby? Oh, Graham, did your eyes change color as you grew up? I've heard that happening. Now it's brown. Yeah, that's interesting. Would you prefer blue or brown eyes, Graham? On top of that, territorial issues have been flaring up between Agnolia and Volksland because of the Heligoland Islands. The Swordfish Navy is very concerned with the volatile situation. Lucian looks slightly worried. Unfortunately, billions of Swordfish Rand worth of cargo is transported close to Volkslandian maritime borders on the Marcaean Sea and the Grey Strait. This causes significant risk to our imports and exports in the case of the deterioration in relations. The strait is of high strategic value to us. Yosef, the Navy is keeping an eye on the situation from a distance, right? We are actively monitoring the sea routes and cargo ships fare. For now, there is no immediate threat, but we don't know what can happen in the future. I'd like to hear about Agnolia. Our brotherly nation to our northeast, Agnolia. They are still diplomatically non-aligned and probably has one of the most democratic systems between our neighbors. Economic stagnation is a worry for them. Their primary issue is their heavy reliance on foreign investments from us. Agnolia is our most friendly neighbor. We have been allies for the longest time after Rumburg annexed Dome. This fact needs to be a part of the equation. Unsurprisingly, the Agnolian Prime Minister, Martin van Horten, is expecting better cooperation through a new fair trade deal with us. It was one of his election mandates. A more comprehensive trade deal sounds beneficial to all sides. Both sides could gain from it, but Agnolia has more to win than us. They want to protect our weaker industries, which we are profiting from selling our goods to. Additionally, the latest numbers indicate that currently 1 million Agno-Swordish citizens live in Agonland region of Swordland, which creates a link between foreign policy and our international affairs. These people have suffered socioeconomically, which led them to crime and other problems. In addition, a relaxed immigration policy was one of Agnolia's main requests, which is unacceptable. Most of the migrants in our country haven't even assimilated into Swordish culture, adding more won't help. I'm skeptical about relaxed immigration. You should be. We have already witnessed several societies shifting waves of migration. We should remember that we promised to tighten our immigration laws in the election campaign. How about Wayland? What's going on with Wayland? I was black too as a baby, but I like brown eyes better. Jesus, Graham. You were like a chameleon, changing colors as you grew up. It's tumultuous in the south, as always. Victor Schmolak is expanding his powers among protesters from Wezhek people. However, he is quite positive about normalization of relationships between our countries. Despite purging the Wezhek communists, reports indicate that they have been warming up the Cantanyan international aid. As you know, Wayland's stability was always a concern for the region. If we want to help them, we must not treat refugees like we did in the 30s. I still can't stomach the inhumanity those people suffered. Swordland paid enough by housing millions of refugees during the Wayland Civil War. No more. A trade agreement with them could improve stability and increase mutual trade. There would be many bargaining chips discussed, but Wayland could be a new partner in the region. We would also invest in stability there. Our main goal should be to avoid refugee crises like the late 1920s. That civil war had major security and economic repercussion on Swordish soil. One of the demands of President Smolak was to tighten our immigration laws so the political refugees don't escape to Swordland. There have been recent purges that pushed many bloodish to flee Bergia. It is definitely troubling. Grumerin Outpost has regained its importance due to this. I'm sure you would remember the winter at the border outpost, Mr. President. He was right, I did remember that winter. I remember the despair in the refugees' eyes when we forcibly escorted them back to the Wayland border. It's in our national interest to prevent the formation of a failed state on our western border. Wayland has been increasingly aligning itself toward the Communist Alliance, another point to analyze. Let's move on. Blue eyes would probably make me look even more of a psycho than you already look, Graham. But that's the best part, man. That's the best part. Two important neighboring countries remain, Lesbia and Rumburg. Which would you like to hear about? Hit me with Lesbia. Our southern neighbor is aligning itself more and more with Arcasia. Lesbia is currently led by Prime Minister Patricio Alvarez. They are the jewel of the continent and the second largest economy in eastern Mercopa. Though wealthy, Lesbia suffers from excessive economic inequality. Our past relations have been great. During the last decade, their investments to Swordland dwindled due to our instability. Allying with the richest regional nation could be beneficial. Lesbia is a sleeping giant. We should not wake them. They keep turning a blind eye towards the region, thinking that Lesbia is above it all. The lesbian mentality is influenced by a certain aura of heroism and speculism. Their moral compass is different from ours. What a thing to say, dude. I am certain that the recession has a lot to do with the retraction of investments. Once they see the money isn't in the picture, they vanish rather quickly because they are capitalists. They have shown a selfish attitude during the Wayland Civil War by closing their borders and funneling refugees across into Swordland. Lucian cleared his throat. Our values are too different with Lesbia. It's too hard to see eye to eye. I completely agree. Lesbia has for a long time benefited from us through our old tariffs. They are after exploitation. There are hundreds of very privileged oral oligarchs who invest inside and outside Lesbia. Some made significant business investments into the cities of Benfi and Valgan. What's the situation with Rumburg? Oh fuck, here we go. Not Rumburg, bro. Now to the most troublesome nation, Rumburg, a constitutional monarchy led by Queen Beatrice Livingston. And look at her, she's so cute. I highly advise caution and calculated action against Rumburg. Our military must be prepared and the threat is real. You got a big dictionary there? For real. Don't I just... They are strong and have the motivations as well as the means to damage us. We shouldn't give them any reasons to pursue aggression. We must prevent them from interfering with our affairs. They have shown similar behavior to their neighboring countries before, but we must be cautious. While Thornborough openly denies such claims, their past and current actions make it clear that they want to destabilize us. The weapons caches found by intelligence agencies clearly show that their goals are. Our military must be steadfast and our diplomacy valiant. Yosef looks stern and full of resolve. The Rumburg threat is one of our top priorities, you can be assured of that. We're always in dialogue with our Rumburg ambassador to make sure our channel is open to solve disputes. We could use their aggressive attitude against them by convincing the international community. Lucian grabbed the Leshaven Times newspaper and put his finger on the article about the latest diplomatic incident. Their abrupt announcement about the closure of the Rumburg consulate in Leshaven is yet another step in the escalation. This covers the overview of the current situation. We will move on to our trade choice and the response to Rumburg's diplomatic escalation. The sun began to set over the hills surrounding Leshaven. The team was ready to give advice on the new trade initiative and our response to the latest diplomatic incidents with Rumburg. Peter arrived late. He looked a little rougher than usual. He must have been drinking from last night. Hey there, folks. Excuse my delay. I'm sure I didn't miss anything we didn't already know. You were still supposed to be part of the meeting an hour ago. Punctuality is important. We are talking about serious subjects here. I'm not going to comment on that. I stood in silence, which prompted Peter to answer them. Oh, let me get a drink. It was a one-time thing. Let's just get on with it. What a fool, dude. What a fool. Lucian and Yosef looked at Peter before David moved away from the subject. The Vice President will be part of the trade delegation, so it will be great to have his input on the subject that was well on the Rumburg incident, as well as the Rumburg incident. Rumburg Consul Sir Bran Harrington announced the closure of the 120-year-old consulate. Now their diplomatic staff is leaving the city to go back to Thornburg. He blamed the lack of security in Swordland due to the assassination and subsequent protests, but it is obvious that they are making excuses. Bastards! First they close their consulate, and then they blame our security. They are playing with us. It isn't telling that the other countries are working with us while Rumburg is still cutting more ties with us. The neglect of President Alfonso and the chaos of the elections delayed our diplomatic efforts. Now there are only 2 Rumburg diplomatic missions left in Swordland. One is the consulate in Dare, and the other is the embassy in Holsword. We can't be pushed around. We are accustomed to the usual rhetoric, but this is far more serious. They are playing with fire. Look at what the Wayland destabilization has done to the region. Swordland breaking apart would tear Mercopa apart. In my entire career, I have never seen our Rumburg relations suffer this much. The previous low point was at the annexation of Dome. Yosef Lindsay was furious. He barely kept himself from slamming his desk. There are worrying developments, like the smuggled arms and the buildup near the border. Our military must be buffed up. to stand against a great power like Rumburg. He's right. Oh, hello, little goober. Welcome back. We either respond to this aggressive act with diplomatic commendation, or we retaliate by closing our consulate in Dome. I want to say that an escalation would be risky this early in our presidency. We should focus on creating a negative image of Rumburg in the international scene. The people of Swordland must be protected, no matter the cost. I say we respond equally. Write an official diplomatic response condemning this unreasonable act. Declare the Rumburg aims to destabilize Swordland and the region. Oh, I do want to take Lucian's advice on this, but... Escalation could be risky this early. Let's close, yeah. I don't want to be pushed around by Rumburg. Get out of here. We're gonna lean towards the continent anyway, so. Retaliate by closing the Swordland consulate in Dome. They think they can bully us, they were never so wrong. As you wish, Mr. President. I shall begin work by immediately informing the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Trade. A strong response to Rumburg will boost popularity at home. Yeah, ain't that the truth? Full of goobers. I'm glad that we're drawing a clear red line, otherwise they will keep escalating the situation. I like your determination, Mr. President. There are 3 trade-related topics to address today. Which topic should we tackle first? Oh god, we should talk about the ongoing trade negotiations with our neighbors, Wayland and Agnolia. Our primary goal will be to successfully sign at least one trade agreement with one of our smaller neighbors. We have 2 options with our trade initiative: starting new negotiations with our old partner Agnolia to the northeast, and forming a new cooperation with Wayland to the west. Tell me about Agnolia. First off, the reason behind this option is more diplomatic than economic. Although, of course, we can't forego the added economic value, Agnolia is an old ally and a valuable trade partner. The point we are at with the early negotiations is around the steel trade. They are demanding that we buy their steel for a higher price. This is because they think the deal is far too unbalanced as it is. Their second demand is privileged access to our agricultural market. If we are to fulfill their demands, in return they are offering a full alliance with Swordland against Rumburg. Ooh. Looking at the current advances of Rumburg near our border, to have a coalition against Rumburg would prove extremely useful. Obviously, there will be consequences for entering a full alliance. Mainly the issue is around Helluland. Volgsland has clear intentions on taking over the island one way or another, and entering a military alliance with Agnolia will make them furious. I want to state my support for the decision to stick to our old ally, Agnolia. Even though I disagree with their demand to relax immigration, we have cooperated with them on many issues in the past. There are obviously subjects that we would still need to tackle, like our economies, the trade goods, and what to do with immigration. My opinion is that this is a good deal and we should go for it. The new Agnolian Prime Minister is trying to improve the existing relationship. The downside is that we would need to make concession, a reality of any trade deal. I would be open to creating a new agreement that would satisfy all sides. We can't really position ourselves against Volgsland. That is certainly a valid reason. If you decide that Agnolia is a good option, another point is that they have a very democratic system. After the recent election, the PM has mandate to arrive a fairer deal with us. Martin Van Horten also is an avid supporter of relaxed immigration. Since we said we will tighten immigration, he might be reluctant. Regardless, if we are going to increase our regional influence to previous levels, we might need to make amends with our neighbors. Ultimately, the decision will be up to you, as always. How about Wayland? Any more ridiculous country names in this game? All of them are so silly, dude. All of them are so stupid. Tell me about the trade deal with Wayland. Dealing with a fractured country like Wayland has its positives and negatives. Although it will be lucrative in the short term, there are risks associated with dealing with such a country. They are proposing co-investment projects and a no-tariff agreement. They are also offering oil in return for attracting foreign capital interests from Swordland. Proposing co-investment projects and a no-tariff agreement, that works. Offering oil in return for attracting foreign capital, that works. However, it is possible that there will be international ramifications of getting closer with a country like Wayland. All in all, this is a very lucrative deal for us. However, we all need to think about the consequences. I certainly don't support the decision to become friendlier with Wayland. We carried their burdens for decades. Their migrants flooded our country, and now they are expecting a deal from us. Maintaining influence with Wayland could prove useful. Yes, it is risky, but think about our influence on the underdeveloped region like that. We could sell more products and enter their markets easily. I am of the opinion that it is simply too risky. Yes, we would gain resources and immediate capital, but I'm afraid of the consequences. I think the return is too lucrative to pass on regardless of the risk. The migrant crisis was one of the reasons behind the destabilization of Swordland. I would like to point out that it was due to Wayland. If we wish to go forward with the deal, then the time comes. There is the topic of immigration to consider. Victor Smolak is a known isolationist. Our promise to tighten our immigration policy will increase the likelihood of the deal. He believes our borders need better security. I personally don't like the idea of getting too close to Wayland. Me too. Agreed. I still think we should give it a try. Since we did not promise to align with neither East nor West, it's very likely that their concerns would be more around the deal itself. Our neutrality strategy would have been seen as positive by nations like Rumburg if we hadn't decided to retaliate aggressively. The last handful of monarchies in Merkova are reactive against the influence of Arcasian capitalism and Maleniavism. Hang on. Maleniavism is Maleniavism. We also need to consider the effects of our economic doctrine plan. The fact that we are headed towards a planned economy will have an influence. Good negotiators optimize the interest, what makes the difference become trivial, allowing both sides to reach a deal. Very true, Mr. Vector. We have a lot of time to prepare before the scheduled visit to Wayland and Agnolia. I believe this gives a brief overview of our current options. Our trade delegation will begin work towards the end of the year. We expect final negotiations and the signings of the trade agreements to happen this year. I'm very much looking forward to visiting Stallport and Raklowitz with party animals like David and Simone. Aha. Peter laughed, Yosef narrowed his eyes and stared at him. Damn. Evil Theodore, no kissing. Oh no. Yeah. I'd like to know more about Rizia for sure. Oh, look at this guy. The nation south of Lesbia is a centralized constitutional monarchy led by King Ramus Taurus, the grandson of Queen Liza Taurus the Great, the son of King Valero Taurus the Frail. The kingdom is a developed nation that wielded considerable influence in southern Merkova before the reign of Valero. The country has lost some territory due to internal strife. The Alfonso government signed vital trade agreements with King Ramus Taurus, benefiting both nations at a time of need. Attempts at further cooperation stalled out due to the king's blood ties to Rumburg. Oh yeah. What exactly are the blood ties between Rizia and Rumburg? In the 30s, King Ramus married Princess Lena Livingston, the youngest daughter of King Alfred Livingston II, sister of Queen Beatrice Livingston. It was his political strategy that benefited Rizia, helping save it from the downfall. The two nations are close, to say the least. The Taurus and Livingston families should be considered allies for the time being. However, from a practical standpoint, they are too far from each other to provide military support. Both countries are also part of the worldwide network of monarchies known as Grace. The framework is mostly financially and politically motivated due to the pressures of millennialism and democracy. All these kings and queens disagree more than agree, but they're forced to tolerate each other's differences. Imagine if Karanti and the SBC cast the world's remaining monarch into a soap opera. It might hurt his hotel business in Port Grim. Well, I'd watch the hell out of it. Lucian knocked on the table. We should be more concerned with, Peter interjected and reached into his pocket. Actually, a friend of Gus called Rusty gifted me this beautiful piece of full Rizian gold coin. They say it helps you find love. Look. Peter pulls out the ornamental coin and put it on the table. It was so polished that it caught reflections of the light in the room. Lucian was clearly frustrated. Let's move on. As you wish, and thank you. Let's discuss the deal potential, what's on the table. From what we've gathered, there is no clear offer yet. The interest clearly seems to be more control over the gas produced and sold in Swordland. I suspect this must be related to the recent tension in the coast of Pales. Mr. Manger is working out the details to get more concrete headline terms soon. Of particular interest are the gas fields in the Narbel area of the Nargis region. That must be related to Gasm operations. Gus has ties with the people around the corporation, even though there's another CEO, Alfonso, still the chairman. Yeah, Alfonso, my boy. Gasm is a private corporation, a fact that limits our control over any foreign investment. Saul's Energy Protection Act of 32 specifically limits the purchases of Swordish energy company shares by foreign nations to 10%. Alfonso adjusted this law in 48 and increased it up to 20%. Anything above that requires us to change the Energy Protection Act. Ewald holds most of the Gasm's cards in his hand still. Good thing we handled the transfer of power within the party diplomatically. I'm sure he'll be more open to talks. Strong case for Tarkeen Saul's regulation. Energy security is important for our nation. Gasm is private. Yeah, energy regulation is important. We don't want to find ourselves in the energy crisis situation in the 30s, where nations like Rumburg and Lesbia leached off our weakened positions and charged us triple the cost per cubic ton. They smelled weakness, and thanks to initiatives of Saul's government and the technocrats, the nation survived those hardships. No matter how much people criticize Saul these days, the Colonel is the reason why Swordland can stand mostly independent in this age. The energy topic is gaining importance again with the tensions in the Antician Sea. I'm hoping I'm keeping a close eye on the watch. Lucian pulled out a pen and took a few notes. David coughed a bit and then continued talking. From our diplomatic channel, we can tell that Lesbia is still very interested in Swordish petrol, whereas Rumburg wants more gas resources. As a sovereign nation, we must protect our resources. Our energy independence is part of our national security concern here. Gasm handles most of our gas production. Gasm is Rizian, I believe. It's a privately owned Swordish company. Keeping close control over critical resources is in sync with our planned economic strategy. I'm very glad you have chosen a Swordland-centric path, Mr. President. In theory, centralization works, but it leaves little room from outside help when internal conditions are dire. If Rizia wants to buy more than 20% of shares allowed by the protectionist laws, then the government can step in and make changes to the EPA. Precisely, but we don't know if this will be the case. There is a scenario in which they might invest with the EPA limitations. We just have to hear more before weighing the options. They never revealed much about their involvement to me, but I always had the feeling that Alfonso's crew was more linked to Gasm than they seemed. Got a favorite letter? I do like J. T is also pretty good. I like the top hat. I have information that the CEO that replaced Alfonso is a loyalist. Alfonso still is the chairman of Gasm and the de facto key figure. Additionally, National Business Council Chairman Michael Evan, the Minister Gus Manger have shares in the company that presides over the board. The power structure behind the scenes shouldn't matter much to me. Affluent swords don't stray far from each other. Why would they? Similar circles, similar educational backgrounds, companies. Half the oligarchs are from LBFs and Harcourt. Any further comments, esteemed cabinet members? The room went silent and no one stepped forward. It was noticeable how much people respected Wishi. He carried the soul of Swordland as a symbol of the past. I think this summarizes all we know and what we stand to gain. Mr. President, what are your thoughts? I look favorably towards potential investments from Rizia. No, I will have to wait to hear more about Mr. Manger to decide. If there's one thing Gus is good at, it's making deals. I'm curious how it will develop. It's mostly out of our hands of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs now. I will assist in analyzing the political implications, Mr. Wishi. Thank you. Our support staff and I will begin working towards the next steps as soon as receiving more context from Mr. Manger. Our ambassador in Port Drazon is in communication with Lorento Esquibio and Rizian Councilor of Foreign Affairs already. Well, that concludes our meeting, Mr. Rain. Thank you all for coming. I will take my leave then. Sir. The meeting concluded and the team dispersed. Our diplomatic actions plan officially began. I keep forgetting that that's what I look like in the picture. It's so bad. Very funny, though. Oh my god, 11 news articles. It looks like the CSP has something. CSP unveils comprehensive IATEC plan for Rika's infrastructure. In a calculated effort to expand its geopolitical sway, the Continent's Security Pact, spearheaded by Vice Secretary Chairman Tokazintil IATEC, has unveiled a colossal investment scheme aimed at revolutionizing Rika's infrastructure and education sectors. As the continent of Rika emerges as a fresh battleground in the global tug of ideologies, an increasing number of revolutions embracing millennialism and Valgsland socialism indicate a shifting landscape. Do I cough often? No, my throat is kind of killing me right now. The comprehensive plan lays out investments amounting to 150 billion KS over the next 5 years, seeking to significantly boost Rika's public infrastructure. Key projects include upgrading 5,000 kilometers of rail and road networks, constructing 3 major hospitals, and establishing 200 healthcare facilities across the continent. Simultaneously, an unprecedented revamp of Rika's education sector is on the avail, with plans to construct 150 new schools and introduce an enhanced curriculum focusing on science, tech, and art. With this initiative, the CSP endeavors to portray Rika as a beacon of sustainable development, providing a counter-narrative to ATO's capitalistic expansion, and exhibiting the efficacy of the CSP's socio-political model. Y'all love to see it, don't you, folks? Oh, we have diplomatic. It's time for some Diplo missions. Let me take a look at some more internal affairs for now. Remus Holstrom criticizes the Workers' Rights Bill. Energy Protection Act repeal process begins, and the emergency in Anrica mayor announces. Alfonso Foundation, a beacon of charity. Calling for an open market, repealing the EPA. Addressing the skilled foreign worker gap, unrest continues, and welfare issues of Narbel. We need democracy. Energy tensions escalate in Rizia, and Swordland closes its consulate in Dome. Arvery is having a crisis of sort. Young Swords member claimed links to the government. A detained Young Swords member in Arvery claimed that he has connections to the local government. We've been investigating the truth of this claim, but we are not able to find any further leads for now. Investigations about this case will be continuing. Looks like Korea's president, if he was in his 40s with a PhD in computer science, he sure does. Maybe I should take over the government like he tried. Police overburden organized crime. Of course they are, man, of course. The CPS and the LUS protest en Estord. In Estord, the Communist Party of Swordland and the Labor Union of Swordland have begun protesting against GASM. The protest aimed at voicing concerns over GASM's activities has drawn significant attention. The CPS and LUS have united their forces, adding to the intensity of the protest. The reaction of the Narbel administration and GASM to these protests is being closely monitored. The Communist Party of Swordland and the Labor Union of Swordland have set up a picket line in the city. The two organizations, after recently moving to GASM's HQ in the city, are actively expressing their discontent. The situation is attracting attention, with the impact on the city's daily functioning yet to be determined. The response of the local administration to this development is being keenly observed. And we have a report on the Grand National Assembly's Green Bill in Wholesword. The Grand National Assembly is preparing the Green Bill, with a focus on promoting sustainable industry practices, particularly in Groony. Section 1 of the Act proposes stricter regulations on industrial pollution and waste disposal. It suggests hefty fines for non-compliance, with the collected revenue to be a reinvestment in the environmental recovery projects. Repeal proposal for the Energy Protections Act. The Grand National Assembly of Swordland gathered yesterday for a significant session where the proposal from Franz Richter of the People's Freedom and Justice Party, supported by the independent MP Monsieur Leek, was put forth to repeal the Energy Protections Act of 32. This act, as it currently stands, restricts foreign ownership of security-sensitive energy corporations to 20%. The proposal to repeal or modify this law has been topic of the debate in the Assembly, with proponents arguing for an open market approach. The opponents advocating for this protection of Swordland's critical industries from foreign influence. If the repeal successfully garners the requisite majority in the Assembly, it will then lead to the Maroon Palace for a final approval. And it looks like we have a briefing on the Reform Committee, as well as Tourism and Cultural Preservation Act. The TCPA bill has been passed by the GNA. Let's take a look. Oh, -1 government budget, but tourism and culture does bring us a little bit of capital. The Swordland Tourism and Cultural Preservation Act aims to amplify the cultural allure of tourism viability of Boren, Ribéry, Leshaven, Anrica, Benfey. The Grand National Assembly is calling a collective push to establish Swordland as a global tourist destination and reduce the effects of the recession. Section 1 focuses on the cultural elevation of these cities, identifying local food, drink, music, dance, architecture, and historical sites as unique selling proposition. This cultivation of cultural tourism is positioned as a catalyst for economic invigoration. Section 2 imposes the restoration and preservation of key historical landmarks in Leshaven and Anrica. Concurrently, it proposes a comprehensive renovation of tourist infrastructures in Benfey to enrich the visitor experience and generate steady income for local communities. Section 2, subsection 1 further commits to the safeguarding and development of the caves of Antera in Ribéry and the vineyards of Bourne, recognizing their potential for tourism as growth drivers. It's gonna cost me a budget piece, but I'm going to sign it anyway. Because honestly, that's what everybody in the country wants, so I'm not sure who doesn't want that. Tourism and Cultural Preservation Act has been signed. The TCPA signed by Ryan Rain, a step towards progress. Radical, it says. Radically, it says. Tourism and Cultural Preservation Act has been signed. And we have tourism industry is booming nationwide. Alright, let's not do the briefing just yet. I want to make a deal with Wayland. David Wishi and his team is currently leading a diplomatic mission to Wayland. Oh, they're doing it, okay. So those are going to be processing through then. Cheap steel imports, you'll love to see it. Alright. Briefing on the results from the Reform Committee. What do I think about Earthbound? The game looks fun, it looks like a classic. It honestly looks very funny. They look like they would crack good jokes in Earthbound. In Mother, if you will. I came a little early to the meeting room before anybody showed up. We'd scheduled a meeting to discuss the progress of the Reform Committee regarding the new Constitution. Now, this is gonna be tough to... This is gonna be... constitutional and, justice reform is so fucking... it's such a pain in the ass. I took a seat on the center chair in the vacant meeting room as I waited for them to show up. The reforms were slowly becoming the most significant expectation of my government. We would be changing Saul's Constitution of 29. Most people nowadays blame the Constitution for the outstanding problems of the country. On the other hand, the reformists in the Assembly had been getting louder about their demands. What I knew for sure was that I needed to do something about this encroaching chaos before it swallowed me. Meanwhile, Lucien, Peter, Nia had been leading the committee to prepare an initial draft for the constitutional amendments. I was intrigued to hear the results. There was a knock on the door. It was Lucien. "Good afternoon, sir." Lucien arrived exactly an hour mark again. His punctuality could almost be described as obsessive. "Good morning, Lucien." He took a seat at the table and took out a bunch of documents, spreading them on the long table. "We should begin the meeting as soon as Miss Morgna and Vice President Vectern arrive. We finally have some results from the Reform Committee. How does it look?" "Well, the situation is quite complicated, but I'm sure we will make it work, just like we accomplished many things before. We go over the details regarding our new constitution in the meeting." A few minutes later, Peter and Nia also arrived. After a short chat, everybody sat down and took out their notes. I knew it was going to be a long fucking meeting. There's a lot to talk about the future of this process. Let us begin to tackle the points of contention. Mr. President, our committee meetings were really fruitful, and we already started working with the constitutional draft together with the reformists. They demanded a little too much, but we've had success with Friends Richter to create a realistic draft that could potentially go through the Supreme Court. A little, they demanded to rewrite the whole Constitution. Mr. Richter's deputy even suggested removing the term sword from the Constitution completely. I also didn't like their theatrics, but the requests were definitely not outrageous. They were just not realistic in today's political circumstances. Nonetheless, Mr. Vice President, thanks for your convincing arguments. We seem to have reached a common ground already. Oh, Armored, hello, hello. Oh, let me turn this down then. My bad. Oh, well, turn the audio back down. Okay. If we can fully reach an agreement with the reformists, we will be very strong in the Assembly to promote the change. Can we reach a 2/3 majority in the Assembly? If you can get Friends Richter to work with you on this, our only problem would be uniting our own party. We'll never be able to get NFP to work with us. We need the majority of our 130 seats in the Assembly to vote in favor. With PFJP's full support of 70 votes, we will easily surpass the needed 166. But it will be tough to unite the USBs with all the divisive wings that have formed. You must make them follow you loyally. We'll convince the leaves. Alvin Clavin and his reformist wing could be supporting you. He already weighed in heavily in the committee meetings. However, the conservatives would be tough to break. The influence of Saul is still living strongly in the party. Do you think they can be persuaded? Oh, I gotta puke, hang on. Quiet. Excuse me. I'm sure it's possible, but regardless of my opinion, we need to persuade most of them to support us for passing an amendment to the Constitution. And there's only one person who is key to make them back us. Gloria Tori. She's well respected by the Solists. She will be our biggest obstacle in the Assembly, and her demands will be extensive. Theo, riddle me this. What does this mean? It's a door, isn't it? Are you telling me to leave? What does that even mean? I also have the reason to think she might be in Orso's pocket. She will be tough to break, but we'll need her help to get our conservative support. Is it possible to pass the Supreme Court? How's the weather? I heard it's supposed to rain tonight and into tomorrow, so I'm kind of excited. Yeah, I'm kind of excited for some rain. It's raining badly, Armored. It hasn't been raining. It hasn't rained a drop all summer since I moved to Seattle. I guess I just brought the weather with me. Is it possible to pass this through the Supreme Court? They are the biggest obstacle. Even if we pass the Assembly, the Chief Justice will do his best to block our amendments. We need at least 6 of the 11 judges to vote for the proposal, but Mr. Hawker has an enormous influence over the judges. We should reach out to the judges in secret. Some of them might be willing to break ranks to support us. All means are considered in order to succeed. Nia was taken aback by the statement. According to the Constitution, I am a member of the Supreme Court, which means we already have 1 vote. 2 of the judges are friends of mine and similar opinion about the reforms. Consider them with me. Who else would be willing? I think Judge Edmonds can be persuaded, and in extension, Mr. Dalton and Mr. Martin. They weren't really blinded by the Solist ideology. Yes, those 3 don't seem to be working directly with Chief Justice Hawker. If we could get to Isabel Edmonds, we might be able to get 6 votes needed. That's our best bet. What are the demands? We should run down each of the main demands of the committee and get your input first. Miss Morgana can explain them further. Nothing much, Theo. Oh, Theodore, I get it. Oh. It's still hot where you're at, Banana? Vanos, indeed. We'll start with the first red line. The new constitution will fix the loopholes regarding the president's absolute veto power. Even though Mr. Richter put on a whole show about why vetoes should be completely removed, the committee has almost unanimously agreed on fixing the loopholes, thus limiting presidential vetoes. My suggestion is to add a clause detailing the methods the assembly may override a veto with some of the supermajority. One person should never be able to block the rest. I stand in agreement with Mr. Richter, the vetoes should be removed. Loopholes give the president too much power. Too much power which could be misused. Whether you decide it's important to get balanced picture, we will be making history by changing the 29 constitutions with Saul. The second one is about the judiciary. The new constitution will remove the Supreme Court's right to vote on legislation. This is yet another point that was unanimously agreed on by all parties. Saul established a rule to protect his 29 constitution. We all know most of the judges are still his pawns. Constitutional amendments will still be very difficult to accomplish with reform like this, particularly because we will keep the 2/3 vote system to be able to propose a change. However, the judiciary will not have the final say in the amendments. This is already what we wanted to do. Yes, this will ensure that there won't be another politically motivated Supreme Court. Apart from these two critical points, they have other major demands. They want to reform the appointment procedures of the ministers. Mr. Richter clarified that the Assembly should have a say in the formation of the Council of Ministers. That is something that a majority in our party also support. Well, Mr. Richter also talked about abolishing the Member of Honor rights of Tarkeen Saul that give him the absolute immunity and makes him a permanent member of the Assembly. Well, that one is a controversial one. I doubt the USP would like that. Immunity of the judges, the impeachment of the president, limiting the powers of the presidential decrees, all this came up during the committee meetings. Yes, reformists expect big reforms while our faction of the USP are not very keen on pushing changes that are too great. I'd say keeping everything in the middle ground is the safest bet, no need to agitate anyone too much. I agree, let's keep the changes small and manageable. I think I agree with that. As long as we address the main issues, I also agree. You got a Glock in your Rari? Good night, Armored. Did I touch my gun today? Well, regardless of what Mr. Rain decides, we will need to work together to push this agenda. Now we have a better picture of your intentions, sir. I'll start reaching out to my contacts to make a draft that works for us. I'll present your input to the committee. In a few months, you would have to draft on their desk to make the final changes yourself. I think this is yet another fruitful meeting, sir. Yep, your services were appreciated. Thank you, lads. Thank you, sir, for the kind words. You can count on us, Anton. Yes, Mr. President. I think this is where we'll call it, sir. Have a good day. They left the room. Excellent. We don't want to touch their changes at all. Passing that fucking constitutional reform is so tough. All right. So, that was Suzerain, lads. I hope everybody had as good a time as I did. I just like reading, so that's that's kind of on me. But we did get a lot done, I'll tell you that much, man. Constitutional reform is on the docket for this first year, I think. We decided to go with the train plan, which is different from what I usually do, which is go with the road plan. A lot happened. I'm excited to pick it up next week. I'm going to take a quick break, and I'll be back with another chapter of The Jungle by Upton Sinclair. I hope everybody's excited for it. We're closing in on the ending here. Who knows when we will, though. So I'll be right back with everybody. See you in a moment. A medic nut. Yep, a medic.
Alright, how are we doing tonight? How is it going? How's the night going for everybody? How's it been treating? You guys having fun? Did you enjoy Suzerain as much as I did? Probably not. It's, you know, you're the president. All you do is like, all we're doing is signing off on stuff. But the tensions are brewing. You can see the tensions starting to brew. You can see Vogsland is starting to move on some islands. You can see Rumsburg is we're starting to get tense with Rumsburg, you know? Slowly, as we move further into the administration, we're already starting to piss people off. Like, the first thing you sign is the way, like, the legislature is set up, and you're going to piss off everybody, depending on, regardless of which one you pick. Hello, I will not falter. What's up, what's up? Alright. Whew, tonight we'll be reading Chapter 26 of The Jungle by Upton Sinclair. We read Chapter 25, maybe last week, a couple nights ago. Our boy Jurgis. Our boy Jurgis is now in deep with the Democratic Party of Chicago. Let's see where that takes him. Chapter 26. After the elections, Jurgis stayed on in Packingtown and kept his job. The agitation to break up the police protection of criminals was continuing, and it seemed to him best to lay low for the present. He had nearly $300 in the bank and might have considered himself entitled to a vacation, but he had an easy job, and force of habit kept him at it. Besides, Mike Scully, whom he consulted, advised him that something might turn up before long. Jurgis himself, a place in the boarding house with some congenial friends. He had already inquired of Annalie and had learned that Elzbieta and her family had gone downtown, and so he gave no further thought to them. He went with a new set now, young, unmarried fellows who were sporty. Jurgis had long ago cast off his fertilizer clothing, and since going into politics, he had donned a linen collar and a greasy red necktie. He had some reason for thinking of his dress, for he was making about $11 a week, and 2/3 of it might spend upon his pleasures without ever touching his savings. Sometimes he would ride downtown with a party of friends to the cheap theaters and the music halls and other haunts with which they were familiar. Many of the saloons in Packingtown had pool tables, and some of them bowling alleys, by means of which he could spend his evenings in petty gambling. Also, there were cards and dice. One time, Jurgis got into a game on a Saturday night and won prodigiously, and because he was a man of spirit, he stayed in with the rest of the game continued until late of Sunday afternoon, and by the time he was out, over $20. On Saturday nights, also a number of balls were generally given in Packingtown. Each man would bring his girl with him, paying half a dollar for a ticket and several dollars additional for drinks and the course of the festivities, which continued until 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning, unless broken up by fighting. During all this time, the same man and woman would dance together, half stupefied with sensuality and drink. Before long, Jurgis discovered that Scully had meant by something turning up. In May, the agreement between the Packers and the unions expired, and a new agreement had to be signed. Negotiations were going on, and the yards were full of talk of a strike. The old scale had dealt with the wages of the skilled men only, and the members of the men. And the members of the Meat Workers Union, about 2/3 were unskilled men. In Chicago, these latter were receiving, for the most part, 18.5 cents an hour, and the unions wished to make this the general wage for the next year. It was not nearly so large a wage as it seemed. In the course of the negotiations, the union officers examined time checks to the amount of the $10,000, and they found that the highest wages paid had been $14 a week, and the lowest $2.05, and the average of the whole $6.65. And $6.65 was hardly too much for a man to keep a family on. Considering the fact that the price of dressed meat had increased nearly 50% in the last 5 years, while the price of beef on the hoof had decreased as much. It would have seemed that the Packers ought to be able to pay it, but the Packers were unwilling to pay it. They rejected the union demand, and to show that their purpose was, a week or two after the agreement expired, they put down the wages of about 1,000 men to 16.5 cents. And it was said that the old man Jones had vowed he would put them to 15 before he got through. Man, what a bastard. There were 1.5 million men in the country looking for work. 100,000 of them right in Chicago. And were the Packers to let the union stewards march into their places and bind them to a contract that would lose them several $1,000s a day for a year? Not much. All this was in June,
and before long the question was submitted to a referendum in the unions, and the decision was for a strike. It was the same in all the packing houses cities, and suddenly the newspapers and public woke up to the face of a gruesome spectacle of meat famine. All sorts of pleas for reconsideration were made, but the packers were obdurate. And all the while they were reducing wages and heading off shipments of cattle and rushing in wagon loads and mattresses and cots. So the men boiled over, and one night telegrams went out from the union headquarters to all the big packing centers, to St. Paul, South Omaha, Sioux City, St. Joseph, Kansas City, East St. Louis, and New York. And the next day at noon, between 50 and 60,000 men drew off their working clothes and marched out of the factories till the great beef strike was on. Jurgis went out to his dinner, and afterward he walked over to see Mike Scully, who lived in a fine house upon a street which had been decently paved and lighted for his especial benefit. Scully had gone into semi-retirement and looked nervous and worried. "What do you want?" he demanded when he saw Jurgis. "I came to see if maybe you could get me a place during the strike," the other replied. Scully knit his brows and eyed him narrowly. In that morning's papers, Jurgis had read a fierce denunciation of the packers by Scully, who had declared if they did not treat their people better, the city authorities would end the matter by tearing down their plants. Now, therefore, Jurgis was not a little taken aback when the other demanded suddenly, "See here, Rudkus, why don't you stick by your job?" Jurgis started. "Work as a scab," he cried. "Why not?" demanded Scully. "What's that to you?" But Jurgis stammered. He had somehow taken it for granted that he should go out with his union. "The packers need good men, and need them had," continued the other, "and they'll treat a man right that stands by them. Why don't you take your chances and fix yourself?" "But," said Jurgis, "how could I ever be any of use to you in politics?" "You couldn't be it anyhow," said Scully abruptly. "Why not?" said Jurgis. "Hell, man," cried the other. "Don't you know you're a Republican? And do you think I'm always going to elect Republicans? My brewer has found out already how we served him, and there is a deuce to pay." Jurgis looked dumbfounded. He had never thought of that aspect of it before. "I could be a Democrat," he said. "Yes," responded the other, "but not right away. A man can't change his politics every day. And besides, I don't need you. There'd be nothing for you to do, and it's a long time to election day anyhow. And what are you going to do in the meantime?" "I thought I could count on you," began Jurgis. "Yes," responded Scully, "so you could. I never yet went back on a friend, but is it fair to leave the job I got you and come to me for another? I've had 100 fellows after me today, and what can I do? I put 17 men on the city payroll to clean streets this 1 week, and do you think I can keep this up forever? I wouldn't do it for me to tell the other men what I tell you, but you've been on the inside, and you ought to have some sense to see things for yourself. What have you to gain by a strike?" "I hadn't thought," said Jurgis. "Exactly," said Scully, "but you'd better. Take my word for it. The strike will be over in a few days, and the men will be beaten, and meantime, what you will get out of it will belong to you. Do you see?" Oh. And Jurgis saw. He went back to the yards and into the workroom. The men had left a long line of hogs in various stages of preparation, and the foreman was directing the feeble efforts of a score of two clerks and stenographers and office boys to finish up the job and get them into the chilling rooms. Jurgis went straight up to him and announced, "I've come back to work, Mr. Murphy." The boss's face lit up. "Good man," he cried. "Come ahead." "Just a moment," said Jurgis, checking his enthusiasm. "I think I ought to get a little more wage." "Yes," replied the other. "Of course. What do you want?" Jurgis had debated on the way. His nerve almost failed him now, but he clenched his hands. "I think I ought to have $3 a day," he said. "All right," said the other promptly, and before the day was out, our friend discovered that the clerks and stenographers and office boys were getting $5 a day, and then he could have kicked himself. Wow. Damn, $5 a day in the fucking 19th century. You'd be a millionaire at the end of your shift, you know? So Jurgis became one of the new American heroes, a man whose virtues merited comparison with those of martyrs of Lexington and Valley Forge. The resemblance was not complete, of course, for Jurgis was generously paid and comfortably clad, and was provided with a spring cot and a mattress and 3 substantial meals a day. Also, he was perfectly at ease, and safe from all the peril of life and limb. Save only in the case that the desire for beer should lead him to venture outside of the stockyard gates, and even in good exercise to this privilege, he was not left unprotected. A good part of the inadequate police force of Chicago was suddenly diverted from its work of hunting criminals and rushed out to serve him. Damn. The police and the strikers also were determined that there should be no violence, but there was another party interested which was minded to the contrary, and that was the press. On the first day of his life as a strikebreaker, Jurgis quit work early, and in the spirit of bravado, he challenged 3 men of his acquaintance to go outside and get a drink. They accepted and went through the big Hallstatt street gate where several policemen were watching, and also some Union pickets, scanning sharply those who passed in and out. Jurgis and his companions went south on Hallstatt Street, past the hotel, and then suddenly, half a dozen men started across the street toward them, and proceeded to argue with them concerning the error of their ways. As the arguments were not taken in the proper spirit, they went on to threats, and suddenly one of them jerked off the hat of one of the four and flung it on the fence. The man started after it, and then, as a cry of "scab," and raised and started at it, and then raised, a dozen people came running out of the saloons and doorways. A second man's heart failed him and followed a while. Jurgis and the fourth stayed long enough to give themselves the satisfaction of a quick exchange of blows, and then they, too, took to their little heels and fled back to the hotel and into the yards again. Meantime, of course, policemen were coming on the run, and as a crowd gathered, other policemen got excited and sent into a riot call. Jurgis knew nothing of this, but went back to the Packers Avenue and in front of the Central Time Station. He saw one of his companions, breathless and wild with excitement, narrating to an ever-growing throng how the four had been attacked and surrounded by a howling mob, had been nearly torn to pieces. While he stood listening, smiling cynically, several dapper young men stood by with notebooks in their hands, and it was not more than 2 hours later that Jurgis saw newsboys running about with armfuls of newspapers printed in red and black letters 6 inches high. "Violence in the yards, strikebreakers surrounded by a frenzied mob." For real. If he had been able to buy all the newspapers of the United States the next morning, he might have discovered that his beer hunting exploits was being pursued by some 2 million of people, and had served as text for editorials in half the Strad and solemn businessmen's newspapers in the land. Jurgis was to see more of this as time passed, for the present, his work being over. He was free to ride into the city, by a railroad direct from the yards, or else to spend the night in a room where cots had been laid in rows. He chose the latter, but to his regret, for all night long, gangs of strike-breakers kept arriving. As very few of the better class of working men could be got for such work, these specimens of the new American hero contained an assortment of the criminals and thugs of the city. Besides N-word, and the lowest foreigners, Greeks, Romanians, Sicilians, and Slovaks, they had been attracted more by the prospect of disorder than the big wages. They had been made the night hideous with singing and carousing, and only went to sleep when the time had come for them to get to work. In the morning, before Jurgis had finished breakfast, Pat Murphy ordered him to one of the superintendents, who questioned him as to the experience of the work of the killing room. His heart began to thump with excitement, for he divined instantly that his four had come, and that he was to be a boss. Some of the foremen were union members, and many who were not had gone out with the men. It was in the killing department that the Packers had left most in the lurch, and precisely here that they could least afford it. The smoking and canning and salting of meat might wait, and all the byproducts might be wasted, but fresh meats must be had, or the restaurants and hotels and brownstone houses would feel the pinch, and then public opinion would take a startling turn. An opportunity such as this would not come twice to a man. Jurgis seized it. Yes, he knew the work, the whole of it, and he could teach it to others, but if he took the job and gave satisfaction, he would expect to keep it. They would not turn him off at the end of the strike. Would they not turn him off at the end of the strike? To which the superintendent replied that he might safely trust Derms for that. They proposed to each other unions a lesson, and most of those foremen who had gone back on them. Jurgis would receive $5 a day during the strike and $25 a week after it was settled. Ooh boy! So our friend got a pair of slaughter pen boots and jeans and flung himself at his task. It was a weird sight there on the killing beds, a throng of N-words and foreigners who could not understand a word that was said to them, mixed with the pale-faced, hollow-chested bookkeepers and clerks, half-fainted for the tropical heat and the sickening stench of fresh blood, and all the struggling to address a dozen or two cattle in the same place where, 24 hours ago, the old killing gang had been speeding, with their marvelous precision turning out 400 carcasses every hour. The toughs in the levee did not want to work, and every few minutes some of them would feel obliged to retire and recuperate. In the couple of days, Durham and Company had electric fans up to cool off the rooms for them, and even couches for them to rest on, and in the meantime, they would go out and find a shady corner and take a snooze. And as there was no place for any one in particular and no system, it might be hours before their boss discovered them. As for the poor office employees, they did their best, moved to it by terror. 30 of them had been fired in a bunch that first morning for refusing to serve, besides a number of women clerks and typewriters who had been declined to act as waitresses. It was such a force as this that Jurgis had to organize. He did his best, flying here and there, placing them in rows and showing them the tricks. He had never given an order in his life before, but he had been taken enough to know, and he soon fell into the spirit of it, and roared and stormed like an old stagger. He had not the most tractable pupils, however, say yar, boss. A big black buck would begin, if you don't like the way it does the job, you need somebody else to do it. Then a crowd would gather and listen, muttering threats. After the first meal, nearly all the steel knives had been missing, and now every person had one, ground to a fine point, hidden in his boots. There was no bringing order out of such a chaos. Jurgis soon discovered, and he fell in with the spirit of things. There was no reason why he should wear himself out with shouting. If hides and guts were slashed and rendered useless, there was no way of tracing it to anyone. And if a man lay off and forgot to come back, there was nothing to be gained by seeking him, for all the rest would quit in the meantime. Everything went during the strike, and the packers paid. Before long, Jurgis found that the custom of resting had suggested to some alert minds that the possibility of registering at more than one place and earning more than $15 a day. When he caught a man at this, he fired him, but it chanced to be in a quiet corner, and the man tendered him a $10 bill and a wink. And he took them, of course. Before long, his custom spread, and Jurgis was soon making quite a good income from it. In the face of handicaps such as these, the packers counted themselves lucky if they could kill off the cattle that had been crippled in transit and the hogs that had developed diseases. Frequently, in the course of the 2 or 3 days' trip, in hot weather and without water, some hog would develop cholera and die, and the rest would attack him before he had ceased kicking, and when the car was open, there would be nothing of him left but the bones. If all the hogs in his carload were not killed at once, they would soon be down with the dread disease, and there would be nothing to do but to make them into lard. It was the same with the cattle. They were gored and dying, or limping, and broken bones struck through their flesh. They must be killed, even if brokers and buyers and superintendents had to take off their coats and help drive and cut the skin to them, and hence skin them. And meantime, agents of the packers were gathering gangs of blacks in the country districts in the far south, promising them $5 a day and board, being careful not to mention there was a strike. Already carloads of them were on the way. With special rates from the railroads and all traffic ordered out the way, many towns and cities were taking advantage of the chance to clear out their jails and workhouses. In Detroit, the magistrates would release every man who agreed to leave town within 24 hours, and agents of the packers were in the courtrooms to ship them right. And meantime, trade loads of suppliers were coming in for their accommodation, including beer and whiskey, so they might not be tempted to go outside. They hired 30 young girls in Cincinnati to pack fruit, and when they arrived to put them to work canning corned beef and put cots for them to sleep in the public hallway, though which the men passed. As the gangs came in day and night under the escort of squads of police, they stowed them away in unused workrooms and storerooms and in the car sheds, crowded so closely together that the cots touched. In some places, they would use the same room for eating and sleeping, and at night, the men would put their cots upon the tables to keep away from the swarms of rats. Jesus fucking Christ. But with all their best efforts, the packers were demoralized. 90% of the men had walked out, and they faced the task of completely remaking their labor force, and with the price of meat up 30% and the public clamoring for a settlement, they made an offer to submit the whole question at issue to arbitration, and at the end of the 10 days, the unions accepted it, and the strike was called off. It was agreed that all the men were to be re-employed within 45 days, and that there was to be no discrimination against union men. This was an anxious time for Jurgis. If the men were taken back without discrimination, he would lose his present place. He sought out the superintendent, who smiled grimly and bade him wait and see. Durham strikebreakers were few of them leaving. Whether or not the settlement was simply a trick of the packers to gain time, or whether they really expected to break the strike and cripple the unions by the plan, cannot be said, but that night there went out from the office of Durham & Company a telegram to all the big packing centers. Employ no union leaders. And in the morning, when the 20,000 men thronged into the yards with their dinner pails and working clothes, Jurgis stood near the door of the hog trimming room, where he had worked before the strike, and saw a throng of eager men with a score or two of policemen watching them. He saw a superintendent come out and walk down the line and pick out a man after man that pleased him, and one after another came. And there were some men up near the head of the line who were never picked, they being the union stewards and delegates, and the men Jurgis had heard making speeches at the meetings. Each time, of course, there were louder murmurings and angrier looks, over where the cattle butchers were waiting. Jurgis heard shouts and saw a crowd, and he hurried there. One big butcher, who was president of the Packing Trades Council, had been passed over 5 times. The men were wild with rage. They had appointed a committee of 3 to go in and see the superintendent, and the committee had made 3 attempts, and each time the police had clubbed them back from the door. Then there were yells and hoots, continuing until the last superintendent came to the door. "We all go back, or none of us do," cried 100 voices, and the other shook his fist at them and shouted, "You went out here like cattle, and like cattle, you'll come back." Then suddenly, the big butcher president leapt upon the pile of stones and yelled, "It's off, boys, we'll all of us quit again." And so, the cattle butchers declared a new strike on the spot and gathered their members from the other plants where the same trick had been played. They marched down Packers Avenue, which was thronged with a dense mass of workers, cheering wildly. Men who had already got the worker on the killing beds dropped their tools and joined them. Some galloped here and there on horseback, shouting the tidings, and within half an hour, the whole of Packingtown was on strike again and beside itself with fury. There was quite a different tone in Packingtown after this. The place was a seething cauldron of passion, and the scab who ventured into it fared badly. There were 1 or 2 of these incidents each day, the newspapers detailing them and always blaming them upon the unions. Yet, 10 years before, when there were no unions in Packingtown, there was a strike, and national troops had to be called, and there were pitched battles fought at night, by the light of blazing freight trains. Packingtown was always a center of violence in Whiskey Point. There, where there were 100 saloons and 1 glue factory. There was always fighting and always more of it in hot weather. Anyone who had taken the trouble to consult the station house blotter would have found out that there was less violence that summer than ever before. And this while 20,000 men were out of work and with nothing to do all day but brood upon bitter wrongs. There was no one to picture the battle the union leaders were fighting, to hold the huge army in rank, to keep it from straggling and pillaging, to cheer and encourage the guide 100,000 people of a dozen different tongues, through 6 long weeks of hunger and disappointment and despair. Meantime, the Packers had set themselves definitely to the task of making a new labor force. 1,000 or 2 of strikebreakers were brought in every night and distributed among the various plants. Some of them were experienced workers, butchers, salesmen, managers from the Packers branch stores, and a few union men who had been deserted from other cities. But the vast majority were green, from the cotton districts of the far south, and they were herded into the packing plants like sheep. There was a law forbidding the use of buildings as lodgings housing unless they were licensed for the purpose and provided with proper windows, stairways, and fire escapes, but here, in the paint rooms, reached only by an enclosed chute, a room without a single window and only 1 door, 100 men were crowded upon mattresses on the floor. Up on the 3rd story of the hog house of Jones was a storeroom without a window, into which they crowded 700 men, sleeping upon the bare springs of cots and with a second shift to use them by day. And when the clamor of the public led to an investigation into these conditions, and the mayor of the city was forced to order the enforcement of the law, the Packers got the judge to issue an injunction forbidding him to do it. Just at this time, the mayor was boasting that he had put an end to the gambling and prize fighting in the city, but here, a swarm of professional gamblers had leagued themselves with the police force to fleece the strikebreakers, and any night in the big open space in front of Brown's, one might see brawny blacks stripped to the waist and pounding each other for money, while a howling throng of 3,000 or 4,000 surged about, men and women, young white girls from the country rubbing elbows with big buck blacks with dagger in their boots, while rows of woolly heads peered down from every window in the surrounding factories. The ancestors of these black people had been savages in Africa, and since then they had been chattel slaves, or had been held down by a community ruled by traditions of slavery. Now for the first time, they were free to gratify every passion, free to wreck themselves. They were wanted to break a strike, and when it was broke, they would be shipped away, and their present masters would never see them again. And so whiskey and women were brought in by the carload and sold to them, and hell was let loose in the yards. Every night there were stabbings and shootings. It was said that the Packers had blank permits, which enabled to ship dead bodies from the city without troubling the authorities. They lodged men and women on the same floor, and with the night there began a saturnalia of debauchery. Scenes such as never before had been witnessed in America, and as the women were the dregs from the brothels of Chicago, and the men were for the most part ignorant country blacks, the nameless diseases of vice were soon rife, and this where food was being handled, which was sent out to every corner of the civilized world. The Union stockyards were never a pleasant place, but now they were not only a collection of slaughterhouses, but also the camping place of an army of 15,000 or 20,000 human beasts. All day long the blazing midsummer sun beat down upon the square mile of abominations, upon tens of thousands of cattle crowded into pens, whose wooden floors stank and steamed contagion. Upon bare, blistering, cinder-strewn railroad tracks, huge blocks of dingy meat factories whose labyrinthine passages defied a breath of fresh air to penetrate them. And there were not merely rivers of hot blood and carloads of moist flesh, and rendering vats and soap cauldrons, glue factories and fertilizer tanks that smelt like the craters of hell. There were also tons of garbage festering in the sun, and the greasy laundry of the workers hung out to dry, and dining rooms littered with food and black with flies, toilet rooms that were open sewers. And then, at night, this throng poured out into the streets to play, fighting, gambling, drinking, carousing, cursing, screaming, laughing, singing, playing banjos, and dancing. There were worked in the yards all the 7 days of the week, and they had their prize fights and crap games on Sunday nights as well. But then, around the corner, one might see a bonfire blazing and an old, gray-headed black person leaning and witch-like, her hair flying wild and her eyes blazing, yelling and chanting the fires of predilection and the blood of the lamb, while men and women laid down upon the ground and moaned and screamed in convulsions of terror and remorse. Such were the stockyards during the strike. While the unions watched in sullen despair and the country clamored like a greedy child for its food, the packers went grimly on their way. Each day, they added new workers and could be more stern with the old ones, could put them in their piecework and dismiss them if they did not keep up the pace. Jurgis was now one of their agents in this process, and he could feel the change day by day, like the slow starting up of a huge machine. He'd gotten used to being a master of men, and because of the stifling heat and the stench and the fact that he was a scab, he knew and despised himself. He was drinking and developing a villainous temper, and he stormed and cursed and raged at his men and drove them until they were ready to drop from exhaustion. Then one day, late in August, a superintendent ran into the place and shouted to Jurgis and his gang to drop their work and come. They followed him outside to where, in the midst of a dense throng, they saw several 2-horse trucks waiting and 3 patrol wagons loads of police. Jurgis and his men sprang upon one of the trucks, and the driver yelled to the crowd, and they went thundering away at a gallop. Some steers had just escaped from the yards, and the strikers had got hold of them, and there would be a chance of a scrap. They went out on Ashland Avenue Gate and over in the direction of the dump. There was a yell as soon as they were sighted, men and women rushing out of the houses and saloons as they galloped by. There were 8 or 10 policemen on the truck, however, and there were no disturbance until they came to the place where the street was blocked with a dense throng. Those on the flying truck yelled a warning and the crowd scattered pell-mell, disclosing one of the steers lying in its blood. There were a good many cattle butchers about just then, with nothing much to do and hungry children at home, and so one had knocked out the steer, and as a first-class man can kill and dress one in a couple of minutes, there was a good many steaks and roasts already missing. This called for punishment, of course, and the police proceeded to administer it by leaping from the truck and cracking at every head they saw. There were yells of rage and pain, and the terrified people fled into houses and stores or scattered helter-skelter down the street. Jurgis and his gang joined in on the sport, every man singling out his victim and striving to bring him to bay and punch him. If he fled into a house, his pursuer would smash in the flimsy door and follow him up the stairs, hitting everyone who came within reach and finally dragging his squealing quarry from under his bed or a pile of old clothes in a closet. Jurgis and 2 policemen chased some men into a barroom. One of them took shelter behind the bar where a policeman cornered him and proceeded to whack him over the back and shoulders until he laid down and gave a chance at his head. The others leaped the fence in the rear, balking the second policeman, who was fat, and he came back, furious and cursing. A big Polish woman, the owner of the saloon, rushed in screaming and received a poke in the stomach that doubled her on the floor. Meantime, Jurgis, who was of the practical temper, was helping himself at the bar, and the first policeman who had laid out his man joined him, handing out several more bottles and filling his pockets besides, and then, as he started to leave, cleaning off all the balance with the sweep of his club. The din of the glass crashing to the floor brought the fat Polish woman to her feet again, but another policeman came up behind her and put his knee into her back and his hands over her eyes, and then called to his companions, who went back and broke upon the cash drawer and filled his pockets with the contents. Then the 3 went outside, and the man who was holding the woman gave her a shove and dashed out himself. The gang, having already got the carcass onto the truck, the party set out on a trot, followed by the screams and curses and the shower of bricks and stones from unseen enemies. These bricks and stones would figure into the accounts of the riot, which would be sent out to a few thousand newspapers within an hour or 2. But the episode of the cash drawer would never be mentioned again, save only in the heartbreaking legend of Packingtown. It was late in the afternoon when they got back, and they dressed out the remainder of the steer and a couple of others that had been killed, and then knocked off for the day. Jurgis went downtown for supper with 3 friends who had been on the other trucks, and they exchanged reminiscence on the way. Afterward, they drifted into a roulette parlor, and Jurgis, who was never lucky at gambling, dropped about $15. To console himself, he had to drink a good deal, and he went back to Packingtown about 2 o'clock in the morning, very much the worse for his excursion. And it must be confessed, entirely deserving of the calamity that was in store for him. As he was going to the place where he slept, he met a painted-cheeked woman in a greasy kimono, and she put her arm about his waist to steady him. They turned into a dark room they were passing, but scarcely had they taken 2 steps before suddenly a door swung open, and a man entered carrying a lantern. "Who's there?" he called sharply, and Jurgis started to mutter some reply, but at the same instant the man raised his light, which flashed in his face so that it was possible to recognize him. Jurgis stood struck and dumb, and his heart gave a leap like a mad thing. The man was Connor. Connor, the boss of the loading gang. The man who had seduced his wife, who had sent him to prison and wrecked his home, ruined his life. He stood there staring with the light shining full upon him. Jurgis had often thought of Connor since coming back to Packingtown, but it had been as of something far off that no longer concerned him. Now, however, when he saw him alive and in the flesh, the same thing happened to him that had happened before. A flood of rage boiled up in him, a blind frenzy seized him, and he flung himself upon the man, and smote him between the eyes. And then, as he fell, seized him by the throat and began to pound his head upon the stones. The woman began screaming and people came rushing in. The lantern had been upset and extinguished, and it was so dark that they could not see a thing, but they could hear Jurgis panting and hear the thumping of his victim's skull, and they rushed there and tried to pull him off. Precisely as before, Jurgis came away with a piece of his enemy's flesh between his teeth, and as before, he went on fighting with those who had interfered with him until a policeman had come and beaten him into insensibility. Damn. And so, Jurgis spent the balance of the night in the stockyard station house. This time, however, he had money in his pocket, and when he came to his senses, he could get something to drink, and also a messenger to take word of his plight to Bush Harper. Harper did not appear, however, until after the prisoner, feeling very weak and ill, had been hailed into court and remanded at $500 bail to await the result of his victim's injuries. Jurgis was wild about this because a different magistrate had chanced to be on the bench, and he had stated that he had never been arrested before, and also that he had been attacked first, and if only someone had been there to speak a good word for him, he could have been let off at once. But Harper explained that he had been downtown and had not got the message. "What's happened to you?" he asked. "I've been doing a follow-up," said Jurgis, "and I've got to get $500 bail." "I can arrange that, all right," said the others, "though it may cost you a few dollars, of course, but what was the trouble?" "It was a man that did not mean a trick once." "It was a man that did me a mean trick once," answered Jurgis. "Who is he?" "He's a foreman in Brown's, or used to be. His name's Connor." And the other gave a start. "Connor!" he cried. "Not Phil Connor." "Yes, Jurgis, that's the fellow. Why?" "Good God!" exclaimed the other. "Then you're in for it, old man. I can't help you." "Not help me? Why not?" "Why, he's one of Scully's biggest men. He's a member of the War Whoop League, and they talked about sending him to the legislature. Phil Connor, great heavens." Jurgis sat dumb in dismay. "Why, he can send you to Joylet if he wants to," declared the other. Juliet, sorry. "Can't I have Scully get me off before he finds out about it?" said Jurgis at length. "But Scully's out of town," the other answered. "I don't even know where he is. He's run away to dodge the strike." Oh, hang on, I gotta puke. That was a pretty that was a pretty mess indeed. Poor Jurgis sat half dazed. His pole had run up against a bigger pole and he was down and out. "But what am I gonna do?" he asked weakly. "How should I know?" said the other. "I shouldn't even dare to get bail for you. Why, I might ruin myself for life." Again, there was silence. "Can't you do it for me?" Jurgis asked, "and pretend that you didn't know who I'd hit?" "But what good would that do to you when you come out and stand trial?" asked Harper. Then he sat buried in thought for a minute or two. "There's nothing unless it's this," he said. "I could have your bail reduced, and then if you had the money, you could pay it and skip." "How much will it be?" Jurgis asked, after he had explained more in detail. "I don't know," said the other. "How much do you own?" "I've got about $300, said the answer. "Well," was Harper's reply, "I'm not sure, but I'll try and get you off for that. I'll take the risk for friendship's sake. For I'd hate to see you sent down to state's prison for a year or two." And so, Jurgis ripped out his bank book, which was sewed up in his trousers, and signed an order which Bush Harper wrote, for all the money to be paid out. Then the latter went and got it and hurried to court and explained to the magistrate that Jurgis was a decent fellow and a friend of Scully's, who's been attacked by a strikebreaker. So the bail was reduced to $300, and Harper went on it himself. He did not tell this to Jurgis, however. Nor did it tell him that it was the time for a trial came, it would be an easy matter for him to avoid the forfeiting of the bail and pocket the $300 as his reward for the risk of offering Mike Scully. All that he told Jurgis was that he was now free, and that the best thing he could do was to clear out as quickly as possible. And so Jurgis, overwhelmed with gratitude and relief, took the $1.14 that he had left out of all of his bank account and put it in $2.25 that was left for him last night's celebration, and boarded a streetcar, got off at the other end of Chicago. That was chapter 26 of The Jungle by Upton Sinclair. I will see everybody tomorrow for chapter 27. Bye-bye! Ajane!